vai deixar você cansar a garrafa d'água. Essa garrafa d'água. A tua casa com a garrafa d'água dessa. A tua casa com a garrafa d'água. A tua tem o eletrólito. Eletrólito. Vamos que vamos.
É uma esquerda muito boa ainda. As zonas estão mais inside.
Oh, life.
Horas, 20 minutos. Vamos fazer agora a semana para o certinho. Já pedimos aí o Randuruba no Centro Azul e o Hawaii. Já está com certeza disso, então vamos pedir para as pessoas que estão na área, nos locais aí, no seu local de recreação e também os atletas da maioria são atletas de corrida para sair da área de competição, que uma ajuda aí sempre bacana, questões de que faz, com muita competência, gentileza, pedir para as pessoas sair da área de competição.
All the big smoke.
We want to start 7:45 sharp. I ask you to clean the area now, please. You can clean the area now, please.
Já é.
estão surfando na área de competição para sair da área imediatamente, por favor. Ok? One more time, thank you. To clean the area now. You may clean the area now, please.
Tem que olhar por cima aqui, ó.
Tu viu? A mesma coisa. Cara, olha pelos lados também. Uma dica. Ah, mas com 4.
Então, já digo para que a área de competição seja liberada. Daqui a pouquinho a primeira bateria vai parar.
Mas com 4 tá tranquila a cor, né? Tá chovendo.
Aniversário do meu irmão, velho. Vou fazer uma homenagem.
Manda parabéns.
Homenagem?
Fazer homenagem a 4.
Hoje já iremos assistir vários atletas que são boas ondas. Certamente teremos um belo dia de competição no dia de hoje. E a tendência é mudar de direção no percorrer da competição, talvez amanhã, ou depois da manhã, e as condições melhorarem cada vez mais. É isso aí, Ronaldo. 7 horas e 16 minutos, volta para a primeira bateria. Você pediu aí para estar na água, liberar a competição. Pedindo aí auxílio do seu pescado nessa competição. Se for possível aí, seu pescado, dá uma moral pra gente aí. You have to want to get to the area, you make the area now, please. E mais uma vez, para as pessoas liberarem a área de competição. One more time, I ask you to clean the area now, ok? 9 minutes to start. 9 minutes to start. 9 minutos para o início.
Muito aqui na minha frente também.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Bon dia, and welcome to Corona Saquarema Pro as we look at this morning's arrival. We had one day of competition so far in the opening round for the men's. We still need to complete that round. Will it happen today? We're gonna find out. Looks like all of our competitors are readying themselves here at the event site. Ezekiel Lau, he made his first round heat. Rio Waida, still someone we're bound to see, as well as the veteran, Keanu Singh, rating himself. Lucas Silveira made it through a tough day with round number one, and the Panda, William Cardoso. Will this be his last WSL event? We're gonna find out. A lot of stuff to unwrap here in Saquarema. As we zoom in to our event site in Itaúna, I'm Kaipo Guerrero. This is my friend Mitchell Salazar, and we're going to talk you through all of today's action. Bon dia.
Bon dia, Kaipo. What an amazing day, you know. I think conditions are way more manageable today than they were yesterday, and you look at the kind of forecast that we have on play, and I think not only does it drop quite rapidly, I also think that we're going to have plenty of waves going into finals day, knowing that there's only going to be two-person heats out there in the water for probably the last 2 days.
Yeah, so that'll make things much more manageable. What we've been watching really has been the wind, and that's been a major factor. Swell's still around, so we're expecting a full day of competition. We don't know. We're going to have to find out. Now with that, you know what? Let's throw it down to the beach to find out exactly what's going to happen today. Maida is with Tours and Competitions, Travis Logie.
Thanks, Kaifu. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Travis. So what do we have for today?
Morning, Mara. Yeah, the waves are looking really fun. That storm's really calmed down from yesterday, and we have some really chunky, fun sections out there. We love running in conditions where the surfers have opportunities to do big turns. So we're straight back into men's round one. Finish off those last 8 heats and then go into women's round one, 10 heats of women's round one. So that's an 18-heat day, 9 hours of action.
Okay, so full day of competition. We're on. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Well, there we go. That's the news.
Yeah, 8 heats of the remaining men's round, and then 10 heats of the women's first round. So it's going to be a long day, as Travis said, 9 hours of competition. Should be a full one, full of action, and I'm really looking forward to seeing a lot of those surfers that could potentially clinch a spot here to qualify for the 2023 Championship Tour, Kaipo.
Yeah, we have some scenarios that we have yet to go over with you as far as clinching spots for the tour, which is the whole purpose of the Challenger Series. This is stop number 6 of 7. Again, we take your top 4 results out of these 7 events. That leads to the numbers in your rankings. At the end of the year, we're going to take the top 10 men. We're going to take the top 5 women. We've already qualified 3 men, and so we got 7 spots left for the men, and yet to have clinched any spots for the women's, but some of the ladies are very, very close.
Yeah, and a couple of them could do it here. Those are Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and I think the other one that a lot of people are looking at are Molly Picklin too. But It's going to be an interesting one, Kaipo. Rio Aida's in the first heat. He already qualified. He doesn't need to be here competing in the last 2 events of the Challenger Series, but guess what? He wants to win this stage and really solidify himself as one of the greatest surfers to ever compete, not only on the Challenger Series, but maybe in competition overall.
Well, the young Indonesian, Rio Aida, is already making history. He's the first Indonesian to qualify for the championship tour, so he's already making history in that way.
Yeah.
But he's got that warrior spirit, Mitchell, in that even after he won his initial event over at the Sydney Surf Pro in Manly, he said, hey, I'm not done yet. I still got my eyes on the prize. I got more stuff that I want to do. Went over to Bolito, won another event. Qualified already in Ericeira, so he's a shoo-in for the tour, but still made his way over here because he's hungry for more victories.
Yeah, and Matt Shulman and I got here on Sunday afternoon, and we were able to see him actually run on the beach the night before competition was supposed to start. And you know, it's something incredible when you see somebody as dedicated as this, and working with Matt Myers now, I think it changed his life, and really his game plan going into competitive strategy. And moving forward in 2023, expect big things from this kid, Kaipo.
Yeah. And you know what? That's the wonderful thing about the Challenger Series is we get to learn a lot about the new crop of performers that come onto the Dream Tour in 2023. And I'm excited to see what Rio Aida is going to do, not only here, but next year on the Dream Tour.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys that I'm looking forward to seeing too. We saw Ian Gentile surf already. Imai Kalani Deval looking to requalify, only the 2nd surfer from Maui to ever qualify for the championship tour. And, you know, he's looking for big things too. Would it be his first real victory on both the qualifying series and the championship or the Challenger Series, Kaipo?
Well, Mitchell, let's get it underway because the horn has sounded and we are on men's round of 96, heat number 17 out in the water. Rio Aida, Joan Duru, Shane Sykes, and Heitor Mueller all making up this international heat. And quick start there with looks like a rail catch for Heitor Mueller, our Brazilian competitor in this heat.
Yeah, and if you remember, there was another guy named Heitor too from Brazil that had quite some success on both the qualifying series and the championship tour. That was Heitor Alves. And you see the younger generations of Brazilian surfers in this event, record-breaking 35 men in the Challenger Series from Brazil in this event. And, you know, just over a third of the competitors from the host nation. And it's something incredible to see them actually take advantage of the opportunities that they have in front of them. But this is a tough heat. You have a former ISA world champion in Joan Duru and a hungry South African in Shane Sykes out there too.
Sure do. Here we go on the paddle. Looks like it's going to be Rio Aida on the backhand. Carve off the top for the Indonesian surfer, pacing himself through the outside section. Is going to double up on the inside here, and you can see the precision rail work from Rio Aida, which has earned him already a spot on the championship tour. Little bit of a conservative start, but you know what? As a competitor, you got to get a good number or just a decent number to start off. So it looks like Rio Aida did just that.
Yeah, and only 22 years of age, number 2 in the rankings, are already qualified for the championship tour for 2023. And we have to take into consideration that it's been very stormy the last few days. They haven't been really able to practice, Kaipo.
Shane Sykes, the South African, on the backhand, get a little bit of release, cannot hang on to that board, gets away from him. And so he's going to have to clean that up. Of course, the challenge here is not just the lump in the bump, but the ever-present backwash.
Yo, 100%. That's something that's very noticeable here at Saquarema. Decent first turn right there. I love the release that he had with the tail, actually getting to the lip line, and maybe a bit too strong for how that section was on the second one. And as you said, a bit more conservative from Rio Aida, just carving it back on the first one, more of a setup turn, and then the roundy on the backhand. And normally you don't see a lot of these waves go up into the good range or excellent, but I think with the size of waves that we're seeing today, a lot of these waves that tend to be a lot flatter, but you're using your rail with those carves, Kaipo, I wouldn't mind seeing them in the upper average, even close to the good range too.
I like your take on this as we go through the replay here from above for Rio Aida. I also like the fact that you point out he's only 22 years old, but really showing maturity in his approach to know, when to kind of go into 5th gear or when to keep it in 3rd gear, and I think that very controlled approach shows some maturity for Rio Aida. So I'm surprised with the score, 3.17, but to tell you the truth, it's probably just because the judges are setting the scale for today and they're expecting much more from the surfers.
Yeah, and I think they notice how good the waves are, the potential of the waves out there, and the consistency of these sets too. So 3.17, expecting a similar score for Shane Sykes for just the one turn too, but You know, we've been talking about Rio and his success in 2022. He did poorly at the Vans US Open of Surfing, went back to Huntington Beach for the ISA World Surfing Games, ended up getting second there to not only the best surfer out there, Kanoe Igarashi, but he also was able to get a better connection with the wave where he hadn't done well at Kaipo. So it goes to show you he has a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, and also a surfer, when you recognize that, you know, you kind of missed the mark, to go back, clean it up, and that's exactly what it does. So Rio Waida, I expect him as a surfer to do his homework on every single stop on tour. And again, we're expecting big things from him. Joan Deroux, the goofy foot here, out of France, blue jersey, and that was a beautiful turn there. Unfortunate, we've talked about the lump and bump, and the warble got a hold of Joan Deroux. He goes incomplete.
Yeah, it's been 2 days in a row where it's just been raining all day and wind all morning too. And you know, Joan, a former CT surfer himself, he made a quarterfinal. He got a quarterfinal result in Fiji a few years ago. That was his best while he was on the CT. But former ISA world champion, great at beach breaks, Kaipo. And if you remember when he was a junior, one of the most dominant surfers to ever come out of Europe in that junior scene too. And it just seems like the section wasn't really there when he went for that layback snap, as you see when he was coming out of it. Not enough push and release when he actually met the lip line. But two dangerous surfers out there in white and blue. Sykes from South Africa has an incredible air game, and the amount of experience that Joan Deroux has, wouldn't be surprised to see him do well here in Brazil. He did get a quarterfinal finish years ago in Fernando Noronha on the island.
I'd love to see Joan Deroux be victorious here, and only reason is he has an interesting way of celebrating big heat wins.
What is that?
He like punches himself in the head sometimes
Really?
just to win. Yeah, it's a show to see. He's a passionate surfer, Joan Deroux. Here we go. This is our Brazilian competitor in the way of Heitor Mueller. Heitor, much better on his second try out here. Times the backwash, actually gets the fins out the back a little bit on that backhand snap to finish off.
Yeah, it wasn't bad the last one. Maybe the section wasn't as there as he wanted to, but either way, it should be his best wave, no doubt. Decent drop too on the outside. That's a good sized wave for Heitor. Just carves it back right there. Another setup turn right there, but a little bit better when he brings it around Kaipo, more of a rooster tail turn. And as you said right there, ditches the fins outside, so it wasn't a bad finish. But I think when you look at the amount of experience that a lot of these surfers have and the quality of waves that we have out there in the water, a lot of these waves are really going to be tapered down with these scores. I mean, despite the last turn wasn't bad, but you're just seeing the quality of waves out there that are really going to be very precise in the where they're scoring these big sections, Kipes.
So judges setting the scale. We're waiting for scores for Heitor Mueller. So there he is. It's Heitor is coming to the beach. Is this an equipment change, a repositioning? What is going on? He may be running towards the rock to get that little channel there and get sucked back out. The current is running from the left of your screen to the right of your screen. Right. So he's basically running upstream is what we're seeing right here. And he can paddle out by the rock there at Itaúna, and that's where the water's exiting here. So a little bit of a escalator, if you would, to get the surfers back out.
Yeah, and it was the opposite the past few days. It was going south to north. Now it's going north to south, and it's a huge difference, Kipes, especially in the way these surfers are managing their time in the heat. But that's why a lot of them are opting for these big lefts on the outside. This is real Itaúna now. It's not the beach break kind of one. And despite it being a little bit bumpy out there, it's really the main left out there that they're surfing, that most people surf, what, 70 to 80% of the time when they're surfing in Saquarema when it's good. He does have a long run around, though.
Joan Deroux, this is wave number 2. Let's see what he's got going on over here. He went incomplete on wave number 1. Now a series of cutbacks for the French surfer. Inside section steepens up. That's the layback that we wanted to see from Joan Deroux. And just a nice paced approach all the way through. So he's going to take this make and bank some scores for that one.
Should be the best wave of the heat, Kipes, and 22 minutes to go on the clock. Not only has he kind of established his position in the heat right now with this wave, but I also think that he's getting set in terms of his levels of comfort too. Get used to the rail, and you can see right there, number 40 in the rankings, 33 years of age, so he's been around for a long time. But to me, the surprising thing is he really doesn't have a keeper result so far in 5 events.
Yeah, and he wants to get back on the tour because you put a guy like Joan Duru back on the Dream Tour with stops like Pipeline,
Yeah.
stops like Tahiti. He's going to do some damage. Not to mention he's got a brilliant backhand.
Yeah.
So you put him in places like El Salvador, Punta Roca, J Bay,
Sunset Beach.
Oh, Sunset Beach. He's been successful.
So the replay here, nice little setup carve in the pocket, much better second one. Actually brings it all the way back, and then beautiful layback combination right there. So good variation, then another nice wrap to finish. But I think what that wave really had was consistency in the maneuver choice and also the wave selection too. Kind of a frothier one at the beginning, but I really like this combo right here. Brings it back, Kipes, and then sees that this section stands up a bit more and goes for the layback jam right there. Really brings out all the power that this French surfer has. And, you know, personally, I'm a big fan of his style, especially as a goofy footer myself. It's good to see a lot of goofy footers succeed out there too.
Here's Shane Sykes.
Yeah, it seems like he got a decent wave in that mix too. Great first turn right there, Kaipo. And, you know, Shane normally comes from a beach break in Durban, gets to surf new pier quite a bit. But I think most of the time they're usually surfing great rights in comparison to lefts, and gets, you know, a couple of decent turns to finish right there. But it's really just going to be the one beginner that's going to get him a good score. He's switching boards, it seems.
There you go. Yeah, the signal to the beach, and that's the international sign language for board switch. Usually we'll see if he's going to run up to one of his coaches or caddies and do that board switch. Here we go. Rio Waida stroking into this one. He's going to go right. Waida off the bottom, slashes off the top. Big turn, and all of the score is going to leverage off of that one big turn. He's hoping for this wave to reform a little bit on the inside, and this just may be a ride into the beach to do that run around, because it doesn't look like this wave is going to open up anymore.
But a one strong turn on the outside, and, you know, I think for today, with the size of waves that we have out there, that's going to score quite well. And what do you think, Kipes? He probably rode in another maybe 300 yards, just pumping the whole time. And look at him, this kid doesn't get tired. He's in such good shape that he knows that 30 minutes for him ain't nothing out there in the water.
And you know what, Mitchell, we've talked about it before, we're going to talk about it again, is that it's not quantity, it's quality.
Yeah.
So a single big maneuver will oftentimes garner a higher score than a bunch of check turns, 15 check turns to the beach.
Right, it depends on the section too, and that section right there that Rio actually used to his advantage on the right, not only one of the best ones I've seen in this heat, but I think out of the 30 minutes that we got here earlier, probably the best turn I actually saw from the free surfs too. And when I spoke to Shane Sykes a couple of days ago, I asked him what kind of equipment he was going to ride. He said, OG Flyer. I like something that's flat here.
Ooh.
I don't need that much rocker. I need something that's quick and powerful. And it matches power with power out here too with Saquarema.
The Channel Islands OG Flyer, it's got that high bump on it, a generous squash tail.
Yep.
It is a dependable design that's been around in surfing for a couple of decades now. So I'm a big fan of that board choice.
Me too. I told him, like, hey, you just want to go fast? And he's like, yeah, I need that speed for the big sections.
Here he comes up. This is going to be in the next heat. The Rockin' Moroccan, Ramzi Bokayem, is going to be faced up against Keanu Singh, Jan Govea, and Wesley Leche. That's going to be heat 18 in this round of 96.
Yeah, number 14 in the rankings. This is a huge event for Ramzi. He does have an outside chance of qualifying here at Saquarema, but a few people would have to lose and he would have to win the event, so it's going to be a bit tight. But, you know, in terms of him actually qualifying at the end of the season, I wouldn't doubt it. You know, he's a great surfer at Haleiwa, especially if it's big over there. He should be one of the potential favorites moving into finals day. But this heat so far, it seems like Rio's kind of found his place. Got a decent score in the last one, Kaipo.
6-point ride for that one turn for Rio Waida. Opened up with a 3.17. He takes the lead. Shane Sykes, his last score, a 4.63. He opened up with a 4-point ride. Sykes in a solid second place at the moment. Joan Duru needs a 4.07 to go to second in advancing position. Heitor Mueller needs a 5.13 at this moment to go into second and advancing position. Heitor Mueller with first priority. That's the green P by his name. Joan Duru with second priority.
So almost halfway through the heat, and if you look at who kind of has the advantage right now with just the one single turn, Waida has the 6.0, but then both Duru and Sykes have those mid-fours, and Mueller just playing catch-up right now. He does have priority, but to me, with the size of waves, with the amount of wind and chop that there is out there, I don't necessarily think the priority is going to be a huge factor up until the last 4 or 5 minutes, Kaipo. I think it's really just going to be good decision making out there and being on the right waves that come through in these 30 minutes.
I concur. It's not going to happen until the last wave. Some surfers can potentially play defense. Here's the veteran of the crew, Keanu Singh. Not only is he a coach and a supporter, he's also a competitor. He's packed 5 different hats over here because he wears a lot of different hats for a lot of different occasions as far as his roles that he's playing. He's sometimes an athlete supports for Billabong, but right now, all he's going to do is support Keanu Singh because Keanu actually has an outside chance getting back on the championship tour.
Yeah, already had the semifinal finish at Bolito earlier this year. And he has had a lot of success here in Saquarema before, made the final against Wiggly Dantas, I think in 2014. So not only does he have good memories here, I actually think this wave is very beneficial to his style of surfing.
100%, because Keanu Singh's weapon, and we're going to see it in the next heat, is his polished backhand approach on lefts. That's what he used for his maiden championship tour victory over in France. And it was because he's able to put it together on lefts. He's got that top to bottom flow.
100%. And you look at the amount of success that he's not only had at lefts, but at beach breaks too, because he's able to use that backhand to his advantage. His success rate in these kind of heats, especially in 4-person heats, might be one of the highest in both amateur and professional surfing careers.
Yeah, well, you know what? We're halfway through the heat, so this is a perfect time for us to set up a break. We enjoy you joining us. Stick around. We got a full day of surfing here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. We will be right back.
Hello, I'm Leo Waida and I'm 22 years old and I'm from Bali, Indonesia. I grew up watching Kelly, Meg, and then like a lot of professional surfers, and they're always here, you know, in championship tour. So I want to be like them. So this is really important for me. My goal is not only make the tour. I want to become like top 5 or like world champion one day.
Couple of words from Rio Waida, and we talked about him just being a warrior and wanting more. Little interview that we caught up with Rio, and he said just that, confirmed it. You know, he wants to be already setting his goal for his rookie season in the championship tour to be in the top 5. I think that's an achievable goal for Rio. While we were away, this is what happened.
Yeah, 5 points for John Duro on this ride. Kaipo going right, and we know how lethal he is on the backhand here. Nice little combo, and look at this finish too from Joan, straight up into the lip. I'm actually surprised that wave wasn't a little bit higher, but either way, his best wave. And I think what's gonna maybe keep the score down is that first section was maybe a bit flatter than it seemed from the other angle. Nice combo here at the end. I love the way he carves it back and then goes straight up. And you look at the first 5 events, you know, if he requalifies for the CT in 2023, Pipe, Sunset, those are 2 good events back-to-back for him to start.
Shane Sykes floats through that section, clears into some clean water. Open face for a couple of backhand hooks for the South African. Comes through the inside section here, and it just dissipates and tapers into nothing, kicks out. Shane Sykes was looking for a 4.55 on that ride to get into the top 2 and give himself a chance of advancing. But back to that replay that we saw from Joan Duru and that score, that 5-point ride. I want more from the judges. I think that number was undercooked there for Joan Duru. I might as well go on and acknowledge that. Here we go. Replay.
So just a floater to start for Shane, and then he's been kind of hunting these lefts, and this is what the OG flyer does, Kaipo. It just generates speeds in those flat sections. It was a decent combo, but he's still needing the mid-4. Don't see that happening, especially when you compare it to the 5-point ride that Joan had. They're really setting the scale with that wave right there, and anything that is better than that has to be significantly better for sure. And with just over 10 minutes to go, I really want to talk about, you know, how underrepresented South Africa has been on the championship tour as of late. And I just saw Greg Emsley the other day. And I told him, like, hey, who are the next couple of kids that you're seeing coming up out of that region? And he said, my nephew, Daniel Emsley, we have Shane Sykes, and there's this one kid from Jeffreys Bay named Luke Thompson that is an incredible surfer. But I really think that Africa has a lot more to give, and we haven't seen a lot of their successes happen both on the Challenger Series and on the CT with Jordy Smith for quite some time either.
Yeah, we're gonna see more coming from South Africa, I believe. It's just a deep town pool, and really a region where there's a long history in surfing.
100%. 9:45 to go, and it seems like Joan's asking for scores. If there's one piece of advice I could give to a lot of surfers out there this morning, and when conditions are like this, is do not rely on the beach announcers, because despite them doing their jobs most of the time, it is quite hard to listen when it's this windy and this big outside. And it seems like Duru might be having a look here. No, this is actually going to be the local boy Mueller, so takes off. Nice turn right there in the pocket right now, and then wraps it back. May be able to find a combination here at the end, and, you know, has great flow, Kipes, and goes for the little 180 turn right there at the end, slides the fins, and this should help him out. Probably going to better the 3.5, but does need one of the best waves of the heat in order to move up into the top 2 spots. So with 9 minutes to go, don't say he's going to get it right there, but he's at least going to better his situation.
Down to under 9 minutes, and we are waiting for last score for Heitor Mueller, and that will set the situation. We'll take another look at the ride here.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. A good wave selection too. Straight up into the lip right there, and I love his patience on this wave. Wraps it back. So strong combo to begin. More of a setup turn right there on the third, and then eventually was able to ditch the fins once again. He kind of has that turn on lockdown. He's done it twice in a row, and I think the combination at the beginning, especially with the risk factor of doing these 2 turns on the outside, the second carve was just beautiful. Great technique. And, you know, these sections at the end, when the whitewater's coming towards you, they're not as risky because the section doesn't stand up as much. They just look very cool. So I think judges are really going to consider that.
Again, these are 5.68, and the score checks in at a 4.8, so not enough. He's going to remain in 4th. Rio Waida likes giving us some good body language right there of approval. Big backhand snap.
The confidence that he's presenting, it's obviously very noticeable, but I think in terms of him gaining momentum through each and every heat that he's surfing, especially when conditions can change on a whim here in Brazil, you really need to consider that this is one of those guys that is very adaptable. And as he said, he eventually wants to be a top 5 surfer and a world champion in years to come. Looking at the replay here, get a wave selection too. The one big section where he just kind of sets up for the finish right there. So I like the setup turn going straight up into the finish. Nice release when he actually met the lip as well. And this angle is definitely going to show the amount of water that he sprayed with this turn right there, Kaipo. And great technique too, coming off the bottom.
Still waiting for scores for Rio Waida. Let's see if he betters his second score, his second highest score, 3.17. Looks like Rio Waida is going to do just that. And a 4.93 checks in for the Indonesian. And he increases his lead over the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and I don't know if you remember, but Shane Sykes was in this position earlier this year at the Vans US Open of Surfing. One heat where Alan Cleland Jr. was leading the whole time. It wasn't necessarily a super high scoring affair, but he had around 11 points when he was in the lead. And Shane Sykes only needed a score in around the 4-point range. Same thing right now, needs a 4.95. He's within striking distance, and same thing for Mueller. He needs a high 4. So 6 minutes to go. As I said, I don't think priority is really going to be an issue up until the last 4 or 5 minutes. But with time winding down now, I think you're going to see the experience and veteran surfer Joan Deroux move over and maybe cover both Sykes or Mueller. He's got to choose one because
that's the tricky part, isn't it?
Well, I think when it comes down to local surfers, you can't underestimate them, and you don't really have a scouting report on them either, Kipes.
Here we go. Heitor finds a nifty little right. Couple of snaps. He's going to have a little bit more in front of him. Kicks out there. Again, Heitor looking for that 4.78. Your thoughts on that one?
He was on his way. I mean, one section at the end, if it actually would have popped up, I think he was getting the score, and that's what I was talking about, him and Deroux maybe, you know, having a battle here at the end. You know, a decent setup turn right there. I really loved the body language when he actually wrapped it back into the lip, and I think if the section actually would have allowed for a big turn at the end, he probably would have gotten that 5 that he's needing. And here's another angle, Kipes. Shane Sykes was up and riding on the left too, so I think that's why he gave way to Mueller right there. And ooh, unfortunately for Sykes, that actually might have been the wave that he needed in order to get that score close to the 5-point ride.
Here goes Joan Deroux. Deep bottom turn to carve to start. Shouldery wave, and he recognizes that, so he has to kick out. So not going to help his cause there. Quick up and out for Rio Waida. Waida wants to make sure that he stays out there and hopefully not get too far down the priority list. Looks like Shane Sykes likely to get first priority. Maybe Rio Waida will get second. Actually, Heitor Mueller with second priority. So down to just 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Let's check out a recap of the opening heat of the day here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. Rio Waida, as we expected, Mitchell, coming out firing.
Yeah, the best way of the heat right there for just the one single turn from the young Indonesian. And then Deroux was able to get on the board here with a 5-point ride and really solidify his place within the top 2 spots, Kipes. I really love this combination at the end. The one carve right there and that little pump to gain a little extra speed for the last turn. Brilliant surfing from the Frenchman.
Could have went a 6 on that one, I think. Here we go. Rio Waida, though, again, the consistency of performance.
Yeah, and always getting those 11-point, 12-point heat totals, Kaipo. And as you were mentioning consistency, he's been having those kind of heats basically every event that he's surfed in so far this year, whether it's WSL competition or others outside. But with 3:20 to go, Sykes and Mueller are in good positions to advance right now. They're both needing high 4s, let's call it 5s.
Yeah, and we saw that day 1 of competition.
Oh, yeah.
A day of buzzer beaters, a day of changing and guys flipping the heats within the last minute of the 30-minute heats. And Shane Sykes and Heitor Mueller, with first and second priority, have put themselves in that position. Here goes Heitor, and this claws into it. And that would be a priority error.
You mentioned priority a few minutes ago, though. Both Deroux and Waida really misused their priority in those situations, and I felt that when they were in those situations, they didn't need to use them at that specific moment in time. If there's waves coming, maybe just wait and really recognize where your opponents are at. And now Rio's up and riding. He's in the lead, though.
Waida now with room to open up, knowing that he's in the lead, has to skip that section, makes a connection down the beach, bangs the oncoming section for a little redirection to finish off. I don't know if that's going to help his scoreline, but impressive surfing.
For sure, and it'll help his confidence, though. It was a beautiful first turn, great bottom turn, and excellent execution up until the lip line. And looking at the replay here, he's been kind of hunting these rights after he got the 6-point ride, too. I mean, excellent release. Love the way you can actually see those fins when you hit the lip right there. And somehow was able to manage to gain enough speed to kind of add one more in. But I agree with you. I don't know if it's going to better the 4.93. Is it a 5? Maybe, you know, but if it does, just right there. But man, this kid is impressive, Kaipo. I really think he's going to be a great addition to the championship tour.
Yeah, and yet another surfer in the roster with Marcio Zuvi and the whole crew over at Sharp Eye. I mean,
something's working.
They got a they got a very impressive team riders of those Sharp Eye surfboards.
They sure do, and you know, I also want to give a big shout out to everybody at Dark Arts, because a lot of people were doubting those boards, the carbon material, the carbon wrap, and guess what? It won the world championship this year with Felipe Toledo. So, you know, everybody at Sharp Eye, they're doing great work, and it obviously seems like it's paying off for a lot of these surfers too, Kipes.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We're down to under a minute, and the score in for Waida, 4.7, did not change the heat total, but he's in a strong lead right now and in a very confident position for the ending of this heat. Heitor needs something big on this one. Eases into a first backhand snap, loads up, bangs it on the shore break. Is that a 4.78, however, is the question.
If I had to decide right now, I'd probably say no. Personally, I think that blue deserves to advance over green in this instance. I just think, especially with the 5-point ride that Joan Deru had, you know, this is a 4.78 that he's needing, and it's a very close score. It's super similar to both his 4.8 and the 5 that Joan has, but unfortunately for Shane Sykes, time's just going to run out here, and he wasn't able to use priority to his advantage. So this is the replay of Heitor's wave, though, Kipes. The one setup carve with a decent amount of power and then straight up into the lip. You know, if it's a high 3, low 4, I'd say yes all day, but with something close to a 5-point ride, I just don't see it.
Well, you're right, a 4.07, not enough. So Heitor Mueller is going to be bowing out of competition along with Shane Sykes. It is going to be Joan Deru as well as Rio Waida advancing on into the round of 48. There's the numbers at the bottom of your screen. And I have a feeling we should be advancing on into a small commercial break, which we're going to do right now. I promised you a break. We're giving you a break, but we'll be right back with more action from Saquarema. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. And Corona, remember, for every Corona sold, they will recycle a plastic bottle, and they're going to do their goods. As far as recycling, we're expecting to recycle about the end of the year 287 million plastic bottles recycled with the 77 Globes program from Corona. Here we are, Kaipo with Mitchell talking you through heat number 18, round of 96 here in Saquarema, Itaúna Beach to be exact. And we started off here with Jan Govea.
Yeah, just a 217 here for Jan, and second-generation professional surfer. Incomplete right there at the end. The backwash got him, and we didn't see too much of the backwash in the first heat, Kipes. But the tide is rising. We have a high tide at around 1 p.m. this afternoon. And a great heat. Ramsey, Keanu, Wesley Leite, who's a great surfer, and Jan, who has had success here in Saquarema. Remember that one wave he had over at Barrinha a few years ago, Kipes, with the barrel, and then he had that one incredible turn on the backhand with the closeout section. So it's a fun heat. 2 Brazilians up against 2 experienced competitive veterans out there in Bucay and Nasing. And I know a little bit of pride from yourself, having a surfer from the west side of Oahu out there, who is the last surfer from the west side of Oahu actually to qualify for the championship tour, besides Alessa Quizon too.
Yeah, Keanu was saying is exactly what you're talking about. And I kind of got uncle pride too with Jan Govea, because his dad, Fabio, was from my generation of surfers. Ooh, we'll get back to that, because Wesley Leite, that was nice lip glide, and impressive. There's Keanu Singh on the backhand. Unfortunately, he's going to have to deal with a lot of white water on that face, recognizes that, and kicks it out.
I don't mind that approach by Keanu Boy, because with the amount of consistency that we've seen from set waves, I think it's smarter to be on more waves than less. Give yourself opportunities. So really just the one floater on the outside for Anuboy, and then this turn right here by Wesley. Maybe the best one I've seen all morning long. Great amount of speed garner right there, and then explodes on the last section. I really love how it goes more from a floater snap kind of thing right at the end. Great amount of release. And then Ramsey was up and riding 2 Kipes. Great first carve right there. You see the amount of power that he puts up into every turn. Oh man, this kid is on point right now. I can already tell. And you know, you already had a French surfer move through. Now the Moroccan probably gaining momentum from Joan Daru in the previous heat.
Yeah, and I mean, when we look at Ramsey Bukhayam, just a talent that if the big guy gets on the championship tour, he's going to do damage, because he's great in the barrel. The backhand that he has coming from Morocco is incredible, and there's a lot of right points on tour. So if he gets you know, his ticket stamped to the championship tour, look out.
I would say that, you know, based off of the kind of waves that we have on the CT, he's probably a top 10 surfer.
Yeah.
With the amount of power that he puts into every wave too, and
I agree.
Him at Bells Beach, at Margaret River, and those are 2 spots that are difficult for goofy footers too. But I see him succeeding there, and then you obviously have, you know, the one peak that everybody has to overcome, and that's Sunset Beach. But you see him number 14 in the rankings right now, 29 years of age. It says 6 foot right there. I think they're. He's taller than that.
Yeah.
I'm 6'2", and I have to say he's at least my size, if not even taller.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a big guy out there in the water right now, and you can see with the amount of spray that he throws around, he can whip that board around with a lot of speed too, Kipes.
Yeah, and great precision in his surfing. So the numbers coming in slowly for Ramsey, and there you go. Well-deserved. A 6.17 strong start for the Moroccan.
Well, and what's Leite's wave going to come through us, because it's just the one big turn. So you saw the combination versus the one big section of the surfer and green. I'd have to say they're pretty similar, honestly. You know, you definitely want to reward those big sections because there's not a lot of them out there. And I think the consistency that we've seen from the judges in the first 2 days of competition has been great. And there it is, Kipes.
There you go, a 5.83 for Wesley Leite. So one maneuver, one big maneuver. I think that's going to be telling the story of today, and I think a lot of the competitors are going to be taking note of that when they see these scores drop.
Yeah, less is more for sure when it comes to actually surfing on the wave. As I said before, I think Anuboy's strategy in this heat is probably going to catch as many waves as he can out there and give himself those opportunities. He has the same kind of precision, on the backhand as well. 1 or 2 turns is all he needs in order to get those excellent scores. And we've seen it time and time again, Kaipo. This guy knows how to compete out here, especially in conditions like this where he had to surf so many amateur events in Huntington Beach. This is really one of those big days that you're seeing out at HB right now.
Yeah. HB-ish is definitely a beach break, but this place packs a punch as well. it's you can't really tell a lot of times just watching this on the screen if you haven't been here, but this beach break's got a lot of power to it.
You know how Eokai Beach Park kind of gets like that
Yeah.
sometimes? Like it's breaking further out of the back, almost towards Pupukea.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm kind of
Feels it
similarities,
here, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, the current's real. You can see the surfers paddling right now just to kind of stay in place. I mean, there's a lot of water moving out there.
Absolutely.
So it kind of looks like a mushy beach break, but it's got a lot
heavy.
more juice than that.
Yeah, and it's a long paddle back out too. You got to do the run around, and it's not close to shore right now either. And isn't it crazy though? With the first day we were here, it was literally breaking on the sand, and now it's breaking what, at least 300, 400 yards on the outside. It's a long paddle back out.
Yeah, this is the wide playing field here, and really it's decision-making and good wave choice coming through. Here we go. Keanu Singh bangs it on the backhand. That's what we're talking about with that fiery backhand. So one big maneuver, well-timed for Keanu Singh.
Was not an easy section either. That one coming down on him, and good use of second priority right there from Manu Boy. So this should be not only his best wave, I think it's going to be not necessarily comparable to the 6 and the high 5 that we have out there right now, but definitely going to be up there, at least in the high 4s, I feel.
All right, well, Rio Waida, he came up. He already punched the clock, did his work for today. He can take the rest of the day off. Rio is with Maida.
Yes. So first heat of the day, can you give us your perspective from the ocean about the conditions?
The condition is very hard. You know, it's definitely changed a lot. You know, the first 5 days I surfed in here in Brazil was like very small, like almost flat, and then today and yesterday it got a lot bigger and stronger winds and a lot more challenge. But I was ready for any kind of condition, so I'm happy how I did. But I don't know, it was my first heat, so I was kind of nervous. I don't know what to do. I don't know what, and also it was my first heat in the morning, so I don't know what I have to do to get a good score. So, but my game plan was just keep catching wave and keep building score.
Okay, thank you very much, Rio. Congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Maida, and congratulations, Rio Waida. We expected that from him, but as we heard from Tourism Competition, Travis Logie this morning, we're just going to finish off this round for the men. Then we're going to get into women's surfing, and we'll run the first 10 heats of the round, of the opening round for the women.
Yeah, I'm excited to see a few of them compete out here too. You know, with these kind of conditions, I usually think of a lot of people that are better in bigger and heavier surf. Really excited to see Leilani McGonigal compete because she hasn't been able to break the round of 16 so far this season, and she needs a big result in order to qualify for 2023.
Yeah, and you know what? You know who I'm looking forward to out here is going to be heat number 3 of that round of 64 for women. Bronte McCauley will be out in the water, and Bronte, I'm thinking when I'm looking at the conditions, this is going to favor her.
100%, I agree with that too. I remember the one year she won a 6-star event in Los Cabos. I think it might have been 2016. It was quite big, but conditions were great. It was stormy. I would have to say the left was probably similar to the right over there in terms of the actual wave face. She does usually have a better backhand than a forehand, though. So we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. It's going to be fun.
Anu boy, Keanu Singh. And that was almost a carbon copy of his last wave. So one hit on the backhand, bit of a lip glide, and we will see what the number turns out for Keanu Singh.
Yeah, so the last one was a 3-4-3. I expect this number to be better. I mean, the amount of spray, power that he put into it, it was a great technique from Manu Boy, and you can see the drone angle right here from the back. Look at how high that spray came out of the water right there. And for a small guy, he definitely doesn't seem like he would have that much power, but he's got it. And that's West Side all day for you right there, Evan Beach.
And the other thing is, I mean, Keanu has been famous for his saying heart over height. And the illustration of the big surfing that Keanu Singh's able to do just goes back to, like, sometimes it doesn't matter the size of the surfer. It really is about the technique in which and your body mechanics in which you're able to tilt your board, use your rail, and time your turns.
I think another thing that we haven't really spoken about when it comes to Keanu is that he moved away from Eva Beach what, 5, 6 years ago, maybe around the same time I moved back to California too. And if I'm honest, I think moving to Cali was actually beneficial for her surfing, especially living in San Clemente now. The amount of skills that you're gaining surfing with those people each and every day, the amount of great surfers that you're having, the consistency of the waves, being able to surf lowers on almost a daily basis, and obviously having a job now with Billabong too is something great for him. But, you know, I expect him to not only have a great shot of getting a good result here, but qualifying for Haleiwa, and then maybe even qualifying for the CT again in 2023. It's funny because he wasn't even supposed to surf in Bolito and got a semifinal finish. So we got 17 minutes to go. Bukaim in second, and Leche in third with priority. He already has the 5.83 for the one turn. Jan Gouveia with just the 2.67. And as you were saying, second generation professional surfer is Gouveia. He traveled with his father, Fabio. And he's been around for a long time, too. Knows what he's doing out there in New Jersey.
Yeah, I think, I want to say Fabio Gouveia, actually, when we look at the history of surfing, was the first Brazilian to win a major championship tour event. That was 1990 over at Sunset. Wesley Leite now up and riding. And just needs to work this way over to the inside. Nice effort from the Brazilian here. Not done yet. Gets a little bonus inside tail release. So staying busy, connecting the dots, getting it done.
That was a blue collar wave right there. Kaipo really maximized every single section that he had. And boy, he worked for that score, that's for sure. Only needs a 0.35 to move up into second. I mean, he just needed to stand up to get that score. Takes the lead with a 3.43 here. And as I said, he definitely had to work for this one. Goes up into the lip right there. I love this one carve right there, the wrap back. But I think what judges really considered on this wave was that most of these sections were very flat. They never offered up a lot of risk. How's this cool little turn at the end right here, though, where he kind of drifts the fins and slides in the back? That was cool.
Yeah. And that's kind of I like the tenacity a lot of times you see from the Brazilian competitors on just never give up. Stick with the wave all the way until basically till the fins start dragging on the sand.
And a lot of the best coaches out there will always tell you commit to the waves that you're actually catching to. That's exactly what we saw right there. Was a person that always saw that wave had potential for a decent score. It's a cool little turn at the end too. Reminds me of Corey Lopez, that one turn where he always slid the fins forward. Corey and Shea both had that one turn on lock.
Nice scenic view of the beach here in Saquarema. We're here at Itaúna, and back in the distance in the background, you can see Barinha right at the rocks there at the bottom where the river mouth opens up. Another great break. 14 minutes and 30 seconds on the countdown here. Wesley Leite out in the lead. Ramzi Bukaim, he's a second wave. That could change everything. We'll find out when we come back with the conclusion of Heat 18 here at the Corona Saquarema Pro.
My name is Ramzi Boukhiem. I'm from Morocco and I'm 28 years old. Well, I've been doing this for quite a long time now, so I've been kind of close a few times and I feel really confident. I know that I can mix it up with these guys up there, so that's why I keep doing it. It's time for me, you know, I'm 28, turning 29. I feel like I'm in my prime, you know, physically, mentally, and in my surfing, so it's time for me to get up there and show the people that I can mix it up with these guys too, you know. It's time to prove it.
Yeah, we believe in you, Ramzi. Ramzi Boukhiem, a great surfer out of Morocco, and currently holds a single high wave score in this heat. He's currently in third place, but that's going to change as soon as he gets to his feet. 6.17 so far to his credit. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. It's Kaipo and Mitchell talking you through this morning's happenings, and we got a full day of surfing on the schedule today.
It's incredible the amount of success that he's had coming from a non-surfing country and having the kind of relevance that he's had over the last decade. So props to Ramzi. He needs another score in this heat done, and this was during the break, Kaipo. Great turn right there from Jan, but just the one. But he put in a lot of power into that one. And Anu Boy finding a little shade on the right. Little cover up and just in and out basically for Keanu. Not a bad little section right there for Keanu Boy though.
And Ramzi looking to back up that 6.17, but that wave I would underperform for Ramzi Boukhiem.
Well, and it's kind of the curse when you have priority, when you already have that one good score and you're not able to find that backup. He doesn't need much though. I mean, only a 2.33.
I jinxed him. Yeah, and he got a 0.9 on when he went to, you know, got back on his feet. So what you would think would be an elementary ask for Ramzi Boukhiem to go up into the lead, already having that once big score on his single wave. Now he's in the back of the priority, so a little bit more difficult. Good news for Ramzi's got over 10 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and when I still competed, I made sure that I was listening to the whole situation out there when the announcer was able to say the scores. How are the other competitors in the heat faring against me too? Because I need to be aware of what they have in their score line in order to maybe get something better and facilitate things in order for me to move through too. And I can assure you that both Leche and Asing are doing that right now. And guess who's coming up?
Panda, 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 Panda. Looking like designer right there. William Cardoso is going to be coming up in the next heat, along with Imai Kalani DeVault and Levi Slauson, as well as
Carlos Munoz.
Carlos Munoz. Kali is going to be out there.
Ooh, a slip right there, and bad use of priority from Wesley. So that's going to change things for sure, Kipes. I mean, just under 10 minutes, you misuse priority, and now Keanu Asing, who doesn't need much to take the lead of 4.2, and he's looking to better the 3.43. This is a huge chance for him to move up into the lead, and knowing that Ramzi has the second best, or the best wave of the heat, excuse me, the 6.17, he doesn't need much to overtake Keanu. So if I were the surfer in blue right now, I'd be looking to get my best wave in these next 9 minutes, Kipes. Ramzi, though, needs a 2.33. Gouveia needs a 5.33. Had the one big carve on the forehand, and now Keanu Boy having a look, going left. Great first turn right there. And might be able to fit in one more. He does. So excellent execution right there for Keanu, and I think what he's been doing so far in this heat, you've really seen him not only solidify his 2 scores, but also understand that he has 3 other great surfers in the water that could easily overtake that first place position. And looking at the replay here, beautiful first turn up and over the white water, and then an even better second one too. So I expect this to replace the 3.43 by a decent margin, and might even take the lead right here. Only needs a 4.2 for that, Kipes.
Yeah, so we'll see. We're waiting for the last score for Keanu Asing. Dad Tommy just messaged us, and he said 11 years in San Clemente for
11
for Keanu Asing. And thanks for watching, Tommy. Here we go. Ramzi Boukhiem. There, nice paced approach, was patient to get to that section. Now opens up 2 big bangers in the backhand, and we're going to see if that does the job for him. He needs a 3.09 to go into second place. Keanu Singh just scored a 5.03. Keanu takes the lead. Wesley Leche drops to second. Ramzi Bukayam needing a 3.09 to take that second place standing off of Wesley Leche, and I think he got the job done.
And Jan real quick there, excuse me, Kipes, with 7 minutes to go. I agree. It's going to be more than the 3.09 that Bukayam needs. He's probably going to take the lead on this wave too right here, but how about the execution from Keanu Singh too, getting another 5 in the score line. And this wave from Ramzi was hard to serve. Took him a while to get back up into the open face. Little wrap there to start, but the finish was beautiful. Straight up into the lip, great technique. Nice and vertical, and he was stoked on it too. This angle right here definitely going to show you the depth of the bottom turn for the second one. Just sets it up right there. But look at how much distance he covers right there on that second bottom turn. Great wave by the Moroccan surfer in red. He should move up into the top 2 easily.
Yeah, still waiting for that number. Could take the lead. Ramzi Bukayam, so we will see.
And
what do you say, Bukayam or Bukayam?
How does he say it?
Bukayam.
Bukayam? Okay. Ramzi Bukayam.
We're getting our Moroccan on right now.
We are. I've never been to that part of the world yet, but
I'm waiting too.
To come.
I'll come over with the proper invite. Here we go. Wesley Leche, some foamy face, and opening up with, this is kind of a bit of a cappuccino on this ride. But feeling confident with that. Leche needs just a 4.27 to get into second place. And we'll see what the number comes in. The number did come in for Ramzi Bukayam at a 4.73, so Ramzi up to the lead. Replay here of Wesley.
Well, it wasn't a bad wave. I just don't think the wave quality was there for the 4.27 that he needs. The first wrap, then a little touch right there, and then eventually drifts the fins again right there with the finish. And he was stoked on it. I just don't see it being the score that he requires in order to move up into the top 2. I think Keanu's waves are definitely better than this, and I think Leche is going to need one more wave in order to overtake the top 2 spots. And for how the wave was, though, he destroyed it. But I just think the wave quality wasn't there, Kipes. They're going to keep the score well down. But how about Gouveia? He hasn't had anything so far in this heat besides the one strong carve, as we saw Anuboy there. Once again, just the one turn, but he's looking to better another low 5. Let's see if he can do it.
Jan Gouveia now flying above him on this right, and a nice little lip glide there. Good timing for Jan Gouveia. So we really got, this is going to be a tight heat. We're inside the 5-minute mark, 4.5 minutes on the countdown, and things are going to tighten up when we look at the scores.
Well, he needs close to a 7. Don't see that being the score, but it should be his best. Here's the replay. Just a little foam climb to start things off, and a great finishing turn, and that's what he's known for, those big up and down maneuvers where he gets a little bit inverted at the end too. 4 minutes to go, though. It is going to be a close finish, though, Kipes.
Hey, let's check out our heat recap and see how we got here in the second heat of the day. Opened up with Ramzi Bukayam with a nice display on the forehand.
Yeah, this is the best wave of the heat so far, 6.17. Beautiful combination right there. Look at the body torque that he has on that second turn, and a decent finish too. And then Anuboy right here, just the one strong turn, but it's been his best wave so far, 5.07 for the work on the backhand. Heart over height all day for Keanu Singh, and then Bukayam was able to recover first place with this wave right here, a 4.73, and it took him a long time to get to the open face, but he made it count when he did. Great second turn right there, and I love the way he executes the bottom turn here at Saquarema, which kind of matches power with power right here with Ramzi.
On the run back up the beach, this is Wesley Leche. He's going to hear that his last wave score, a 3.2, was not enough to get him into the top 2. Leche still needing a 4.27 at the moment. Last score for Jan Gouveia, 4-point ride. Jan needing a 6.1 to go into the top 2. We're under 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 50 seconds counting down.
If I'm one of the surfers that are in the top 2 spots right now, I'm not even moving a muscle.
Don't move. Yeah.
Let the other surfers recover priority, be aware of where they are, but if the best wave comes through, I want to be on it and take away those opportunities from those surfers.
I like it when you got the coaching hat on, Mitchell, because that's actually, I mean, hey, look it, put the jersey on, it's a game. You got to play the game, and that's part of playing the game.
Take your ego out of it, too.
Yeah.
Don't be one of those proud surfers out there. You know, you don't need to better your scores.
How many times have we seen that?
Oh,
Take your ego out of it. That's like a really, really good statement to have, because guys want to put on a show, but sometimes it's just like to have the maturity to hold back, be disciplined within these last 2 minutes, and defend your lead. Now it's time for Ramsey and Keanu, defend your lead.
And look, you're in a foreign country most of the time. You've traveled a long way. How many boards did you bring? How's your conditioning? Like, there's so many environmental factors and internal factors that you need to take into consideration too. And a lot of people don't look into that, Kipes. And we've been around for a long time. We know what we're doing, but a lot of these surfers, they're novices. And you can't be thinking that way, okay, I'm going to go out there, explode every heat. No. All you need to do is make heats. How do you think Keanu Asing made it onto the championship tour? And why do you think he's been so successful?
Well, here is Jan Govea looking for a 6.1. He's going to have to surf his heart out on this wave. The tapered wall is not working in his favor. Nice bank at the beginning, and just works it over. I don't know if this wave has the number in it, however.
First turn wasn't bad, though. First turn wasn't bad, but, you know, it's comparable to the fives that Keanu had, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Is it good surfing already, though? Is it touching the 6-point range? We're going to have to see the replay and really analyze that right there with 60 seconds to go. I mean, if Keanu Boy did see that Young got on a wave, though, might be a smart time to actually catch a wave just to make sure that you're actually bettering.
Just in case.
Yeah. Well, he did that. So went right on this one, Kipes, but just the one turn on the forehand. Get a recognition, though, and that's where you see those surfers with a lot of experience do that at the end. And, I mean, that was a great turn from Jan. A decent second one, too. More of a setup, though. He didn't really bring it all the way around. I don't see it being the 6.1 that he needs, but should be his best, though. I think it betters the 4-point ride.
Well, we're just 15 seconds, and Jan Govea on the beach with Thiago Camaral talking it over. Still waiting for the score for Jan Govea. Needs a 6.1, and the score is going to come under that number.
And so the get wave selection of Bukiem kept him in first place for most of the heat, a 6.17 and a 4.73, and he only needed to catch 3 waves in this heat to make it through in 30 minutes. Very impressive, Kipes.
That's how you dominate a heat, is economy of effort, and that's exactly what Ramsey Bokiam has done in this heat. Number in for Jan Govea, a 4.2, not enough. Wesley Leche, he got a final wave, a 3.07. That did not change the situation at all. And the numbers popping up here. You can see 6.17, 4.73 for Ramsey Bokiam. All done in just 3 waves ridden. Keanu Asing got his job done out there too. He's going to move into the round of 48. We're going to move on to a little break, but don't worry. We're going to be back with more from the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil.
I mean, it's been such a crazy year because, you know, after 12 years trying to qualify, I finally qualified. And, oh, man, it's super hard, though. You know, it's heartbreaking because I thought I was going to surf in those places that I dreamed my whole life to be on it, and just got taken away from me, though. It's a shoulder injury, and then I hurt a pipe, you know, in the first event of the year. It's just something that I think is going to make me stronger, and I'm going to come positive, though, to try to be more warrior than I was before, though. I just want to be inspiration to be a very human, though. So I'm going to try to be in the championship tour, and then I hope I qualify, though. Again, you know, like in these life challengers, I feel like I'm going to win one, so I'm going to work hard to do it.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with Kaipo Guerrero. Heat 19 of the round of 96 in the water. Imai Kalani DeVault in red. Whelan Cardoso, former champion out here in blue. Levi Slauson in the white. And Carlos Munoz, as you saw on screen right there from Costa Rica, he's in green Kipes.
Yeah, Carlos Munoz. We heard a little bit of a story from him. Always grinding. Finally made that championship tour in 2022. Hurt his shoulder in the first event of the season. He's healed up. He's back in action. And he wants another opportunity to be on that championship tour, and the way he earns it is right here on the Challenger Series.
And how crazy is it with the amount of injuries that we had at the beginning of this year?
Hey, I mean, yeah, we can talk about Lob, Liam O'Brien.
Yeah.
Didn't even get a
Callanan.
chance.
Yeah.
Didn't even get a chance. You know, qualified for the championship tour, hurt himself the day before at Pipeline, the day of. And but now he's looking pretty good to requalify. This guy's had a taste of the championship tour. This is William Cardoso, the Panda, and that wave just didn't have enough for him. Right here, Levi Slauson, crisp backhand, getting a little release off the top there, so he's going to bank on that for the score, that one turn. Imai Kalani DeVault on the replay. Big snap on the backhand as well, and Imai kicking out. So judges owe us a few scores, and we'll update you.
Well, Imai gets a 5.5. You see Slauson there running back up the beach with his coach, Matt Myers. One of the better coaches around the world right now. Kaipo, originally from Santa Cruz, California, resided in Costa Mesa for a long time. Former Rip Curl teams and promotions manager, and now one of the coaches to the stars out there. Imai DeVault, only the second surfer to qualify for the championship tour from the island of Maui besides Dusty Payne. He's looking to requalify for 2023, and you know, he's within striking distance. Kaipo will need a good result here and then Haleiwa. We know how dangerous he is, though, in bigger sized waves.
Yeah, that familiarity that he's going to have at Haleiwa, but first he really needs a finish here. He really needs a great result to set himself up for that final event of the Challenger Series. Flying by here, and you can see the playing field today at Itaúna.
It's a big one, that is for sure. Mostly the left being used today, though, Kaipo. We have seen a couple of decent rights in people's scorelines. More impressively, Rio Waida, a former champion out there in blue, though, Willing Cardoso. He won here in 2010. That was a qualifying series event. And the young Levi Slauson from Encinitas, California. San Diego has a couple of great surfers coming up the ranks themselves. Rylan Rubens, another person from La Jolla. But how about the comeback story from Carlos Munoz, too? Born in Nicaragua, has been raised most of his life in Costa Rica, though. And the surfer from Esterillos looking for consecutive results in order to requalify for 2023.
Yeah, Carlos Munoz, a great guy, great energy to him. When you talk about Pura Vida, he's that personified husband, father. I'm a big fan. I want to see number 54 back on the tour.
So do I, and he has the afro to go along with it, too. 24 minutes on the clock, so Imai Kalani DeVault opens up with a 5.5 and a 1.77. And then you see Pandina's stats right now, number 27 in the rankings. He's up there in age, though, has been around for a long time. One of the oldest rookies to qualify for the championship tour. He does have a championship tour event win to his name, though. That was at Uluwatu.
That was at the makeup event at Uluwatu for the Margaret River Pro. Beat Julian Wilson in that final, I believe. And that was an epic event. I mean, it happened as a makeup in the and we basically had the Indonesian league that year.
I loved it personally.
But maybe go back to Uluwatu. Wow.
Well, here's Carlos Munoz in the green jersey, his first wave. Great combination on the back end there. Beautiful release from the Costa Rican surfer. And Central America hasn't had many surfers on both the qualifying series or the challengers really succeed as much as this man has done. And now Pandinha releasing and throwing a lot of spray with that first turn. And as we mentioned before, Kaipo, this may be the last event we see him compete in on the WSL Tour.
Yeah, Cardoso, he was pretty vocal about the fact that if he didn't qualify this year, this was going to be it. But look at this on the replay. This is power personified. Timing, buckets of spray, and you can see the intent of William Cardoso.
It's a little Johnny Boy Gomes right there for you from Pandinha. That should be a decent score. It seems like Ramsey Bukiem was actually very stoked with his performance, as we're seeing the replay of Carlos Munoz here too. The 1-2 punch right there, Kipes, and seems like Bruno Bocayuva has Ramsey down there on the beach. Take it away, Bruno.
Thanks, Mitch. Hey, Ramsey, you seem to like this kind of conditions, like a lot of volume, a lot of water moving, yeah?
No, I like, for sure. First of all, I'm super stoked to be back in Brazil. I always had a good relationship with Brazilians on tour, and just the vibe here in Brazil, I really like it. I've had pretty good results in Brazil in the past, so I'm stoked to be back. And yeah, Saquarema, actually, the last time I was here was, I think, 2013, when my brother Mark, he came second. And it was big and it was pretty nice. I like this type of waves. Today it's still a little bit windy and hard to find. But once you get on the wave, I feel like it suits my surfing. I like this kind of conditions. Even yesterday I got a couple waves at the back, and hopefully it cleans up a little bit throughout the week and we still have those open faces to do big turns.
And how about representing Morocco in a big stage like this?
I mean, I've been doing it for a few years now, you know. So yeah, always proud, man, always proud. And but I didn't reach my goal yet, so keep pushing, and then I'll be even more proud.
All right, thanks a lot. See you next time. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Bruno, and parabéns to Ramsey. As he mentioned before, one of his best friends, Mark Lacomar, ended up second place here in 2013 to none other than Mitch Colburn. Believe it or not, Kaipo, the last 6 people that have been victorious on both the QS level and Challenger Series level, it was known back as a 6-star prime, have all been goofy footers here in Saquarema.
Yeah, let's go through that list. In 2011, Kai Otten. 2012, Matt Wilkinson. Mitch Colburn. 2013, 2014, Wiggly Dantes took the win over here. 2015, Alex Ribeiro. And then we just saw on the QS, the Saquarema Surf Festival, that just happened a couple of weeks ago, Miguel Tudela took out a big win.
A huge win for Peru, too, as they not only have had to surf against the South Americans their whole lives and their whole careers, but Miguel Tudela looking good to qualify for the Challenger Series in 2023 as well.
Impressive when we talk about Miguel Tudela, when we look at the South American qualifying series. 4 events, 4 wins for Tudela.
That is impressive.
And we talk about the qualifying series, and we can explain now, we got a little bit of a lull, but the path. So this is the Challenger Series. This is the path to the Championship Tour. To get onto the Challenger Series, you have to qualify out of 7 different regions that the World Surf League has. Australia, Oceania, North America, South America, Africa, Hawaii, Asia, and Europe. Those are the 7 regions. You qualify within your region. You find yourself on the Challenger Series. You find yourself on the Challenger Series. That's when you have a shot at making the Championship Tour.
Yeah, not only qualifying within their first year, too. A couple of people last year when we actually had the Challenger Series for the first time. But talk to us about the difference this year in the Challenger Series when we only had 4 events last season, and you actually had to qualify for the last event of the season, which was at Haleiwa.
Yeah, so last year was kind of a makeup year, so you got to keep a result from 2020 in 2021. We'll get back to that because Kali's up and surfing.
He is. Munoz now on a right. Great wrap right there. Already has a 517 on the left. And looking for a strong finish right here. Maybe setting up for a couple of more turns. This wave offering up a lot of sections. Great body torque right there with the 1 carve to finish off. And I don't know about you, Kipes, but it seems to me like he has lost some weight out there. He looks a lot leaner in the water.
Oh, Carlos Munoz.
Yeah.
I think he's just got that fire, you know, like he said in the interview, he didn't get that chance. Here we go, Kali. Nice little layback there. Carves on the open face, eyes up this finishing section. Long bottom turn, quick snap, wants to fit in another one. Gets one more turn in, so worked over this wave, Carlos Munoz. And he's going to jump into the top 2, if not the lead, with that last ride.
Has a 5.17 already. Slauson with a 5.43. Cardoso with just the one turn, a 6.27. And Imai, the surfer from Maui in red, only with the 5.5 to begin with. You were talking to us about the Challenger Series.
Yeah, so the Challenger Series, you had a carryover, but we only had 4 events in 2021, and you took your top 3 results out of that. So it was a condensed year. But now we have a full year going on with 7 events. You take your top 4 results. We will reduce the field, however, into the final, stop number 7 on the Challenger Series, the Haleiwa Pro. We're going to reduce the field. We'll have 80 men there and 48 women. So that's the story within the story. You need a result here in Saquarema to even make the cut to get your invite over to Haleiwa.
And that's not even counting the Championship Tour surfers that would like to surf in the event either. So we did see a Championship Tour surfer take out the win last season. That was John Florence. Wouldn't be surprised to see him compete against this again this year, excuse me. 17 minutes on the clock. Munoz drops a 5.9, his personal best in this heat. As you said, Kaipo, that moves him up into the lead. They vault down to second. Cardoso has the 6.27. That is the best wave of the heat so far. And the young surfer from San Diego, California, Levi Slauson, with priority, has a 5.43 for just the one turn. Loves to spend a lot of time in Baja California as well. Great surfing family. And this kid has all the tools he needs in order to qualify as well. Great all-around surfer.
I agree.
Let's see if we have a little chat with actually Imai's coach down there, Maida, with Pedro Robalino.
Thank you. Yes, I'm here with Pedro Robalino. So, it's the first time for Imai here in Itaúna. How did you prepare him for this challenge?
We came kind of early. We went to Rio, got some waves in Praia, some waves at Macumba. You know, like get them used to the time zone and everything. So Imai's really ready to go. He got like a sick board right now in the water. He's been surfing here every day since we arrived to Saquarema, and he's pretty ready. Like, he's never been so prepared physically. Oh, he's getting it right now. And yeah, we're trying to get a second turn on this wave. He didn't land the second one, but yeah, he's doing good. I think the judges are loving the way he's surfing. He got a 5.5 for just one turn in the first wave. And yeah, trying to get the second one right now. And I think Imai's these kind of guys that can get big scores with like 1 or 2 big turns. And that's the strategy here, find solid waves and get those big turns so we get rewarded with the scores.
Okay, thank you very much, Pedro. I'll let you do your job. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Maida. And Pedro Robalino, one of the more underrated coaches out there. Kipes, he's been living on the island of Maui for many years now and has actually been very successful when it comes to coaching here in Saquarema.
What's happening here? Well, first we'll check out the replay. William Cardoso. Big snap on the backhand. Panda breaking off a couple branches there. Looks for more on the inside. Powerful surfing from William Cardoso. And he's going to bring this one all the way into the beach. Why not? Little forehand snap. Checks the time. He's going to get a good score for that.
And here's another angle of the replay, Kipes. The first turn, you loved it.
Oh, I loved the power there and the timing. Great mechanics in his surfing. And then, again, we talked about never giving up on a wave. Cardoso sticks with this one. Weaves through into the shore break. Little change of direction there. And gets a bonus snap on the shorey.
I'd be lying, Kaipo, if I didn't say that Kung Fu Panda was one of my favorite movies.
It's one of mine, too.
He has a 6.27, and how's the crowd supporting him right now?
Hey!
Look at the T-shirts, too.
The Brazilian teamwork in effect right here. This is the Panda squad, and this is important because We talked about the potential retirement from William Cardoso, but we're not going to let him retire if he keeps on making heats. So that's what the squad wants. The squad wants him to keep on making heats. That way we do not, we'll see more of the Panda.
And everybody out there in the área de atletas do Banco do Brasil having a good time too. Leo Fioravanti, he'll be coming up. And he already qualified for the championship tour as well, here with his coach, Richard Dog Marsh. 13 minutes ago, and Munoz in the lead, but we're still waiting for Cardoso's score. It comes in as a 5.1. That catapults him up into first place. DeVault down to third, and Levi Slauson with priority needing a 5.65. Just under 13 minutes ago. Don't go anywhere. The Corona Saquarema Pro coming right back from beautiful Brazil.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, and by Banco do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Welcome back to beautiful Saquarema for the Corona Pro Saquarema presented by Banco do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar, Kaipo Guerrero with you for heat number 19 of the round of 96. The men out there in the water right now. William Cardoso with the lead, a former champion out here in 2010. Carlos Munoz looking to requalify. He is in green and in second place. The former CT surfer from Maui, Imai Kalani DeVault in third. And this was during the break. Carlos Munoz have been riding again, Kipes.
Let's see what Carlito has for us. Nice, spicy little air reverse there. And that was just to show some board control. Not going to be one of his top two, however, but I like just staying busy out there.
The variation, too, a 4.63 for that one. And they're bringing out the Al Pacino this morning. Carlito's way right there. By Cali. Levi Slauson still in fourth, needing a 5.65. He's only caught 2 waves so far, Kipes, but time is winding down, and he's been very selective. He did do the runaround earlier this morning, and Matt Myers probably gave him some good advice, maybe told him to sit out there and catch the next best wave.
Well, it's quality over quantity, Mitch, and we saw Ramzi Bukhayam come through his heat, win his heat, and he only got to his feet 3 times. So, when, you know, if you can play the priority game, hang on to that priority, and then when you pull the trigger, you got to make sure that wave counts, especially when you're being that selective.
And Slauson hasn't had the kind of success that he would have liked to have had this year on the Challenger Series so far. Did well in one of the last events of the season in order to qualify through his region in North America. That was in the Dominican Republic, where Manuel Selman, the local boy, actually won the event at home in Cabarete. But Levi has been through many different programs within USA Surfing, NSSA, Western Surfing Association, and etc. And it's all led to this moment. He has 9 minutes in order to get that 5.65 that he needs. But how about the Cinderella story right now? William Cardoso, which could be his last event ever surfed in professional surfing, in the lead right now. and looking to qualify for Haleiwa too. He said if he does qualify for Haleiwa, he will go over to Hawaii.
He'll do some damage there, and he can do some damage here. A former former event winner here right at Itaúna, had the whole group of Brazilian support run up the beach with him. Took about 10 minutes to get back out there, but he's hanging on to the lead. 8 minutes on the clock, and here we go.
Carlitos up and riding again, just real quick in and out. And I don't know if we could get one of those shirts for us too, but I'm gonna request one. I'm gonna see if we can get some printed, and maybe even make a little profit off of that. That could earn some money afterwards. It could definitely go up in price once it becomes a collector's item. That is for sure. 7:40 to go. And Imai's also been very patient so far. He has caught 5 waves though and just dropped to 4.4 Kipes.
Yeah, you can see Imai just waving to the beach, trying to get the update from the on-site announcers to know the time and his requirement. He'll hear that he needs a 5.58 to go into second and advance out of this heat.
What were some of the comforts that you had competing out there in the water, or something that maybe brought you closer to the ground? As we're going to get back to that, Kaipo, because Carlos up and riding again, just another in and out. He is in second, though. It seems to me like he knows the dangers that both Devalde and Slauson present to him.
Yeah, well, comfort's out in the water. I mean, I'm not calling myself old. I'm going to call myself established. But when I was my pro career, you did not have live scoring. So you found out when you got onto the beach if you made it out of the heat or not. It's a whole different game. But now, you know, live scoring, priority. It's the best time where the best surfers win heats. You know, top 2 waves. It's really set up, and the evolution of pro surfing and the evolution within the World Surf League, I take my hat off because it gets better every single year. You can see the need for Imai on the screen, and it looks like Imai is going to go.
Yep, the Hawaiian had a look right there. Doesn't seem like that will be deemed a paddle, though. So do you think that relying on instinct is still one of the best pieces of advice you could give to somebody out there?
100%, because you can't always count on your on-site announcers getting that information to you. There could be a weather issue, could be a technical issue. It blows me away, honestly, how many surfers do not wear a watch out in their heat, and they count on the beach announcer to tell them how much time they have left in their heat. A watch is a very simple thing to strap to your wrist and start at the beginning of the heat, and that way you're not going to put yourself in a situation where you don't know the time.
That's a great point. It doesn't weigh that much either. It doesn't take away anything from you in terms of balance and whatnot. And I actually think you bring up a great point. I remember Julian Wilson a few years ago when he was actually contending for the World Championship in 2018. Many times he was asking for time, and he didn't have a watch on. It was very absurd to me.
And he would get frustrated with the on-site announcers for not giving him the time. But I mean, you can't. There could be a technical difficulty. You know, there could be sometimes onshore wind. The sound's not going to get out to you. Yeah, so.
And that's a factor that is within your control and your grasp, too. So I think that's a great piece of advice. Actually, wear a watch out there. They're very cheap. Here's the heat recap, Kipes. It's been all Willian Cardoso so far. He's in the lead with a 6.27 and a 5.1.
Panda breaking off a branch there with that big snap on the backhand, showing some power. Cardoso in the lead, but guess what? Carlos Munoz with a couple of moves of his own, worked over this way, 4 turns to the beach. Carlos Munoz, this is a 5.17 for this effort.
A working man's wave, you could say, Kipes. But then Willian Cardoso was able to get his backup score of 5.1. After this, he did the runaround, too.
I love this turn right here. Bang! Tons of spray out the back. Sticks with this wave, has to hippity hop through the flat section, but no problem for Willian Cardoso. A little redirect on the inside. Why not? Earned a couple extra points. Let's go right. Throw a snap. Get a score. 5.1 for that one.
And drops in a 5.1 as you were mentioning, but it's really the 6.27 that has him in the lead at the moment. Here's San Diego's Levi Slauson in 4th. He needs a 5.65, and the young Californian out there only caught 3 waves so far, including this one. So this is an important wave for him. Here's Carlos but higher priority with Willian Cardoso. So an interesting situation right there. Munoz had second priority, but did Cardoso paddle for that wave too?
Yeah, he lost it. But we're going to switch again. Imai just gained priority and just used priority. So the graphics are catching up to what's happening in the water because it's happening at fast pace, open priority right now, and scores needed for Imai as well as Levi.
Man, it didn't seem like Devault really selected the wave that he wanted to either right there. He maybe didn't think that he was in the rotation anymore for priority. This is Slausen's last Kipes.
Yeah, Levi, Slausen. Nice couple of carves on the backhand, and the wave just gives up on Levi. He's looking for a 5.65, and we're waiting for that number.
Just under 3 minutes to go. Now Cardoso actually recovers priority, and Slausen's score going to be underneath the requirement. It seems like it's going to be in the 4s. Still, though, I mean, if you would have had the one section at the end, it's a 4.53. Probably would have made it a bit more competitive right there at the end. Devault still needing the 5.58 in 4th. And we know the incredible air game that Imai has, but it's really been the technical surfing on rail that has catapulted him up into the big part of the rankings. Here's a big drop from Carlos Munoz. Mistimes that first section. It's just going to be a throwaway for Cali. 2:20 to go, Kipes. And I'm interested to see and know where Imai Devault is.
There he goes. You can see him paddling. He's definitely going to be trolling the lineup as we catch up from above. Second priority with Imai. It's going to give himself a chance. What's he need? 5.58.
Just under 2 minutes to go, and things are getting interesting right here. Cardoso, the former champion, a lot of experience on the championship tour and on the qualifying series for many years. Had many runner-up finishes on the qualifying series when he was still doing that. And we're just down to 90 seconds to Slausen doesn't need much. I mean, both Levi and Imai needing scores that are very similar, almost exactly the same. And Carlos Munoz, let's see if he recovers third priority and is able to maybe block Slausen on the opportunity that he has out there with 80 seconds remaining. But Imai, though, we talk about one of the best talents to come out of the Hawaiian Islands in recent years. This is one of these kids. He can perform anywhere, big, hollow waves, mushy beach breaks, a different adaptive beach breaks like this one. And there's a shirt that Willian Cardoso had printed for this event.
That's a good
Is he being taken away by police officers in that shirt too? And he's doing it with a smile as well. I'm telling you, Kaipo, I'm gonna get my hand on one of those shirts before this event ends. It's gonna be a relic for me. 45 seconds though. Devault with second priority needs that mid-5. Slausen gets third priority though, and guess what? This is a game changer though, because Carlos Munoz in second can no longer defend and maybe block Slausen from an opportunity here with 30 seconds to go though. The real question though, as time is their biggest adversary, will a wave come through in these last 20 seconds? So far, nothing on the horizon. Maybe something here for Slausen. He's got to go on this. He's having a paddle. Boy, and he had higher priority than Carlos, and he let him go. Nice floater there from Munoz, the Costa Rican, and goes for the big layback. Incomplete. Either way, it wouldn't have mattered. It seems like Imai had a wave 2 at the end. But I believe Slausen didn't think he had higher priority than Munoz in that instance.
Awareness of the situation, and yeah, that was pretty interesting because Levi had right away on that one and pulled back.
Wow, so
let's see it again. Here we go. Could he get a chance? He's looking at Carlos, and then he gives it up. Carlos with fourth priority. Levi had third priority. Carlos does a good job of surfing it, but unintentional defense by Kali on that wave.
The only reason I can think that Slausen pulled back on that wave is because he thought he had lower priority than Carlos. He had to give way, but man, that had all the writing on it for that 5.65 that he was needing at that moment. It's going to be the local boy, Willian Cardoso, former champion out here, and Carlos Munoz moving through into the round of 48. Don't go anywhere. The Corona Saquarema Pro coming back right after this for Heat 20. Leonardo Fioravanti is going to hit the water.
On the championship tour, the level is high. You have to absolutely rip. Every heat, you have to put up some big scores, and your equipment has to be dialed. You have to be dialed with the conditions. You have to be fully prepared at every event. And I think experience helps a lot. So, hopefully next year I can bring a bit of that into the World Tour. Why do I want to be on the championship tour? It's simple. It's, when I didn't make the cut, I was frustrated. I was frustrated with myself. I was angry because that's where I want to be. I grew up watching the best surfers in the world, Kelly, Andy, Mick, being on the World Tour. That's what I want to do. And when I fell off, there was nothing that was going to stop me from getting back on tour.
Incredible work there by our very own Shannon Waller and crew in order to provide us with those Challengers documentaries. Heat 20 in the water, last event champion in the red jersey. That's Leonardo Fioravanti. He's also leading the Challenger Series rankings. Mateus Navarro from Brazil, number 41 in the ranks. Cam Richards from the East Coast of the USA, number 56. And the local wildcard, Gabriel Andre in the green jersey. There's William Cardoso taking out another heat win. Nothing new has happened so far, and you still love those t-shirts that Miggy's wearing, aren't you?
I'm loving it, man. We're celebrating William Cardoso, the panda, and we're going to see him in the round of 48. Good to see.
Could you imagine if we rock those shirts when we're heading to the airport back into the U.S. afterwards?
Yeah, you got to upgrade.
This is Cam Richards' opener, Kipes.
Oh, and Cam just on that opening ride, and he just met with nobody's friend, Doug Rail on that first one. Fioravanti on the replay here. Big snap from the Italian. Clears the section for another layback carve. Number 1 on the Challenger Series rankings. Leonardo Fioravanti. We're going to see him on the Championship Tour in 2023, but his work, he wants to still put in more work on this Challenger Series.
And the local boy, Gabriel Andre, now on the left.
Gabriel Andre, nice little carve to start off with. Waiting for the wave to steepen up on the inside. First time I'm seeing this wave, so what does he get? He gets a big layback hackle with that oncoming section. And Mateus. Nice carve, great rail work, glides through the lip there. And a little hooking turn, but can't hold on to it.
And then Andre had a second scoring ride, 2 cups. The first one, came in as a 4.93.
And nice effort on the backhand for Gabriel Andre. 3-point ride for that one.
So that currently has him in first. Fioravanti down to second place, but he gets a 5.33 on his opener. And reminding people that he did win the last Challenger Series event over Ryan Callanan in Ericeira. Big win in Portugal that requalified him for the Championship Tour in 2023. And when you talk about somebody who's been around for a long time, the kid's only 25 years of age too. He's been there, done that a few times as well, Kipes. And he's paddling yet again. Won't be able to get into that one. We do have a rising tide that's going to peak at around 1 p.m. this afternoon. Doesn't get too high though, Kipes.
Yeah, I just feel like we watched, being around for a while now, I've watched Leonardo Fioravanti, as well as Kanoa Igarashi and Jack Robinson grow up. All 3 of those surfers, pretty much child prodigies. Pretty much from 12 years old, they wanted to be pro surfers. And the industry backed them up saying, hey, we want you. We see you as the future. Fast forward to 2022, and they are the establishment now. Leonardo Fioravanti, Kanoa Igarashi, and Jack Robinson.
And now Griffin Colapinto in that mix too. A couple of spots away from qualifying for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, and you mentioned that little release date that he has at the top of his board. I don't see a sticker there anymore, and a bad loss there for Imai Kalani Duvall. He'll be back though at Haleiwa. He does have a chance to qualify there in the last event of the season, and this is one kid that I was not only excited to see when the Championship Tour began this year in 2022, I really want to see him back on the Championship Tour next year.
This one stings. Imai, number 6 on the Challenger Series rankings coming into this event. And he had a chance of getting above that cut line on the Challenger Series, but he's going to have to pack his bags and mentally get ready for Haleiwa, because it's all going to come down to Imai Kalani Duvall's effort at Haleiwa Ali'i Beach.
You think that his comfort level, though, going back to Hawaii, to an island that he knows not only very well, but a location that he's been very successful at, though, should be quite up there in terms of him being confident, knowing that he needs to achieve a result at the last event of the season, Kipes?
Yeah, I mean, Haliva's not a gimme, though. We're on the schedule there. November 26th, I believe, we start the waiting period there. And we're just hoping for West Swells for Haliva, but you never know with the personality that you're going to get there at Haliva Li'i Beach. It requires a certain swell angle to really fire.
There's Cam Richards, one of the surfers representing North America in this event from the East Coast of the United States. And from one of the more underrepresented states out there in the U.S. in terms of surfing, 27 years of age, from South Carolina originally, spends a lot of time in California. But you talk about a surfer with an incredible air game. That is this young gentleman in the white jersey, Kipes.
Great air game, charger, stamped his, you know, working his up the pecking order at Bonsai Pipeline as well. Cam Richards, yeah, he's a great surfing talent. I'm actually a big fan of his surfing in all conditions.
Oh, likewise. I love the way he surfs, not only a beach pick, but both him and Balaram Stock, East Coast, have really made a name for themselves on the North Shore of Oahu.
Yeah, and Cam, just at Sunset a couple of years ago, surfing in the qualifying series event over there, had his dad out on the water as his caddy. It was like a cool father and son moment. It's just when that's like the touching stuff that you see behind the scenes in pro surfing, because often, you know, we have surfers that are second generation, now even third generation surfers competing on the tour.
Yeah. And the cool thing about Cam Richards, I think a lot of people don't know about him too, is that he had to grow up surfing conditions that were not only basically on shore, most of the times waves weren't even breaking where he's from. So he had to really grind through it. And the way he's been able to qualify back-to-back years for the Challenger Series, very impressive. I did have a chat with him earlier this year in Huntington Beach during the Vans US Open of Surfing. He said, hey, if I don't do it this year, I may be thinking about doing something else with my life afterwards.
South Carolina, right?
Yes, sir.
Couple of y'alls there.
Yes, sir. You are in the South in that part of the United States, but guess what? When the waves turn on, they get great Kipes. Couple of big barrels. North Carolina's own Brett Barley every now and then goes to South Carolina to surf, and that area of the United States not only underrepresented, I do believe the East Coast surfers have a lot of shots when it comes to qualifying for the Challenger Series as well. Let's go down to the beach. William Cardoso is with Bruno.
Yes, Mitch. Panda, now the retirement party is postponed, huh? And how was your mindset knowing that could be your last shot here?
Before I pedal out, I started crying. I was walking to the point to pedal out. Like a lot of emotions coming to my head. Everything I passed, like 18 years in a row. I feel that could be the end, but I feel my potential. I feel how the waves in Saquarema are. In the time I had a lot of good results. I know I could be one more. I know what to do. And the waves came to me. I just asked for that. Like, I want to go out there surfing, enjoy the time. When I got on my second wave, I need to turn around to the pedal. I feel a lot of my friends came to me to push me to be outside. I know I wasn't my good physical this time. I start training in April after Gold Coast. I feel like that's the end. I'm gonna enjoy every single event. Now I feel like if I train a little bit more, could help me. But I feel it's like really great event. Like everything I build in after these years, it's a friendship that show up in the beach here today. How my friends are to support me. That's one thing I'm gonna bring to the rest of my life.
Okay, man, congratulations, and keep it coming, keep it going, and good luck. Back to you guys.
Obrigado, Bruno, and parabéns to William Cardoso. What a beautiful moment right there when he was able to actually clarify what this significance meant to him here at potentially his last event ever in a professional competitive jersey, Kaipo. And he really did bring the community together over the last few years when he was still on tour. This is Leo's last wave.
Bangs on the backhand, and watch this. This is how guys fight for a finish. Not giving up there, stay centered on his board. That was some difficult water to negotiate for Leo Fioravanti. and well done effort, and got a good score.
5.1 for the Italian surfer in the red jersey. That moves him up into the lead. So far, Andre and Navarro both having scores within the threes, and Cam Richards nothing better than a couple of scores within the 1 point range. 17:40 on the clock. Priority is with the surfer in blue. And then you're seeing the stats from Leo, #1 in the rankings, only 24 years of age, will be 25 when this year ends though, Kaipo, and he's still an incredible young surfer, and he'll be a great addition to the 2023 Championship Tour for the third time now.
Yeah, he's earned his spot back. He talked about that in the interview. Frustrated with not making that mid-season cut, but actually I feel that it's actually going to work in his advantage having to surf through this Challenger Series. Here we go.
Cam Richards up and riding. Had a great first turn, kind of wraps it back down, and he's been opting to catch those lefts closer to the rocks, and it seems like a few of them stand up real quick, but then go fat right afterwards, Kipes.
Yeah, another look at it. Foamy start here. Gets the roll in. Nice long bottom turn, big snap off the top. Paces a double pump bottom turn there. Brings that one around, but then like you said, Mitch, just dissipates into some deeper water. Above, one more time, take a look at it. One, pace this second turn, carves it around, and then the wave just runs out of juice. But nice 2 turns for Cam Richards.
Not bad, and then Mateos was up and riding too on another left.
Touches the rail on the backhand bottom turn to just get some leverage, but that wave just goes dead. And just gets another one, doesn't want to give up. This time oncoming section, a little bit more juice for Mateos, and is able to execute there with a nice backhand re-entry.
Former ISA gold medalist in the U18 divisions in 2012, actually defeated his teammate David Silva in that final, who ended up getting the silver medal. That was in Playa Venal in Panama in 2012. 16 minutes ago, Leo Fioravanti still in the lead, Andre in second. Mateos gets a couple of scores that we're still waiting on. Shouldn't be too much of a stretch though in terms of the difficulty that we're seeing here in these turns right from Leo. And a beautiful combination to begin with. Kipes doesn't get the finish, but that should help his cause right now. $15:30 to go. And we have Gabriel Andre out there with priority. Here's the replay of Leo's last. An incredible combination to start things off with a layback jam and straight up into the lip for the second one. And as you can see, he wasn't able to get the finish right there, but with 15 minutes to go, he's looking comfortable in first place at the moment. So the Italian surfer, who's #1 in the rankings right now, still looking to solidify his place on the Championship Tour and eventually win the Challenger Series. A bit of a mistake right there from Gabriel Andre, who at the moment is in second place, is looking about a 3.0. And now Cam Richards, the surfer from the USA, on the backhand. Another quick ride for him. Still needing a 4.34 or better in order to move him up into the top 2 spots. Just under 14 minutes to go. Over 14 minutes, excuse me. And we have a couple of great heats coming up after this. Dylan Muffett, who is in contention to qualify for the Championship Tour at the end of this event, needs a big result in order to clinch that spot and qualify for the first time. Mateos drops a 4.67 on his third ride. That moves him up into second. 14 minutes on the clock. Gonna go to a quick break and be right back from the Corona Pro Saquarema, live from beautiful Brazil.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Leonardo Fioravanti, the Challenger Series rankings leader out there in the water, leading this heat as well. 6.27 on his last wave, has a 6.07 to back it up. And here's the surfer in second place using priority is the local surfer, Mateus Navarro from Brazil. And he's looking to combo things up on the backhand. Kind of a quick one there, a couple of decent turns, looking to better a 3.5 in his scoreline with 11 minutes to go. Mitch Salazar here with Kaipo, and Kipes, we got a decent heat on our hands, but it's been really all Leo Fioravanti who's in control of this heat right now.
Yeah, let's check out this replay here of Mateus. Currently in second place, so staying busy out there, and needs to better a 3.5 if he wants to secure that second place and distance himself a little bit. But right here, like in Leo Fioravanti, the surfing that we're seeing from the Italian is just outrageous. Given the conditions, just picking off great waves, super good board control, wonderful turns. That was a 6.27 on the replay for Fioravanti.
Man, they're keeping that scale low today too, knowing the quality of waves out there. But to me, that was some very impressive surfing for how difficult it is to surf. I really love the way he's able to bring that variation in with his maneuvers as well. Cam Richards so far, though, with priority, only has a 3.6 as his best. Fortunately for him, second place isn't out of contention so far, only needs a 4.71 for the lead. But that's the man of the hour right now, Kipes. 10 minutes to go. He's in control of the heat. One of the highest heat totals we've seen all morning long. And he's really just kept a good tempo this heat.
Yeah, let's talk about the heat in context for Leo Fioravanti. Opened up with a 5.33, backed it up with a 5.1, did better with a 6.07, then a 6.27 on that final effort for Leo Fioravanti. So showing he's in control, showing why he's #1 in the rankings, and more confidence, more momentum going to the Italian.
It's even more impressive that out of the 4 waves that he's caught, not a single one of them has been below a 5. And you see the quality conditions out there and the amount of waves that the other 3 surfers, have caught. It's been very impressive due to that fact. So this came in as a 3.37 for Gabriel Andre Kipes. That moved him up into second place.
Just enough, and Mateus Navarro with a 3.64 as his requirement to get back into that second place position. Cam Richards has to surf a
Smart heat right now. He has priority, but he's at the, he needs a big, well, in the context of the heat, he needs a 4.71, so he needs a decent number.
And that is close to a 5, and Richards could easily do that with just a 1 maneuver too. And you talk about one of the more complete surfers coming out of North America as well. Reminds me a lot of what Nolan Raposa has been able to do in the last few years as well. As Leo just has a quick in and out right there, the European in the lead at the moment. But I think you see a lot of people's styles adapt to the kind of waves that they have to surf on a daily basis, right? You have the North American surfers that typically come from a lot of beach break waves. The Italian surfer who comes from Europe tends to surf a lot of beach breaks, but spends a lot of time in Portugal surfing point breaks too. It makes their style so much more different than a lot of other surfers out there.
Yeah, and surfing beach breaks certainly is a skill set that you have to develop. I can say from my own experience as a surfer that comes from a reef break background, you gotta spend time in beach breaks because it's so easy to get lost out there if you come from some place where you have a more defined lineup. Here we go, live action.
Big drop from Andre. Beautiful carve to start things off right in the pocket. Needs more of that to really cement his second place position. Falls at the end of the second carve, but he's only looking to better a 3.37 with 7.5 to go. You look at the landscape of the heat Kipes, 7 waves ridden so far for Richards. This will be Andre's 5th wave ridden so far.
Yeah, big drop there, but loses a little bit of speed having to negotiate that drop, and this wave just goes really tapered very quickly. So really only one scoring maneuver, that would be that forehand carve. I don't know if he's going to improve upon his current standing with that last effort, but for the moment, he's in second.
Is it accurate to say that you think that the more adaptable surfers out there on the Challenger Series tend to come from beach breaks primarily?
It seems that way. And then you have to look at the tour. I mean, you start off on a right-hand sand bottom point over there in Snapper, but then it's all beach breaks. I mean, you got Manly, you got Bolito, you got Huntington Beach. Back to kind of a right-hand point again at Ericeira, but then back to a beach break over here.
And it's hard to see a lot of those people that maybe qualified when the QS was still the way to qualify for the Championship Tour. Now you have the Challenger Series, a lot more different waves. But let me give you an example. When Gabe qualified in 2011, John qualified the same year. Would they be in the same kind of position to qualify for 2023? It's difficult when you pose those kind of questions, right? People that come from beach breaks, and then people that come from heavier, more defined waves.
Well, think about the qualifying series with when we used to have the Triple Crown, and we saw surfers like Sebastian Zietz with 2 big finishes get on tour just on the North Shore.
That's crazy.
You kill it in Haleiwa, you do a good job at Sunset. Federico Moraes did the same exact thing to qualify for his maiden year on the Championship Tour. Showed up there, had a finals in Haleiwa, finals in Sunset. Next thing, he's on the tour. That's no longer the case. So it actually, now with the Challenger Series, I feel it makes for a more adaptable, well-rounded surfer. And you can't just be that guy that show up on the North Shore and stamp your ticket onto the Championship Tour with 2 big results.
That's a great point. We saw Dylan Muffet there on screen, number 6 in the rankings. That's Kawa Costa coming up in the next heat in the white jersey. One of the local wild cards. Wesley Dantas will also be in green. And all eyes on Alex Ribeiro, number 37 in the rankings. He needs a big result in order to requalify for the Championship Tour. Spent a few years on there himself, and he is a former champion here at Saquarema. 5 minutes to go, though. Andre in second, Navajo in third, and Richards now needing a 5.46 in fourth. You look at the requirements, 4.4, 5.46, you're thinking, okay, for the amount of skill level that these surfers have, that's not a lot. But we have seen some big upsets, a lot of high seats go down in the first few heats of the morning so far, Kaipo.
Yes, we have, and that is that's why you got to just surf what's in front of you. And the conditions, although they've gotten better than our opening day of competition here, still wave selection coming into play right now. Priority coming into play for Cam Richards. But how did we get here? Let's take a look.
So there's the heat recap, Kaipo. Mateus Navajo was able to open up with a decent score on the backhand. That came in as a 3.5 for him. And then Leo Fioravanti, he's been the best surfer for the heat, no doubt, from start to finish. 6 waves rated, but 4 above a 5-point ride.
Oh, just the timing, the execution, the rail work. Leo Fioravanti coming out here, gets another right, and you can just see precision where he places his turns. Bangs up in the lip, nice bottom turn, works the rails, keeps it all together, and always finding the finish for the score.
And keeping his composure the whole time as well. 3:35 to go, and I think for a lot of people to note is that this guy's leading the rankings in terms of the Challenger Series. Didn't necessarily need to come here to Brazil in order to preserve his qualification spot, but decided to do so. He's still winning his heat out there, and he's looking to win another event, maybe add some more money into 2023. Here's Navajo, though. A big fall right there at the end, and that's going to cost him. He was needing a 4.4 and was on his way to that score right there in order to secure his spot into advancement to the round of 48. 3 minutes to go, though, Kipes, and it's Richards with priority, and we still haven't seen him get a wave above a 3.6.
He's been sitting with that priority for about 10 minutes right now, turning our attention to Leo.
Just a quick in and out for him, and you've been talking about that priority use all morning and the significance of it in the last 4 or 5 minutes too.
Yeah, and so now Cam Richards has hung on to that priority, and now he's put himself, his back is against the wall right now. He needs a wave. 5.46 is the requirement. Waited a long time out there, kind of had the priority anchor. If you did not want to relinquish that priority, good strategy typically because there's no use taking a wave that he's not going to get the number. But here he goes. This is what it's all about.
Up and riding, gets the first good turn, and up into the lip for the second one too. Strong one to finish off. And the American might have another chance here for a little reform at the end. Would have to get a decent finish in order to get that 5.46, and he does. So a nice combination on the outside and a decent finish too, Kaipo. Just under 2 minutes to go.
Gave himself a fighting chance. I'm telling you, he gave himself a fighting chance. He sat with that priority. You can see the exhaustion on his face. He knows he's not going to have another chance going out there. One more look at it. Let's see. 5.46 is what he needs. Nice snap transition there. Little downtime on the bottom. Another nice snap through some messy water, however. Sticks with it here because he knows he needs it just a little bit more. The wave reforms on the inside. Shows control for a finish. One more little snap on the shore. Such an important wave for Cam Richards.
That's going to be close to it. Here's the drone angle from this one. The first turn wasn't bad, and the second one was even better, so it's going to be a close one, at least from my opinion. Types.
I agree. I mean, the wave was a messy wave, but he was able to place the turns in the appropriate spots. Stuck with it, got a little finish there. A for effort for Cam Richards, regardless of the number. I'm giving him an A for effort, but still, no indication from the judges.
Well, 50 seconds to go. It seems like this heat will be decided on the beach. Don't count out Mateus, though. Still needs the 4.4 if Richards doesn't get a 5.46 or better in order to advance. He's just going to wait this thing out. 35 seconds to go. Fioravanti's in the lead by a large margin, too. And Andre might be relegated down to third or fourth spot, depending on how high Richards' score goes. And here's Navarro, though. He's given himself a chance. Before Richards' wave was needing a 4.4. Great snap on the backhand to start things off. This wave kind of fizzling out, though. Couple of setup turns right there. And needs this wave to really stand up at the end. And doesn't seem like the body language indicates anything good. And it's a 4.97 for Cam Richards. Not enough. A couple, actually 3 scores in the 5-point range. But either way, it wouldn't have been the score required. And now it's going to come down to whether or not the surfer in blue will get the score. And everything's indicating that it won't be enough. It's a 3.4. It's going to be the leader of the rankings, Fioravanti, and the local boy, Gabriel Andre, moving through into the round of 48, Kaipo.
There's the numbers on the bottom of the screen. Dominant performance by Leo Fioravanti.
Getting a couple of 6s out there right now is no easy task. That is for sure. Number 6 in the rankings, Dylan Moffitt, coming up in the next heat. Don't miss it, because it's an important one in terms of qualification. We'll be right back from Saquarema.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat 21 in the water, Dylan Moffitt in the red, Alex Ribeiro, former champion out here in the blue, Eli Hanneman in white, and Wesley Dantas, the Brazilian surfer, is in green. Another stacked heat. Mitchell Salazar, Maida Pops with you here in the booth now. And Maida, you've been on the beach all morning long. Talk to us about how different the conditions are compared to day number one.
Completely different conditions right now. Thank you for having me here. Yeah, people are very happy and with no rain today, so completely different conditions, and the waves are pumping today, so I think we're gonna have like a very good show of surfing.
And it seems like we have a couple of waves ridden so far in the first few minutes of the heat. This is the former champion, Alex Ribeiro. He scored a 4-point ride.
Yeah, nice turn there. With another one, looking very sharp, him. And a good finishing maneuver.
Yeah, not bad. 4 points there for the surfer in blue. And then the high seed, number 6 in the rankings, Dylan Moffitt. This came in as a 4.67, Maida.
Wow, big snap up in the lip.
Real tough section. It seems to me like they're very beneficial in terms to those big sections out there, the difficult and critical sections that we're seeing a lot of today, this morning.
Yeah, and he couldn't manage to finish this one. They have to lead with that. We didn't see that much backwash this morning, but probably with the tide moving, we're going to see a lot of backwash.
Wouldn't be surprised. And Kawa Costa out there in the white jersey. You know a little bit about the surfer in the white?
Yeah, Kawa Costa, he's from Ceará, here, North Brazil, but he lives in Rio for a long time already, like almost 10 years. So he knows this wave a lot, and he surfs pretty well. He's a very strong man. So I think we're going to have a good show on this heat.
I'd love to see it. And then we also have the surfer in green, Wesley Dantas. We've seen him a lot before. He's been successful in both qualifying series and challenger series surfing. A strong surfer. His brother Wiggly did very well yesterday afternoon, or excuse me, the first day. But I think when you see the difference in competitive experience from Dylan Moffitt and Alex Ribeiro, those are two difficult surfers to beat out there in these kind of conditions, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. Like Wesley, he's very strong as well, and he knows this wave like really good. So for sure, it's gonna be a like very tough hit for everybody. Looks, and Alex Ribeiro as well has many weapons.
He
to
does.
win. Yeah.
Has an incredible air game, and as a former champion out here himself too, he's not only been prone to victories here at Saquarema, but also great memories in and outside of the water as well. This has been one of his most favorite places to compete at before. And speaking of a very happy surfer, Wesley Dantas up and riding. Just a quick wave from him. And it's interesting to me that all of the Dantas siblings are all goofy footers too, even the sister Suelen Naraisa. And it seems like we have Rachel down there on the glass with Leonardo Fioravanti. Take it away, Rachel.
Fioravanti here. You are leading the rankings. You are already qualified, and you just won the last event in Ericeira. How boosted is your confidence right now?
Well, yeah, for sure. It's been a couple of great months back on the Challenger Series, and the goal, is achieved qualifying back on the world back to the World Tour. Winning an event in the Challenger Series was a really big goal of mine, and then now these two events are kind of bonus. But I come here because I want to keep competing, I want to keep improving, and hopefully win more events. That's the goal.
And are you excited for the upcoming days?
Yeah, it looks like the forecast is going to get really good. It's been, a bit stormy and windy, rainy, cold for Brazil, which I think nobody was ready, but we're ready for the next few days. Some sun, some good waves, acai and on the beach, and good vibes.
And except for the cold, how's Brazil treating you so far?
Oh, I love Brazil. Every time I come back, I mean, it's not about the waves, because sometimes it's good waves, but it's more about, you know, the people here are so nice, so welcoming. I always enjoy the food, you know, I think rice, feijão, farofa, and chicken or picanha is my favorite thing in the world, so I'm stoked to be back in Brazil.
That's right. So just keep going, and congratulations in the next round. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Raquel. Thank you very much. Nice interview with Leo.
Yeah, and the leader of the rankings right there, Maeda, as well. And not only is he very happy to move on through, but obviously looking to win the Challenger Series rankings at the end of this season as well. An incredible air shot right there of what Saquarema is. Here's Kawa Costa. Incredible combination right there to begin things on this wave. Had a great combination, and now the surfer number 6 in the rankings, Dylan Moffat from Australia. Not only am I very impressed with this young man has done on the Challenger Series so far, I am a big personal fan of his style. Maeda has one of the best on the Challengers.
Wow, he's very stylish, and yeah, let's see what he can do here in Saquarema. For sure, he's not so used to that. Look, this is Wesley Dantas, and look, he's always sending like hearts to his girlfriend. Last week, during the Saquarema Surf Festival, like every hit, every wave, he sent a heart for his girlfriend.
Well, sometimes that is a great thing, and a lot of times it can be bad too. Just the one strong turn right there from Dantas, and he loves it. Already has a couple of scores just in the ones though, and this wave to me was impressive from Costa. Maeda.
Yeah, actually 2 good maneuvers, and then the last one he couldn't finish. So, but like big numbers falling for him.
And as we had told you before, live from Saquarema, the state of Rio de Janeiro, and my Portuguese has been getting a little bit better, Maeda, over the course of the last few days. It is my first time in Brazil. I'm very happy to be here, and I just want to say this is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been to in my life. I do need the sun to come out, though. It seems like tomorrow might be the day.
Yeah, probably tomorrow. I think you will love here with a sunny day. Like Saquarema is really special. That church and everything, the landscape. So for sure you will love it. And let's see, look, Kawa Costa now he has 6.67 the last wave with that 2 maneuvers without a finish, and he could get this high score. So, and Dylan has 4.67 on that one.
Yeah, 4.67 from Moffat, but a very impressive score there from Costa in the white jersey, a 6.67, and one of the highest waves of this morning so far. Here's the former champion, Alex Ribeiro, wrapping it back once. This wave getting frothy here at the finish, and he won't be able to get one turn in to end that wave off. 20 minutes on the clock, and Dantas opens up with a 5.5 for the one turn on the backhand. And this was Ribeiro's last Maeda.
Yeah, I like this first turn, but then he couldn't finish the second one. So very important hit for him. His best result on the Challenger Series was a 9th in Sydney. So very important if he wants to put himself up above in the rankings. Trying to get back in the city. Let's see.
And here's Wesley Dantas now. It's going to be a quick wave for him. And it's interesting that you bring up, you know, those individual results from one single event. We do have throwaways this year on the Challenger Series. Last year, we didn't. You had one event that you could really throw away, but there were so few events that it was difficult to qualify for the Championship Tour. Now we have 7 events, and you can really have two throwaway results, excuse me.
Yeah, but we're getting like in the end of the year, so they just have this chance and another one in Haleiwa. So these guys that are down on the rankings, they really need to do a good job here in Itaúna.
And it seems like not only has this place provided a lot of great results in the past, you've seen some excellent champions come out of here too, and an impressive list of winners too when you look at it. Mitch Colburn, Wiggly Dantas, Kai Auden, a lot of goofy footers, Maida, and the last 6 people that have been victorious here in Saquarema have all been goofy footers.
Wow, yeah, it's because like this left here is pretty rippable, and so I think they can serve really well this left here. And look, is Alex Ribeiro again just an in and out, not a good wave. And Wesley Dantas is leading this heat and with the priority. He has a 5.5 and another 1.9 throwaway. He can throw away this one and get better scores to lead.
Yeah, and it's still very early stages in the heat too. 17:40 to go on the clock. Costa in second place with just the one single score of a 6.67. Ribeiro in third. He needs a 2.68 at the moment. And there's one of our surfers coming up in the next few heats. Ryan Cainalo will be surfing, and the young Brazilian is one to watch. Here's Wesley Dantas, real quick. Just the one setup carve. Has the 5.5. And man, there are some impressive surfers that are coming out of Brazil in the next generation. Cainalo's one of them. I had the pleasure of competing with the Wood brothers, Kawe and Luan. Some incredible surfers too from that southern part of Santa Catarina. And growing up, I was able to see Iago Dora around a lot competing on the qualifying series too. But now it seems like the next generation, not only are they younger than a lot of the other surfers that came before them, but they're much more experienced at that young age too, Maida.
Yeah, it's completely true. Ryan Cainalo, he did pretty well last week here during the Saquarema Surf Festival. He went through the semifinals, so he will be like a very good surfer here, and let's see what he can do.
Well, he has the experience to do it too.
Yeah, sure. With not too much pressure and like surfing loose, that's an interesting thing. But for now, we have these 3 Brazilians and also the Australian Dylan Moffat.
Yeah.
Let's see this heat.
Moffat needs a 2.71 at the moment, has priority. A 4.67 as his personal best in this heat, and with 16 minutes to go, looking to score something better than a 4.67, knowing that both Dantas and Costa have decent scores in their score lines at the moment. Here's Moffat, though, number 6 in the rankings. Beautiful setup carve right there from the Australian. It's a little hung up there on the second one. And we'll be able to get a finish right at the end. 15:30 on the clock. Moffat only looking for a 2.71. Should be more than enough, Maida.
I think so. I like this wave. Look, very nice first turn. And then second one, not so good. He was hooked above the wave, and then third one. Let's see.
So Moffat takes the lead with a 3.17. Dantas down to second, and the other 2 Brazilian surfers, Costa and Ribeiro, now needing a couple of scores. Conditions are tough, but contestable out there at Itaúna. Don't go anywhere. The Corona Saquarema Pro will be right back.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pabst on the call. And Maida, not only has it been an impressive day of surfing so far, it should be a long one. We're finishing the round of 96 for the men. We still have 3 heats to go after this one. And then we should be running 10 heats of the women's round 1 as well.
Yeah, for sure. A full day of surfing. And the women are like just in the water in a few minutes, so it's gonna be nice. And this is Cauã Costa.
Yeah, the surfer in white already has a 6.67. Looking to back that up, and as you were mentioning, the surfer from Ceará in the north part of Brazil, he is an impressive surfer, gets a spectacular finish right there at the end. And I love seeing these people that I haven't heard of before, that are very impressive surfers, and they have something to prove, Maida, in comparison to a lot of other people that have been around for a long time.
Yeah, for sure he has. It's his first ever Challenger Series, so he has a lot of to prove, and also to show the world he's surfing, and he's doing this well. I like this wave. Look, trying to find some wall, and then finally he found it. A nice turn there. Another one to connect. And then a very nice finishing maneuver.
Man, he's got flow, he's got great technique, and he obviously has a passion for competing too, because he just took the lead with a 4.4. Moffitt in red down to second place. Dantas in third. He has priority. He needs a 2.34 at the moment. And the surfer in blue, the former champion out here, Alex Ribeiro, needing a 3.85 at the moment for second place. For those people that don't know, Maida, you're a journalist here in Brazil. You cover the sport of surfing. How important is it to you to cover the people that maybe don't get the right amount of exposure, somebody like Cauã Costa?
Yeah, it's very important. Like, I mean, here in Brazil, he's getting more famous, and people are getting to know his face and his surfing, and he has a good challenger. A QS.
Right, ranking.
Ranking, yeah. So it's very important to show all these faces and work with them. Because sometimes we that work with this, sometimes we don't even know them that well. So being here, talking to them, and helping them to
get more exposure.
Get more exposure is so nice.
I love it, and I think what you do as a journalist is something that not only brings a lot of passion out from yourself, but for the surfers that you're talking to as well. And you see stories like Costa. And the one that I think of originally is Mineirinho de Souza, champion in 2015, the second Brazilian to win a world championship. As we see Wesley Dantas misuse his priority, that will be considered a paddle. He's going to go down in the priority rotation. But, you know, you speak about these stories that are developing, surfers that maybe come from underrepresented areas. We might have one on our hands right now with Costa.
Yeah, for sure. Like Mineirinho, I met him the first time when he got in the city, like in 2006, long time ago. I was starting my career as well, and so it's very nice to build my career while he was building him.
Right.
Yeah.
It was simultaneous.
Simultaneous, yeah, for sure. I always say that he's the guy that I interviewed the most during my career, because it was so simultaneous. So that's cool. And now we see this guy, like Cauã Costa, pretty young and getting very nice performances. And people are starting to know him very well.
And this is the replay of Dylan Moffitt on the left. He destroyed that section right there. He was only looking to better at 3.17. And the Aussie team loves it. Joel Vaughn, Liam O'Brien, Morgan Sibilik, Mikey McDonough and crew. I'm telling you, Maida, this kid Dylan Moffitt is the real deal, and he does a lot of those waves where he just gets the one turn in, but they're impressive. This should easily be his best wave.
I think so. I agree to you. Like, very strong maneuver. Very, very nice.
Number 6 in the rankings at the moment. Does have a chance of qualifying here at this event if he ends up winning. Here comes another young Australian prodigy right now. That is Jacob Wilcox from Margaret River, Australia. another great surfer, goofy footer, talented one. And when we talk about Australians and how they've been coming up over the last few years, not only are they incredible surfers, when it comes to competing, they might be the very best too, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. They're tough. They know how to compete. They have a lot of experience. So many contests in Australia. Look, Kawa Costa
Yeah,
surfing very relaxed, throws in air.
The rotation, sorry, Maida. And then another one for Get a Measure, too. Don't know if that last one's going to be complete or not. Didn't know if he completely rode out of it, but 7:35 to go. And he is still in the lead. Moffitt drops a 6.37, but this was Costa's last. Took to the air, Maida.
Yeah, he found a very nice ramp there. Through the first air, then connected, and then the second one. But yeah, seems that he landed like behind a little bit of the foam. Let's see what the judges think.
7 minutes to go. Priority now with the surfer in blue, Ribeiro. He's going to let this wave go. And it's Wesley Dantas up and riding with a huge turn right there on the forehand. Is able to ride out of it once again. Throws the little signal for the heart.
Yeah.
And now Moffitt with a chance on the right. Almost loses his footing. Goes to the air for the straight air. And nearly pulls it. So this is turning out to be a great finish to this heat. Just under 7 minutes to go. Costa in the lead, Moffitt in second. But we're still waiting on the score from Dantas. At the moment, he's needing a 5.55, Maida.
Yeah, he started a little slow, but now in the end, like they started to surf many waves. Nobody wants to be above on the scores.
And Moffitt almost completed that beautiful straight air, too. I mean, the height that he was able to project was amazing.
Said that he couldn't finish.
That was a tough wave to ride out of, too. A lot of white water, a lot of foam. How'd you like this from Wesley?
I liked it. Yeah, very nice tail slide there. But let's see. He liked it a lot. For me, look, from this angle, we can see like the fins above the lip.
It's a pretty gnarly turn, honestly.
Yeah.
Once you see the replay and you break it down.
From this angle, we could see like the fins.
Well, he needs a mid-5 at the moment. It would almost have to be the same score that he got for his 5.5. And we're down to 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Moffitt still in second place. And while we wait for that scores, it seems like a couple of waves rolling through right now. Priority still with the surfer in blue, Alex Ribeiro. And this has kind of been the topic of conversation for the young goofy footer. He's been on and off the championship tour, Maida. He's had a couple of successful stints while he was on the championship tour, but he never had the consistency that was necessary in order to requalify year after year.
Yeah, it's true. And we see him like not a good spot right now. He's with priority. But he surfed, the best wave for him was a 4-point ride. So he really needs, look, 7.04 to advance. Let's see if he can find a good opportunity to do that.
Well, that's a big score for today's kind of conditions and the scores that we've seen in this heat so far. Dantas' score comes in as a 5.23, not enough. And let's look at the heat recap with 4 minutes and 20 to go. It's been Costa and Moffitt in control of the heat so far. Maida, this has been the best wave of the heat, a 6.67 from Kawhi.
Yeah, very two strong maneuver, and he couldn't finish the last one. Imagine if he could.
And then backed it up with a 4.4 afterwards. He's been very impressive with his wave selection so far.
Yeah, he found his lefts, opening lefts, and put a good hard work on them. I really liked this last maneuver.
So did I. And then Moffitt with the strong single turn, a 6.37 here for the Australian.
Very explosive one.
Kind of scary, really. Imagine if he would have gotten a wave with two sections like that. Would have been an excellent score. 3:30 to go, and it seems like Dantas was up and riding right there. He still needs the 5.55 to move up into second place, and not for lack of trying. He has a 10.73 heat total. He's been up there every single time, has a 5.5 and a 5.23. But when it came to the decision whether or not he deserved the score for second place, judges said no, Maida.
Yeah, and he kept very busy during this heat. He surfed like many waves, trying to find a good opportunity. But yeah, he's still needing a 5.55.
It's a tough score to come by right now, especially with the other three surfers in priority rotation as well. Same thing though, Alex still needing the 704. He's been waiting very patiently with priority for, I want to say, around 10 minutes now. Dylan Moffat still in second. Costa, though, I mean, this is an impressive performance. First time I've seen him personally. Has a couple of scores up above a 4-point ride, and that currently has him in the lead. He is looking to better a 4.4, though. 2 minutes 20. And it seems like it's always going to be that situation in these kind of heats. It's going to come down to the finish, Maida.
Yeah, looks like. And Kawan, it's nice when you go to a heat that you have nothing to lose. So he surfed very relaxed this heat, and look, the results are there. He has the best score of the heat. Yeah, very impressive for him. Like the first Challenger Series, and
Ooh, priority will switch right there. So both surfers paddled, but since Moffitt had higher priority, that will be considered a block. Wesley Dantas now in third priority, still needing the 5.55. And you can tell, not only is this a very passionate surfer, he is willing to do anything it takes in order to move through a round.
yeah, the Dantas family are very passionate about surfing and about competing. So,
Ooh,
and
big
now
shot right here. Alex up and riding, needs a 704. And that wave won't be it. You can see the frustration, waited a long time for that wave right there. And unfortunately for Ribeiro, won't be the 704 or better that he needs.
yeah, I think he gave up already. He was reprioritized for so long time. I think almost 10 minutes during this heat. And this is Wesley Dantas' girlfriend, the one who he always send the heart.
Well,
and then
needs a 5.55, Maida. He's up and riding. And took to the air right there, more of a chop hop. And with 35 seconds to go, he's still going to be needing the 5.55 or better.
And now with third priority, yeah, things look difficult for him right now. What do you think, Kai?
Well, first of all, that's more of a chop hop rather than an actual air. It's not as difficult. Didn't think it was going to be the score anyways, but he's trying the whole time, and you can see his girlfriend just as passionate as him. And Dylan Moffat, this is a very important make in this heat for him. Needed a big result. He's number 6 in the rankings, and he's going to move through into the round of 48 with Kawa Costa from Brazil. And a very impressive performance by the young surfer in white. Here's the replay of the last of Moffat.
Do you think it can put him on the first place of the heat?
Doesn't seem that way at the moment. Goes for the little air reverse right there, but to me, the 4.67 is still better. You know, but either way, did his job, went out there, used priority at the end, kept surfers off, and this is what I'm telling you about the veteran surfers from Australia. They know how to compete, Maida.
Yeah, he did a really nice job during this heat, and now classified for the next round.
And there you see him celebrating, and Kawa Costa even going to take up Alex Ribeiro's jersey too. A very impressive performance by this young man from Brazil. And guess what? We have a celebrity coming into the next heat in the booth. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 22 of the round of 96 coming up right now. Kawa Costa and Dylan Moffat move through into the round of 48. You're watching the Corona Pro Saquarema, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Welcome back to the Corona Pro Saquarema presented by Banco Do Brasil. Guess what? We have a star in the booth right now. Mitchell Salazar, Caipo Guerrero, and Everaldo Pato Teixeira, big wave surfer here from Brazil. Welcome, Everaldo.
Thank you so much, and good morning for everyone.
Yeah, Caipo, how you doing this morning so far? It's been a struggle.
You know what? It's exciting. You know, we've seen. I mean, this is the second to the last event for the Challenger Series, and there's a lot on the line, and so it brings drama to every single heat. And for me, it's also I'm seeing some exciting wild cards, just as evident in the last heat. I'm finding some new names out here that are impressing me with their surfing.
Oh yeah, and definitely on this heat, you know, you guys gonna get very impressive with Ryan.
Oh yeah.
You know, he's the one been doing all the best in this new generation. We'll say the new Brazilian Storm. You know, kind of Adriano de Souza version, I would say, from Ryan. Adriano de Souza 2.0.
Yeah.
That would be. And I hope he's doing good because I've been following him since he was young kid.
Pato, the storm, it doesn't stop. The storm keeps on bringing more lightning and more thunder. The Brazilian storm's here to stay.
It is. But, you know, Caipo, I think from this moment where we live in this position now, it's a little bit less than what we saw from the last 10 years, I would say. You know, and it's normal what I feel. You know, if you see in Australia, the storm from Australia, it was like from 10 years, from Joey, Mick, all these guys dominating and Kelly for sure, you know, in Brazil. But now, as we have this whole generation of Gabby, Felipe, Italo, it's hard to keep
bringing new faces.
Exactly, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, but I think also that something that we're waiting to see is the women of the Brazilian Storm. We know Silvana Lima, we have a groundbreaking there, but I feel we have more women coming up from Brazil that might be making their name on an international stage.
Yeah, I hope so. That's what we hear. You know, my daughter.
Yes.
And she's been doing a lot of good hits during this year against Silvana. And I think the gap from Silvana all the way to now was a big gap.
Yes.
You know, if you follow, it's a huge gap actually. And now we start to see new girls and not only new girls but all this work from the confederations, from the associations to have girls on the competition.
Yeah. Well, here's the opening ride of the heat, gentlemen. A 3.83 by Ryan Cainalo. Impressive, only 15 years of age, too. As you were saying, Pato, you've known him for a long time, since he was a young boy. And one of the next generation surfers of the Brazilian Storm is Ryan Cainalo. It seems like we have Kawa Costa down on the glass with Rachel. Take it away.
As you can see the smile on her face, you must be feeling really happy to start the day like that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm very happy to make my hit.
I'm gonna ask in Portuguese right now. Como que você estava se preparando esse tempo para correr o Challenger? Como é que tá?
Então, estava bastante ansioso. Foram dias bem difíceis para mim, que eu não tinha vaga ainda, até o Ella Henneman cancelar. E é isso, estou felizão de ter entrado, ter feito minha primeira bateria, ter passado, e minha primeira vez competindo no Challenge. E é isso, até agradecer a todo mundo que está me dando todo o suporte, a torcida, e minha família que está me assistindo, minha namorada. E é isso, estou amarradão, estou avançado.
Congratulations, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to Kawa Costa, one of the wild cards of this event. And he is originally from Ceará, in the northern part of Brazil, but has been residing in Rio for around the last 10 years. Setting the heat, though, Jacob Wilcox in red from Australia. Brody Sale from the Big Island of Hawaii is in blue. Tiao Camarão in white. And Ryan Cainalo in green. And here's Wilcox from Margaret River in Western Australia. Kaipo, we've seen this young gentleman grow in front of our eyes over the last few years. He's been one of the more impressive surfers to come out of Western Australia since Taj Burrow.
Yeah, Jacob Wilcox has had a chance on the championship tour. Number of wild cards for this young man, but he wants a full-time spot on that championship tour. And he's right at the precipice right now. He's right at the edge of making that qualification, getting above the cut line. He needs a big result here, but you can see right below the cut line at number 11, needs to make this heat. Needs to make a couple of heats here and then needs to finish off at Haleiwa.
And we know how good he is in bigger kind of conditions, heavier kind of surf too. And once again, Mitchell here, Kaipo, and our guest, Everaldo Pato Teixeira. Pato, you've been a professional surfer yourself, a big wave surfer, and you were talking about those generational gaps that we see, not only within Brazil, you're seeing with Jacob Wilcox and the Australian crew too. They're getting much better over the last few years as well.
Well, yeah, if you see it, you know, the whole last 10 years, I would say Brazil just dominated the whole storm, Brazilian storm or whatever. And it's normal. I think, you know, as we've been talking here in Brazil, in America, wherever I go, it's a normal, just, you know, you have, it's super hard to continue on a storm like that. You know, like Tej, or Joey Parks and Mick Fanning to dominate the whole surf, or Kelly and Andy. You know, it's kind of hard. I would say Medina and Felipe.
It's almost impossible,
It
really,
is,
to continue that over the course of 10, 20 years. I mean, we're seeing not only women evolving here in Brazil, as you were mentioning, Kaipo. Your daughter, actually, Isabela Nalu, is one of the better representatives to come out of Brazil right now.
Right, you know, and we work on that. And I think from the girls, we haven't had for 10 years like a girl like Silvana Lima, I would say, you know, so that's normal. They work hard and they come hard. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Brody Sale, one of the few surfers that have been successful on both the qualifying series and now the challengers. From the big island of Hawaii. He is from Kailua Kona, and kind of took, you know, that mantle of being that surfer to come out of Hawaii and be the next Tori Meister or Tonino Benson, Kaipo.
Banyans, right? So he's a Banyans kid coming from the west coast of the Hawaii island, Kona, like you said. Shane Dorian took him under his wing very early in his career, and Brody Sale has got some big shoes to fill, but he has some excellent support in the way of Shane Dorian as well as Kelly Slater, because Brody's on those Slater designs, so he's got a couple of uncles in his corner that can really help him out.
And they look great so far. A 3.3 and a 3.7. Wilcox score comes in at a 3.53, and the best score of the heat so far, a 3.83 by Ryan Kainalo. Pato, I want to talk to you about the development of big wave surfing here in Brazil, because it also seems like we're seeing progression going that way as well. You have Lucas Chianca, Chumbo, and a couple other guys like Rodrigo Cocha that have really elevated big wave surfing as well. And you see the Hawaiian here, Brody Sale, he's eventually going to look into bigger and better things, such as big wave surfing as well.
Well, yeah, if you're talking to Hawaii, it's kind of hard to say. But the Brazilians, we always, you know, the challenge for us was the big waves, right? And I think that's what makes us work harder and going to Hawaii and spend time and work hard, you know. And that's what I think we've been on the scenario with big waves. Because we not only spend the whole season in Hawaii, but when the season finish, we back to South America and we chasing big waves in South America. And back in the day, on my time, the Hawaiians just staying home, waiting for another season. And that time, the whole time for 6 months, I would say, we were training. And the next year, we were 6 months ahead. And that's what makes us, the Brazilians, growing on the sport as a big wave rider. And for sure now, you know, I would say Lucas, it's definitely one of the best in the whole world.
I feel Shumbo has actually changed, has broken barriers in big wave surfing. I mean, I do a lot of commentary on the Big Wave Tour, and what he does, nobody has seen before.
Right.
Like bunny hop drops, like getting airs on the drop, doing turns on giant waves. Nobody has ever seen this before. I also think like someone like Danilo Couto, what he's done over at Jaws and stuff in the past, and he he's not on the radar really. You know, a lot of times doesn't get the credit, but these guys are changing what's possible in big waves.
Right. You're right. Definitely right. And the reason is Lucas, he born and raising around this beach, you know, so he raising here. And he was a great surfer as a junior, you know. He can easily doing the QS.
I agree with you, because I surfed like small Nazare with Shumbo just a couple years ago, He's doing air reverses. He's doing turns just like that. He's doing turns like Brody Sale on 3-foot waves, but he can do the same thing on 20-feet waves.
Exactly. And that's what brings Chumbo on another level.
Well, this turn was on another level too.
Oh,
Look at
right.
this one.
Wow.
Well, bro,
he put some, huh?
Yeah, Brody, I mean, he's showing his intent right now, this young man. So I think it's a smart decision to get busy early in his style of surfing, catch a bunch of waves, and try to catch the get scores and build on those scores. I think that's what Brody Sale's strategy is here, Mitchell.
Well, so far it's been a slow heat in terms of waves actually caught. Sale has 3, and he just betters his situation, gets a 4.57. That is his best wave. And here's Ryan Kainalo, the superstar, 15 years of age, up and riding on the left. Great turn on the backhand. Really pokes that nose through the lip line. Get a composure, pacing himself on this wave. Beautiful setup carve right there for this finish. And he'll be able to fit one more in. And Pato, you've seen this kid for a long time, since he was a baby, basically. And it seems to me like not only has he poised himself as one of the best surfers, as we're seeing Thiago Camarão finish right there with a great maneuver as well. But what Ryan has is that he is much larger than a lot of the other kids his age too.
100%. And not only that, you know, he's been training more than any other. You know, he's been put more work than any other surfer in Brazil, for sure. You know, on his generation. He's been spent like 8 hours a day in the water. And Kaipo, you know, this is a big gap. You know, when you put 8 hours a day during 2 years, it makes you much better surf.
It does. It does. Little replay here of Shrimpy Thiago Camarão, and he's going to have to scratch back into this heat. So a little bit, you know, of downtime, smaller wave, but just getting busy here for Thiago. But to your point, you know, Pato, nice finish.
Oh, yeah.
Sonny Garcia was one of the guys that said, hey, what's the best training for surfing? Surfing. Surf a lot.
Right.
And you can see right now, for a young man, this is a very mature approach to pace himself through these turns, not get overexcited, not try to fit too much in, take advantage of the downtime, long drawn out bottom turn, aggressive off the top. I like the pace and the tempo there. And this is when training comes into play, Pato. You need to run up the beach.
Exactly, you know, and Ryan loves compete. And when you love something, with all your heart, you're usually doing good. And that's what about Ryan. You
Right.
know, he loves compete.
There's a passion for it.
Exactly. You know, if you invite him to do a trip, he'd say no. But if you invite him to do a comp, the other side of the world, he will go.
Now that's impressive, because I think 90% of the time, Kaipo, if you ask somebody to go on a surf trip, they'd probably say yes, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but to Pato's point, Ryan just took the lead, 5.23 with that last effort.
Yeah, and it extends his first place position too. Already had the second best wave of the heat in a 3.83. Sailed down to second. Camarão drops a 3.13, and now priority with the young Australian Wilcox. And you know, we're talking about these global superstars in the making. Western Australia, Wilcox, really the only representative from that area right now. But you talk about these areas in the world that are maybe underrepresented when it comes to surfing. I think one of them has been where this gentleman is from. You don't normally hear of surfers from other parts of Brazil rather than Sao Paulo, Rio, and Santa Catarina for the most part, Pato.
Oh, yeah. And then north of Brazil, I would say. You know, northeast of Brazil, where Italo are, and many of, you know, would say Jadson.
Yeah.
So we have huge coast. And where we live now in the Brazilian time, it's Olympic, you know,
Right.
Italo. You have a gold medal, and we have 3 times world champion. We never had that before. You know, we never really had all this opportunity that the government give to us, to all the generation.
Yeah, and I see some new, I mean, even from Italo's era, Arthur,
Yeah.
this young man, he's so
Oh,
crazy.
yeah.
It's just a matter of time.
Oh.
Here we go, Jacob Wilcox.
Yep,
Wow.
already has the 2-turn combo right there. He's going to kick out with 13 minutes to go. He's in fourth.
needing a 4.74. It's funny that you bring that up, though, because Kaipo and I were actually talking a few hours ago about the success of Fabio Gouveia, and he had the win at Sunset Beach, excuse me, as you were mentioning. And it seems to me like all it takes is one person to succeed in order to kind of plant that seed in people's minds.
You're right. And that's what's happened with, I would say, for me, Adriano brings all the fire.
The captain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Medina, with all his talent, broke down the frontier.
Right.
You know, and now it's open. You know, all these guys, if you're talking to Ryan, he would say, I'm going to be a world champion. You know, and he believes.
Yeah.
And actually, honestly, you know, he have a lot of things to work. It's only 15 years. And believe in himself and work hard, and I do believe.
Self-belief does go a long way. 12 minutes to go. Ryan Canalo in the lead. Brody Sale trailing in second place. And it's the Corona Saquarema Pro still in the water right now. Heat number 22. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitch Kaipo and the Brazilian big wave legend Everaldo Pato Teixeira here in the booth. 10 minutes remaining in Heat 22. There's Matt Myers working with his surfer Nolan Raposa, number 24 in the rankings, and Kaipo doing a bit of cognitive training just to warm up.
Yeah, Nolan Raposa, he's going to be up against Luca Macinas, as well as Shun Murakami and Hobson Santos. Here's live action, Jacob Wilcox.
Yep, Jake on the forehand yet again. He has a couple of scores in his scoreline so far that are a 4 or below. And he's looking to better his situation right here, needing a 4.15 to be precise. And here's the surfer in green, Ryan Canalo. You see him throw a little fist pump right there at the end. 9:35 to go. And Kaipo, we were talking about with Pato about the differences of surfing here in Saquarema in comparison to other spots on the CS. This is a tough place to compete at.
Gotta be quick. Gotta recognize those sections. That's exactly what Ryan did. He recognized that first big section and he attacked it. If he went around that, there was no way he was going to improve upon his scoreline. The fact that he attacked that first section is going to bode well for the Brazilian. Here we go with Jacob Wilcox. You can see the long bomb turn, but more of a tapered wall for Wilcox. So he's really got this dead section to deal with. Has to hippity hop through that dead section. Does a good job at the end of this wave, but didn't have that really meaningful outside maneuver in comparison to Ryan Canalo's start. But Wilcox made up with it because the wave kept on giving.
And only needed a 4.15 at that moment. And looking at this different angle, Pato, this is definitely a great heat, I think, to really explain where the sport of surfing is right now in terms of talent and the kind of depth we have with the age groups, right? Canalo, 15 years of age, Wilcox only 25, and Brody Sale, still early 20s. Now you see Thiago Camarão, who's trailing in this heat. He's been the veteran. He's been around for a long time. The evolution of this sport and the rapid growth that we're seeing from these surfers, it's incomprehensible, really.
It is. You know, and for Thiago, you know, it's been more than 20 years on the tour, you know, and almost get there. like for one hit, almost qualified for like 2 or 3 times. And what got more impressive for me on Thiago, it's he never give up. You know, it's super hard psychology to be 20 years doing one thing and never really make the tour.
Right.
You know, it would be super hard. Many give ups already, you know, and he's still here. But you're right. The new generation comes with all the power, all the energy, and more work. Like you say, it's kind of hard for Thiago to put 8 hours a day on the surf. But, you know, for Ryan, normal.
Yeah. It's easy to do that when you're a kid, isn't it, Kaipo?
Youthful energy. I mean, I love the contrast between the veteran in the way of Thiago Camarão and the new blood in Ryan Kainalo. So this is like 2 different generations basically in the water at the same time. But Ryan, on this is the impressive part. Bang!
Wow.
Right at the beginning, and knows. That's the recognition that you need to do. You need that quick muscle memory in these beach breaks to get up in the lip as soon as it presents itself. So he's got a 3.83 as his backup, Ryan does. I think he's going to better that with this last score. We're still waiting for that score.
Just under 7 minutes to go, and as you were mentioning, we are waiting not only on his, but Wilcox comes in as a 4.63. That moves him up into 2nd place. Brody Sale down to 3rd. At the moment, he's needing a 4.2, and Shrimpy, Thiago needing a 5.63. And gentlemen, today we're talking about 5s being something that's comparable as 8s in other days.
Yeah, scale's low.
Been very difficult today.
Scale's low, and then the number drops through for Ryan, but we got live action also.
It's a 5.27. Sale in 3rd. Great start to this wave. I love his composed style, 2 Kipes. And the surfer from the Big Island of Hawaii, we're talking about probably the most underrepresented of the 3 major islands out there in terms of competition. To me, really, the last surfer that succeeded besides Story Meister was Tonino Benson a few years ago.
This is true. And Brody is just making Banyans proud right now. I mean, the kid's polished for his young age. Again, like you said, hailing from Hawaii Island, the only growing island still in the island chain, and we got more growing right now because we got a lava flow coming up, and so our islands continue to grow live action, just like Brody Sale's surfing ability continues to grow.
Oh, you know, I'll say today and the last couple days before the comp, the Hawaiian that get me impressive is from West Coast of Oahu. It's number 4 on the ranking now.
Ian Gentile, or
no, the Sandy Garcia part.
From the west side of Oahu, I'm thinking.
I know.
Ooh, that.
He's in the event here.
Yeah, he's number 4. I just want to talk to him and just forget it.
Man, it goes to show you that we need to.
He actually
kind of
from South Shore. He's been going back on the tour.
Oh, you're talking about Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, he been shocked everyone on the last couple of days. How much focus he's, how much sharp, how much improved, how much everything since, last time on the tour.
He's a warrior. Okay, yeah. He trains. He hangs out with, like football players and athletes. He's in the gym. He's on the beach. He's a big kid, but he can surf light when he wants to. Yeah, he's talk about training. He puts in a lot of time, and we're looking to see Ezekiel Lau to re-qualify for the championship tour. We'll see if he does that. But had a lead change, Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
Oh,
4 minutes to go. Brody Sale takes the lead with a 6.27. That moves Jacob Wilcox down to 3rd place, needing a 5.87, and Del Camarão with priority needing a 7.37. This is a big heat for many different reasons. Jacob Wilcox, number 11 in the rankings. And let's look at how we got here in this heat with 3:45 to go. Let's look at the heat recap. Brody Sale with a 6.27. We're going to keep that for later because live action, Del Camarão, Shrimpy needs a big score. Decent combo to start things off. And just a little light tap to finish this wave off. He's going to kick out. 3:30 to go. And Kipes, it seems to me like there's some significance in this heat, not only from Wilcox, but Kainalo would also love to eliminate somebody within qualifying grasp.
I mean, this is the spoiler, and this is the local spoiler at work. He's He's going to cast a spell right now on Jacob Wilcox, because Jacob needs to get some work done. Jacob does have priority. The need that he needs is a 5.87. Like in your normal day, you would think a 5.87 is a mid-range score, but the scores today have been suppressed. Here's the heat recap, Mitchell. Let's start it off.
4.57 for just this one turn. Kipes, it was really Ryan Kainalo who was able to get things going, Pato, with a couple of scores in the 5-point range.
You know what I get? I knew it. Ryan would do this. He's been work. He's been focused. He just got third on the QS just now, a week ago. You know, and he's been number 4 on the South America ranks. He did like 3 finals this year. He completely ready for the challenge next year.
And it seems like Brody Sale is too, Kaipo. He's looked sharp so far. That Slater Designs under his feet looks great as well.
6.27 on that last ride from Brody Sale, and that's what he did to take the lead.
So down to 2 minutes priority with Wilcox, Kipes, and it seems like this is going to be the most important decision that Wilcox will have to make all year long.
Look at make or break on your screen. You can see him on the right side of the TV right now, and Wilcox in the red jersey trying to paddle himself into position. He's got to get into position. He's got that first priority. Again, the advancement need of 5.87, but let's kick it off with Ryan here.
Kainalo on the backhand. He's really only selected left so far. Beautiful combination to start things off. And it's really the patience that he's had so far on these waves that has been the most impressive thing.
Jacob would have loved to have that wave, Mitchell. Jacob, with priority, would have loved to have that wave, and he just wasn't in the spot we saw before, right, Pato? Jacob's paddling for the wave, but Ryan was already in the spot that he needed to be.
You know what, Kaipo? This condition, it moves so much water. You know, the current today is so strong. If you don't just get your line with the beach and find a point, it's easy to get loose and lost on the lineup.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what I feel was happening with him.
It happened, yeah. And then meanwhile, Ryan, with a lot of experience coming off success in Saquarema Surf Festival, already has the lineup dialed.
Exactly.
You know, finds the waves, has it dialed.
Exactly. He's been here for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Training.
There you go.
Every day. He knows the whole lineup.
But it's a game changer, that is for sure. He might even take the lead with this last wave, too. Still waiting on the score. A 5.58 will move him up into first, but he's really just looking to better the 5.23 and add some more pressure to Wilcox and Camarao.
It's going to be a shocker for Wilcox right now. 20 seconds.
It will. Number 11 in the rankings. He's this close to qualifying, too.
That's super important hit.
And that goes to show you everybody here on the Challenger Series, whether that person is ranked or not, is a legit threat, Kipes.
Yeah, he's done. He has to duck dive that wave. He's done.
Wow.
There you go.
And a huge, huge victory for both Brody Sale and Ryan Kainalo moving through. The young Hawaiian from Kailua Kona advancing with that gentleman. Got third last week at the QS 5000 here in Saquarema, and now looking for another big result. And the most impressive thing, he's only 15 years of age, too.
Yeah, you know, and he needs, you know, if you saw him, this Hawaiian guy, he surfed like a Hawaiian, you know, different line, a beautiful style, amazing lines, and he's ready. And Ryan needs a lot of things to work. And I do believe, I work with Ryan all the time. But, like I said in the beginning, the hard work
pays off.
Pays off.
Hey, Pato, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much, and hope to see you around.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to hanging out with you guys.
So, Kaipa will be back. Pato will be back. I'm going to go out. It's Brody Sale, Ryan Kainalo moving through. We'll be right back from Saquarema.
blue sky, hills, beaches, and forests. Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
And we are back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Opening round for the men, round of 96. Opening round for the men, heat number 23 in the round of 96. As you can see, Luca Macinas out in the water, as well as Nolan Raposa, Shun Murakami, and Robson Santos. I'd like to welcome back into the booth, Bruno. Bruno's back.
Yes, Kaipo, thanks. Happy to be here again. Oh, good shot there from Nolan.
Yeah, Nolan Raposa in the blue jersey. And Nolan needs a good result here in Brazil if he wants to get above that cut line on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, he's near the bubble, huh?
Yeah. Here we go. Hey, Pato, talk us through this replay.
You know, I like the first maneuver. It was strong, was power, and he used everything he had to make the wave happen and to make the score.
Now it's Shun Murakami. That's a replay.
Yeah, this is Shun Murakami in the white jersey.
You know, for the people know in Hawaii, Wakita-san.
Yep. So let's take a look at where Nolan Raposa falls right now on the rankings. Raposa is
number 19th, I think.
I want to say 19. Yeah. Number 24.
24.
Yeah, number 24. So he's got some work to do.
Yeah. Luca Macinas.
Yeah, Luca Macinas also number 19. So it really important heat for both Nolan Raposa and Luca Macinas.
Start good. 517.
Oh, yeah. Could be a keeper, huh?
100%, especially on the day like today that we've been seeing like a lot of.
Yeah, Nolan Raposa opened up this season. Stop number 1 over at Snapper, made the semifinals over there. That's been his best finish so far. Needs a couple more results to get above that cut line, but he's put himself right in. Same thing with Luca Macinas, who's 19 on the Challenger Series rankings. Had some consistent finishes so far, but Luca, if he wants to get back on tour, needs to do it here and then do it again in Haleiwa.
Like many others,
Yeah.
Kaipo. It's a very, very important comp for the last, would say, 7 spots. Wow.
Yeah, Shun Murakami just exploding off the top there for the surfer representing Japan. And, you know, we talked about the Brazilian storm and how there's like a lapse, and then every region has their moments of a group. I think that Japan could be the next explosion right now of surfing talent with guys like Shun Murakami, Bruno.
Oh, yeah, for sure, man. And after the Olympic Games there in Tokyo, that should be a huge boost in the confidence of Japanese surfers.
Yeah, I mean, Taichi Wakita, Shun Murakami, Rail Inaba, there's some really talented surfers. They all hang together representing Japan. They could be the next storm. Here we go with Luca Macinas. The Peruvian with a smooth off the top and times that second turn perfectly. So nice flow from Luca Macinas, Bruno.
Oh, yeah, man. He's an Olympian surfer, huh?
Yep.
He's been around and he's representing the lineage of Peruvian surfers ever since the 60s, from Felipe Pomar to Sofia Mulanovic.
Well, Luca Macinas, the first Peruvian male to make the championship tour. Meanwhile, you know, when we talk about Sofia Mulanovic, she took a world title to Brazil.
To Peru, yeah.
All right, well, are we going to throw it down here to Rachel? Because Rachel is with Brody Sale.
Brody, stay here with me, and congratulations! You made the highest hit of the high score of the heat in the end. What was going through your mind before that score?
I knew I needed a score, and I fell on the wave before, so I was just like, it's a good wave, so I just need to finish it and stay on my feet and be solid. And yeah, I was lucky that wave came.
And today is day 3 of the event. How was it for you to control your anxiety to go to the water?
I was actually super nervous today. Like, first heat's always super gnarly. But yeah, I was super nervous this morning, just shaky and just like not normal. But yeah, that felt really good to get the first round out of the way.
Okay, but yeah, that was a great way to start the day. Do you want to say something to your friends and family?
Yeah, thanks everyone at Big Island watching. Banyan boys, let's go. Let's keep it rolling.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, the Banyan boys, they're up early. It's about 3:48 a.m. back in the islands, so maybe they were just waking up early to back up their man Brody Sale, but Brody got the job done. We'll see him in the round of 48.
Right. You know, Kaipo, you're talking about the new generation of Japan, and I believe, you know, it's a great generation, and maybe can be another storm from the whole world. But I do believe in Europe. I do believe in France.
Yeah.
You know, I believe that generation that are now on this new format of the tour and how hard they work now, and with all this, there you go. Or with all these guys on the back from the French guys, I believe they are very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, hey, a lot of times regions that have good waves present good, produce good surfers. And we all know, Bruno, France, especially the south of France, there's a number of quality waves there.
Oh, for sure, man. From La Canoa to the border of Spain and Basque Country, we have plenty of good waves. Huh?
All right, so let's see what's happening in this heat right now. We got Shun Murakami, the Japanese representative. He's out in the lead, but that lead just might be a fleeting lead because we're still waiting for the last score of Luca Macinas, the Peruvian out there. But right now, Shun Murakami in the lead. Luca Macinas in second. Nolan Raposa's in third. He's got priority. And Hobson Santos still searching for a meaningful ride. We see Shun Murakami and some of his stats right here. 25 years of age, hailing from Japan. Number 84 on the Challenger Series.
Oh, yeah.
So he's got some work to do.
Yeah, it's a long way to be near the bubble at least.
Yeah. But I believe in Lucas. You know, he's another guy that works hard.
Yeah.
You know, surfs incredible, amazing.
In each and every situation.
And is great in everything.
Yeah, good battle rider.
Exactly. You know, born and raised in Peru.
Yeah.
You know, work hard and very smooth. You know, super styling and
precise, like in
exactly. You
smooth
know,
style.
I like a lot.
Yeah.
All right, well, down to 20 minutes and 30 seconds on the countdown, and still some workout to do. Now, we've seen a number of times, Bruno, in all of these heats, both from day 1 as well as day number 2 here. Things change, and a lot of times we've seen the heat switch in the final 1 minute, 2 minutes, 30 seconds, whatever it may be.
Nobody is secure there, brother. we saw a lot of buzzer beaters during the first heat, ever since the first heat.
Yes,
And
certainly.
you know what? Robson Santos, he had his share of Brazilian glory back in 2015. He was a South American champion.
Robson Santos.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's a
great
surfer.
season.
Yeah.
Adriano was a world champ. Caio Belli was #1 in QS.
Pato, we're talking about, well, we'll get back to that conversation because now live action here. Luca Macinas going against the grain on the right, looking for something. A ramp, goes for the alley-oop, and just missed times out a little bit, but you could see he was, Pato, you talked about the current. You could tell he was going upstream on that right against the current.
Exactly. And, you know, Kaipo, with this kind of wind, you can see not much people surf on the right today.
Right.
Because the wind holds yourself. You know, it's kind of hard to surf against the wind with this, I would say, soft conditions that we have today. You know, because this swell, it generates very close here. And you can see it's a wind swell, you know. and it makes the wave more soft than usually are in Saquarema. Saquarema is a very powerful wave.
Yes.
You know, it's kind of
Ocean waves,
Hawaiians always do
ground
good
swells,
here. You know. Oh, there you go.
All right, live action there, and that was Robson Santos. He waited a while to get that wave, but unfortunately, just a little bit of backwash kicked him off. But you're right about the power of this wave, Pato. This is my 5th time here to Saquarema. First time I came, I brought a shortboard and a groveler. I thought it was going to be, beach break, like, whatever, you know? Yeah. And then I learned, you bring a step up over here.
Exactly.
You should.
Exactly.
You bring, because there's a lot of swell that hits these shores.
Yeah. You know what, Kaipo? I've been here for 3 weeks already. You know, Bella, my daughter, compete on the QS, and now we're on the challenge. We haven't had a flat day until 3 days ago.
Right.
It was 2 weeks.
Non-stop.
No-stop. Full waves. There is no way any other part in the whole Brazilian are consistent like Saquarema.
Yeah. I mean,
that's the reason why we have the 3 circuits here, QS, CS, and CT.
Because we're guaranteed swell, right?
Yeah,
A lot of swell.
Exactly.
And then, you know, even on the other side of the beach here, Barinha.
Yeah.
Very powerful wave.
Wow.
When I came here in 2018, my first session over there, I broke my board. I didn't break a board all winter in Hawaii. Came over here to the Brazil. First session, broke my board, held me down to the bottom like a little sand crab. Had a hard time making it to the surface. Really, really showed me, wow, it's for real. There we go. That wave down there.
That's the place.
In Kaipo, I'll ask the producers if they can find the image 2 weeks ago.
I told Kaipo about it. It was looked like
backdoor and off the wall. On the big side.
Yeah.
8 to 10 footer. Incredible.
João Chanca, Raoni.
I saw some images of Raoni Montero, just with a couple big ones. Here we go. This is Nolan Raposa surfing his way. He needs a 3-point ride right now if he wants to get into 2nd place. We'll see if that was enough for Nolan Raposa from Long Beach, California. Noel Rap.
You know what, Kaipo, I was thinking about boards in Saquarema. The first comp here, professional comp, was back in 1975.
Wow.
Roberto Marques, Betão won it with a 9.6.
A surfboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. You know,
of course, we're talking about the 70s. But
I've been traveled so much all over the world, but and people know that how much I love Hawaii. But Saquarema, it's some similar, you know, with
our version of it.
Exactly, I would say we have no pipeline, we have no off the wall back
no
door,
reef breaks and stuff.
Sometimes in a year we do have backdoor.
Yeah,
we do have
with Bahia.
With Bahia, yes.
Almost a man-made wave, huh?
And then I don't know, you probably know, Kaipo, but you know, you just passed Bahia, then you have Villa. And just like 5 kilometers away, you have this crazy slab.
Yeah, I've seen. So what people that I got to learn here, and as we see the beautiful coastline here at Saquarema, in a way I get like this is, you know how you drive through the country from town on Oahu and then you go to the North Shore? Right. For me, this is like driving from Rio, like from the city, and then you're coming out to the country. Exactly. And this is like the North Shore over here.
You decode that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the same feeling for us.
Exactly. And 100%, hands down, there is no other place in Brazil like Saquarema.
And then you know, like even from Hawaii perspective, you know, you get the butterflies and stuff. You get in your car, you're putting on your boards. You know you're heading to some place where, wow, I'm going to be surfing some big waves right now. I know what the forecast is looking like. And it's the same thing, you know, for me on Oahu, driving from town over the hill and going to the North Shore and be like, oh, here we go.
You see,
same thing.
When you see a Haleiwa,
you know, you get down, you see outside Haleiwa, you say, oh my God.
All right, well, let's get caught up with this heat right now. Shun Murakami out in the lead. Luca Macinas in 2nd place. Nolan Raposa, he's got some work to do. He's in 3rd. And Robson Santos, he's got some work to do. We'll see if Santos and Raposa come back on the other side of this break when we return to the Corona Saquarema Pro.
What a beautiful view. Great.
I'm Nolan Raposa. I'm 24 years old, and I'm from Long Beach, California. There's all sorts of different types of personalities going around in Long Beach, so I like to try and bleed that out into my own type of person, you know? Consistency is key, and, you know, pressure is a privilege. So that's what it comes down to, is just trying to, you know, not ever giving up, really, you know, and just keep stacking, making heats, you know? Keep grinding.
Nolan Raposa, pressure is a privilege. Coming from Long Beach, California, I like it a lot. Making Snoop Dogg proud. Nolan Raposa.
And I like that quote, like, keep grinding, huh?
Keep grinding.
That's the QS and the CS.
Well, Nolan did grind, because while we were waiting for that break, he got the score that he needed. A 3.5 and a 5.17 put Nolan Raposa on the top of the pack right now. Shun Murakami has dropped down to second place. Luca Macinas. Luca needs a 2.41 to flip the script over here, and Robson Santos gotta get busy. Only fractional score so far in the score line for Robson Santos, Pato. What's he need to do?
You know, kind of hard. Like I say, this current move you away, you know, it's a huge field, right? It's amazing. When you get outside, you can see it. It's a huge, you know, you see
it's
a
open ocean,
so
like,
far away from you, and you kind of, sometimes you kind of get lost. And it seems like that's what's Robson Santos now, you know, it's kind of get lost.
Even with the knowledge, with the intimacy, yeah, it's hard.
Yeah. You know, Kaipo, I saw a lot today, just now, you know, Imai.
Yeah.
He needs a very important, he needs a result here. And for me, I want to be honest to you, I love the way he served. I love the power serve.
Great technique.
I love the technique that he had. And he got lost.
Yep.
Exactly what Rob Santos are now, lost.
Yeah, it can happen out there. You got to stay quick. You got to be aware. There's a lot of current. There's a lot of water moving. We just seen Shun Murakami finishing off a ride there. Shun will retake the lead over Nolan Raposa with a 2.67 on that last effort. Put in a great effort, I think, Bruno.
Oh, yeah.
Shun Murakami. So
dynamic, huh?
Pretty dynamic surfing. Quick, goofy foot out of Japan. Part of the mob. Here we go. Replay, Bruno.
Yeah, a little fade. Great bottom turn. A top turn, and then managed to pull together a nice entry. And kept the pace, the style, aiming one last section, huh? And that he goes vertical.
He didn't make that last
he
one.
didn't make it, yeah. Almost there. Huh?
But you know what? In 10 minutes, everything can happen.
That's it. That's a...
And there you go.
Here we go, Robson Santos on the backhand. Some busy work. A little bit of frustration there as he kicks out again.
Exactly.
Having a hard time finding the peak.
The body language, it's, you know, it talks a lot,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But, you know, Kaipo, for me, you have to say, gotta, you know, it just ends when the buzz ends. And you have to work hard all the way. You know, it's, for me, what I feel a body language like this, just 8 minutes away, you have a lot of things to do. You can have 2 waves in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
5.5 and
so
it's
you
done.
have to just reset your mind and let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah.
You know, but sometimes it's hard to think about that.
I agree. And Bruno, the judges see that body language too. And that's the thing. You don't want them to think that you're giving up. Here we go. Raposa throws the air and goes down. Meanwhile, Shun Murakami, his last ride, that was a 4.83. So Shun Murakami goes to the top of the pack. He's number 1. Nolan Raposa is number 2. Luca Macinas, you can see him in the red jersey. Macinas needing a 2.74. So Nolan Raposa not pulling off that maneuver, Bruno, put himself in the danger zone, because now Luca Macinas just needs a very small score to overtake that second place in advancing position.
They're almost tied like Raposa and Macinas. And I was thinking, in Portuguese, Raposa, if you take the Z, put an S, means fox, you know?
It means a fox.
Yeah.
Raposa.
Yeah, Raposa.
And if you see, Lucas has the second score on the heat, second best score on the heat. So he only needs just, a backup, a good backup.
Yeah. Very, very tight heat between Murakami, Raposa, and Macinas at the moment. 7 minutes, 20 seconds on the countdown.
There you go.
And here we go, Luca. And you come from a land of laughs. You know how to do a backhand hook, and that's exactly what Luca Macinas was able to do. I venture to say that even with that one turn, Bruno, that was enough for the score.
Oh, I love the bottom turn, the extension, like the angle. Huh? Like Pato said before, he's a stylish surfer. Huh?
Exactly, and he has all the fundamentals of surfing, And that's why he was the first one from Peru come out in the city.
Santos doing some work here. A couple of banks off the top. Little inside section before he kicks out. Clawing his way back into this heat. 6 minutes and 40 on the countdown. And we're still waiting for scores for both Robson Santos, who just finished off, and an important score for Luca Macinas.
Sorry, Kaipo. You know what I feel today? Like you say on the beginning, somehow the waves or the judgment, but it's super hard to pass the 6 today.
Yeah.
Somehow the surfers didn't find the wave, the ramp, or the power to move to the excellent score, or high scores, or even 7s.
Maybe it's because of the softness that you told us about.
Yeah, I mean, here we go, Luca. Big hook there, and we were still waiting for that score, but I'm forecasting that that's going to be enough for him to go into second place. We're still waiting. He needs a 2.74, so we'll see what the judges think about that. But to the numbers that we're seeing right now, Bruno, and I don't want to get in trouble and stuff, but I said it this morning, I thought that the judges, like when they started the scale today, started pretty low. And once you compress that scale, then everything's like, if the highest wave that you see so far today is like a 6-point ride, a 7-point ride, there's still some room on the ceiling right there. So everything's kind of squished together with today's scale. That means the judges are expecting a lot, but at the same time, doesn't give them a lot of room to move.
That's it. We left a lot of space in between, like the 6 and the 10.
All right, well, it's 5 minutes, and you know what that time is? That's time for a heat recap, and we're going to start it off, Bruno, with
Nolan Raposa. Yeah, the Fox, man, doing great. Taking advantage of surfing in his forehand. Very dynamic, doing a lot of turns.
Pato, what do you think about this, Shun Murakami?
It's super aggressive. Your first turn is great. Unfortunately, the wave just died. If that wave continued, it would be a high score.
And Bruno Shun, again, really quick on the forehand.
Oh yeah, man. Dynamic, vertical, and doing good. Look at that. It was a bummer that he lost the last. He entered there on the shore break, almost. Boom, and fell off.
And the Peruvian Luca Macinas, Pato, strong on the backhand.
It's amazing, another powerful maneuver. Unfortunately, again, the wave didn't cooperate with him. If it has something more, it definitely would go for the scores that we're looking for.
Yeah.
Bringing it back to live action now, let's just give you a recap of what happened. A 5.5 checked in for Luca Macinas, and he has taken the lead. Shun Murakami now in second place on the back end. Murakami goes down. He's not going to improve upon his scoreline. Nolan Raposa now in third place and in danger of getting eliminated. Raposa needs a 5.67. Nolan Raposa in the blue jersey has priority, but he needs to get some work done, Bruno.
Yeah, he's been pressured by time now, huh?
Pato, what's Nolan need to do?
Find a good wave, or a wave that he find on the beginning. Then after that, you can see he never find another wave. So I think it's time to do that. And 3 minutes is a lot of time.
It is a lot of time. He needs Itaúna to really give him a gift at this moment, though. It needs a little. You talked about this short period wind swell. Not a lot of push. You need a special wave.
Yeah. But we see it. Luca Macinas just did a 5.5 on one turn.
Yes.
He can make it. Yeah. A great air. He's a good air guy.
Yes.
So one air, boom.
Well, this is, you know what? This is when you dig deep as a competitor, this is when it all matters. You start with a half an hour, but sometimes it comes down to just 1 minute to change the whole course of your heat, and that's what's happening to Nolan Raposa right now.
And you have to have the cold blood to do it.
He said pressure's a privilege.
Yeah.
We saw that interview. Pressure's a privilege. Well, now Nolan Raposa is privileged with the pressure of getting a 5.67.
Yeah, there you go. And you know, Kaipo, then we're looking on the big scenario, and you see how hard it is for these guys. You know, travel from one part of the world to the other part of the world. 2 minutes, you need 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
You need to do your best. You need to find a good way.
You're writing your destiny,
You know, it's hard, bro. This sport is hard.
Yeah.
It's amazing, and it's very, very.
People always look to the top of the iceberg, and there's a lot of effort, blood and tears there.
Oh my God.
All right, so 1 minute and 30 seconds. So there's 90 seconds remaining for Nolan Raposa to make his comeback in this heat. We'll see if No Rap can do that. Here he goes. Bang! And needs to hang on to that.
Wow.
That was going to be the number.
Exactly.
Yeah. Pato predicted that, huh?
You know, he's a good air guy.
Yeah.
And lead a ramp, but forget it one thing.
There we go. The
Have to
rotation
complete.
needed to complete that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
A very important detail.
Exactly, unfortunately, you know. In psychology, again, it's hard. You know, a minute away from your dreams, pretty much.
A fraction of a second sometimes. Yeah.
Hey, you know, on the championship tour, we start with 36 people in the opening round. The Challenger Series, you got to compete against 96 surfers, and every single one of these heats are a tough heat, and this is an illustration of that.
Yeah, I heard Alejo Muniz, former CT surfer, saying that. CS heats are like CTs, the rhythm, the level of surfing. So the guys have to do the best.
Yeah, there's no gimmies. There's no automatics here. Santos, frustration again, and unfortunate. So countdown right now. Don't count Nolan Raposa out. He needs to spin around, needs to make it happen. Here we go. Last chance for Nolan Raposa. Looking down the line. Little carve to begin with. Snaps it on the inside, hangs on, but gets all caught up. So that's going to be it.
Yeah.
The end of the run. So Nolan Raposa with some frustration, you can see right there, and that's the tough part. I mean, it's competition, and gosh, it's hard.
Oh yeah,
it is.
It's heartbreaking sometimes.
Wow. But that's the competition. That's what you say. You know, gotta compose yourself. You work hard, training hard, and get back and go into Haleiwa.
Yeah, still 10,000 points.
Yeah.
Well, Nolan Raposa is going to have to make it happen in Haleiwa. Meanwhile, Luca Macinas continues his run, and he wants to get above that cut line. He's that much closer to getting above that cut line, advancing out of this heat along with Shun Murakami. And Macinas trying to get back on the championship tour, got the job done today. Waiting for one more inconsequential score, however, for Robson Santos, but we got to finish off the heat and get the numbers up. So we'll be waiting for that score for Robson Santos to close this out as we watch Luca Macinas make his way up the beach. I want to thank Bruno. Thank you so much again. And Pato, always a pleasure. Thank you. Maybe you can join us again. Love the insight. Great job. Bruno, Pato, obrigado. We're going to be back. More surfing on the back end of this commercial break at the Corona Saquarema Pro. We're back at Itona for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, and the final heat of the round, the 96, is out in the water. Samuel Pupo, Mihimana Brai, Chris Zafis, and Eric Bahia all out in the water. I'm Kaipo, joined by Mitchell to talk you through this action.
Yeah, another great heat, Kipes, to finish off the round. 24 heats of the round of 96, and it might seem like, you know, 24 is a nice and round number, but it's been a long event so far. You know, we did 16 heats on the first day, 8 heats so far in this second day of competition, and it seems like Eric Bahia up and riding on the first wave, or second wave, excuse me, for him. But another great heat. You have Sammy Pupo, who made the final here during the CT event in June, and now Chris Zafis up and riding, the young Aussie.
Yeah, nice snap from Zafis. And we'll see how those scores come in. Just a couple of inconsequential numbers so far for the rest of our surfers. Here's a replay of Chris Zafis.
Yeah, up and riding. This kid, I've seen him around a few times. Had the pleasure of watching him win a QS 1000 in the Mentawise a few years ago in 2016. He beat Dede Suriana in the final over at HT's. Lands his right, and not only is he a very impressive young surfer at point breaks, done very well so far in beach breaks too. Had a decent result at the Vans US Open of Surfing, but number 50 in the rankings. He's got some rankings to move up to, and you know, with 26 minutes on the clock, I think this is a good chance for Mihimana Brai to really solidify his place within the top 30 and eventually make a run at qualification in Haleiwa, Kipes.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to that last stop. Again, 7 stops on the Challenger Series. Your top 4 results go into your rankings. We take top 10 men, we take the top 5 women. We've already had 3 men qualify, so there's only 7 spots left for the men. And speaking of the women, this is the final heat of the round of 96 for the men. Right after this heat, we're going to go into the opening round for our women, and we're looking to complete 10 heats in the round of 64.
Yeah, it should be another fun day of competition when you're seeing those first 10 heats come up, and the first one you already have number 7 in the rankings, Teresa Bonvolo, going to be out there, and you know, crowd favorite Coco Ho also back into competition here, and she has a chance of qualifying, believe it or not. She's number 37 in the rankings. Wouldn't see a little bit of a surprise of her make a dream run into finals day here, Kipes.
Yeah, here we go. Eric down the line, waiting for a section to present itself, and does a great job of getting up and throwing the fins. Eric Bahia, and as we catch up with Samuel Pupo on the backhand, Pupo having some success here already this year, made his first CT final in his rookie season. Pretty impressive for this young man.
Yeah, Rookie of the Year award as well for young Sammy. And, you know, you see him, and just with his physique, you wouldn't think that he's one of the best surfers in the world, but then he seems stand up on a board and you're like, okay, I understand why you're ranked number 10 on the championship tour. I really love this turn though, out of nowhere. Just drifts the fins right there. A solid section 2 for the surfer in green, Bahia. And how about Zafis on the backhand here? This wave just kind of fizzling out, gets the one turn going left, and then just has to wrap it back, and showed a lot of patience right there. Unfortunately, the wave just didn't stand up the way he wanted to. And, you know, I think in terms of rankings, there's a lot of people that have been moving up in the rankings, and I know the last heat had a lot of implications for qualification too, Kaipo.
Yeah, it was an important heat for Luca Macinas, and he got the job done. Right now, Luca is with Bruno against the glass.
Can I go? Yeah, one more step. And you're done, huh? So important, huh?
Yeah, it's important always to make the hits. Like I was telling you, it's a long road. That was the first hit. Stoked to make it with these hard conditions. The waves are really hard. Hard to find a good one, you know, to open up with 2 maneuvers. But yeah, stoked to find one, and then I got a back up in the end of 1 turn. So happy to make it another day. Hopefully next time the conditions are a little better, but happy to be here in Brazil and representing my country.
You have half a season on CT. How do you deal with the pressure of getting back there, which we can say, we can watch you belong there? Huh?
Yeah, in the beginning it was kind of hard. Like I was a little upset, you know, because of my performance in the CT. I think I could have done better. And what I like is that I felt like I learned a lot in the CT. I felt like there is a lot more to do, a lot more to train, a lot more to maybe grow and do power for turns. So I feel like I learned a lot, and now I'm here fighting again, you know, to get back there again. And I think if I get there again, I will be for sure more prepared this time.
¿Un mensaje para Peruvian and your familia?
Sí, un saludo para toda la gente de Perú que está siguiendo el campeonato. Seguimos guerreando, seguimos con todo. A mi familia, a mi enamorada y a todos. Saludos.
Gracias, Good luck. Back to you, boys.
All right. Yeah, I mean, the thrill of victory for Luca Macinas, the agony of defeat for Nolan Raposa right there. Both surfers on the first page of the rankings. Both surfers have a chance of getting above that cut line. Luca's going to move on here, so he's going to make some headway, and then Nolan Raposa, it's going to be all on the line for him at Haleiwa now.
Yeah, and actually very surprised that they met up this early in the competition with both of their rankings that high up, both in the 20s. But, you know, I know both of them personally. I used to travel doing the qualifying series with Luca, and not only is he one of the hardest working surfers there is, you know, when he's in California, he's over at Surf Ready Fitness. When he's in Peru and Mancora, he's working out all the time. And Nolan Raposa, as you said, a heartbreaker. He needs to make up for it in Haleiwa, though. And I think if anybody can do it, it's that kid right there from Long Beach, California.
I agree. The talent's there. It's just got to put it together in the, you know, the challenge of these 30-minute heats. We're looking at some numbers right now, and it is Eric Bahia, who I would take as a wild card in this event, with the current lead with a 5-point ride and a 3.5.
And you talk about impressive right there. 5 points for the one turn on the right. Surfer from Maresias in the green, and here's the Tahitian in blue.
Mihimana Brai with a beautiful turn out the back. The Tahitian, as you said, putting it together here in the beach break.
I love the way this kid surfs. Strong, powerful, has an incredible air game too if you've never seen it before. And just like Hiratira Natufa before him, he's representing the French Polynesia as well as he can. There's a beach break over there called Papara that's very similar to this wave actually too.
That is, bro, you read my mind, don't you, Mitchell? I was saying, this is for Mihimana, this is the Papara training right now that's going to pay off here at Itaúna. Zafis, long bottom turn, carves off the top there, lines up this inside section, hooks it perfectly timed in some difficult water, needs to hang on there and make sure that he's out in front of the whitewater for that completion, and the crowd appreciates it as well.
That was a nasty combo though by Zafis on the backhand. Maybe a little detrimental that he didn't completely ride out of it all the way at the beginning. He added a flare for the dramatic at the end, and he had to go around the surfer in green too. Bahia, great carve to start things off, but I love that second turn. Precise, great timing, but as I said, struggled a little bit coming out of it, Kipes.
Yeah, I mean, that's some jumbled water on the inside there to deal with for Chris as we fly through on the replay, Mitch.
I just love the combo, and it presents great variation too. The carve into the snap at the lip line, and great use of speed too, but this turn right here might be one of the most powerful we've seen all day, Kaipo. Great bottom turn, and how about the execution up into the lip line with the turn right there for Mihimana Brai.
Mike Ta'iroa for the Tahitian right here. Well done. Winds up a couple of triple bottom turn there to time himself for the explosion off the top for Mihimana Brai.
He's probably saying Maururu to that wave right there.
Thank you.
And you know what? Tahiti actually has a couple of surfers that I'm very surprised didn't qualify through the European region too. Kauli Vast, who's coming up, he got second at Chopes, and I mean, there's a few guys that I'm just thinking, wow, how did you guys not qualify with your talent level?
All I know is next year's CT, and when the wild card comes up, I hope Kauli Vast gets that, because he took down a lot of big names and put in some of the most impressive surfing. I mean, you come from a wild card all the way to a final.
And you lost to a guy who ended at number 6 in the world, too. You know, that guy was close to fighting for the world championship at the end of the year.
Talking about Miguel Pupo.
Yeah.
Hey, look at, if the numbers played right in Tahiti, Carly Voss was on his way to a win. He just had like a lackluster kind of final, but big congratulations to Miguel Pupo, who spent so much time on the championship tour, and rightfully so, takes out his first win, and that was a great way to end the year.
At a left, too.
Eric Bahia, currently in second place, so wants to fight back into first place. Needs a 6.18 at this point. And the timing of this young Brazilian surfer, very, very impressive. Doesn't get back into the open face, but however, some impressive turns. More impressive, Chris Zaffis, a 7.17 on his last effort, and that's how he took the lead. Now, Sammy Pupo, Samuel, has to be patient at the beginning of this wave, and that wave just did not give him anything to work with.
Yeah, it goes to show you how deep the field is at these Challenger Series events. I think the most impressive thing that I've seen so far from Bahia is that he is not scared to go for these things, knowing that he has two of the best surfers in the world right now in the water, in both Pupo and Miimana. And Zaffis is an up-and-coming surfer that has not only won QS events before, he's been on the Challenger Series for quite some time now when it comes to actually being a perennial threat for qualification for Australia. But to be a wild card, already drop a 5 and a 3.5 and be in second place right now against these two surfers, that's something big, Kaipo. And here's his last replay, just kind of sets things up. And as you were saying, his timing looks precise, and he looks very comfortable out there in the water right now.
Yeah, showing great patience as well to pick the right section as we come back to live action and we watch Chris Zaffis finishing off this one. Little redirect on the inside there. We'll get caught up with what happened on the outside for Chris Zaffis, but he's in the lead. He'll extend that lead if he improves upon his 4-point ride. Here's a replay.
Yeah, and Chris now going right. 717 was on the left, and that's one of the best scores we've seen all day. Beautiful roundhouse cutback right there. Fully extended. And I love the way he kind of waited for that section to pop up too. Really used the wave to how it was. And with 16:20 to go, I mean, he's in a good position to not only make it through, but also add on to that 717 that he has in his scoreline. An interesting fact, I don't know if you know this, Kaipo, but Chris Zaffis actually has his bachelor's degree too. It might even be in an engineering kind of degree.
Hey, can't be a pro surfer forever. It's good to have a plan B.
He's a smart kid, though, very well spoken. Loves to travel here with his girlfriend.
Well, we're going to step out for a sec. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere. More action here from Itauna in Saquarema. It's a Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We're in the last heat of the opening round for the men's. We're going to keep this show going into the women's right after the conclusion of this heat number 24. The water, we got Chris Zafis on the league. Eric Bahia, currently in second place. Mihimana Brai, who needs to do some work. He's in third, and Samuel Pupo is out in the water. But let's go throw it down to the Área de Atletas for the Banco do Brasil with the wonderful Rachel Apollonio.
I'm here at Área dos Atletas, Banco do Brasil, and here we can see many athletes, little groups. The Australians are there. They're cheering for each other, watching the heats. We have family, friends, boyfriend and girlfriend, many people here. And right behind this is where they put their surfboards and they get stretching themselves. And then they go right there to the water. And then we watch the live show.
I love it. It looks fun down there. It looks fun, Rachel.
Yeah, people are cheering, screaming, and everything. They're so excited.
Overall energy's high.
What? Sorry?
Overall, the energy's very high down there. It looks like you're having a good time.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, well, thank you for the reporting.
Thank you.
Having a great go over here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, and something's happening right here with Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, it seems like he might
this one in.
He might change his equipment here, Kaipo. Let's see what happened. Went right. It was a good size wave too. Airdrop after that floater right there. Foam climbs that second section. And you can see the patience that he has and the amount of experience of competing here year after year in Saquarema. Great blowtail to finish. So that should easily be his best wave. And Zafis got a decent score to back up the 717. This is a 4.4. Nice bottom turn, top turn combo. And then just kind of sets it back up. A little bit of a finish right there with the tap on the foam. So not a bad backup for Chris. But yeah, it seems like Sammy either doing the runaround or might change boards.
Yeah, we'll get caught up and see what the story is. Sammy Pupo, last ride, that was a 4.23. Chris Zafis, his last ride, a 4.4. Situation on the water, Chris Zafis in first. Eric Bahia, the wild card, in second. And Sammy Pupo needs a 4.28 to get into that second place and advancing position. Mihimana Brai, he's holding priority, and he needs a 4.21. There's the runaround and the paddle back out for Samuel Pupo.
It wasn't a bad ride, the 4.23. Personally, I thought it was just going to be a bit more. And I think in the grand scheme of things, you're seeing them really reward those big sections like this one, Kipes.
Mihimana up and over that first section. And the wave just dissipates. But he's going to stick with it, hoping for a little inside reform. He's going to get it. Oncoming section. Nice little snap. And great effort to stay with this by Mihimana Brai. Redirects on the right and gets a bonus inside. Final snap on the short break. Talk about working for a score.
For sure. And they didn't need much, just a 4.21. Probably got to say this is going to be the score in order for him to move up into second place. And Sammy doing the runaround as well. So Mihimana's got a few minutes to spare right here, Kipes. And looking at the replay, I mean, just good wave selection too. He's been on 2 laps where he's been able to execute a turn like that at the beginning. Great bottom turn execution. And to me, really to do a bottom turn that deeply at a beach break is so much more difficult. You have way less time, and really the ability to react when you're surfing like this, like Mihimana, is incomprehensible, really. Tried to fit in one more, but he was right on the sand when he tried to fit in that last turn. But look at this replay from the outside. Bang! Love that first turn up and over the whitewater. And he is not only just a powerful surfer, he is much lighter on his feet than it appears, Kipes.
Yeah, and you know, the thing with someone like Mihimana is not giving up on this, keeping with the flow, staying with it. You can see overall the effort put into him to get that score and just jumping off on the sand for Mihimana.
And it seems like Bahia was also in the mix when it came to catching waves here. Well, he's still in second, and he's only looking at better at 3.5. Gets in a decent combo, too. Maybe not the same amount of speed that he had in the first 2 waves, but he loves it.
Well, as we return to live action, Mihimana does get the score of 4.6. He goes into second, but Eric Bahia we are owed a score for Eric from the judges, and Eric just needs a 3.9. We watched those two waves exchanged in the replay. We'll see if Eric gets the job done. And we're still awaiting those scores, but just a small requirement. I think he's going to get it.
Well, he got a 3.27 on the right before that, remember? It was way more broken up surfing. Nothing as fluid as the last wave that we saw on the left. Not only do I think he's going to get the score, dropping down Mihimana and Sammy to 3rd and 4th respectively with just 7 or 9 minutes to go, that's a lot of pressure for those two surfers to make up for those scores that they need, or they potentially needed in the first 10 to 15 minutes, Kipes.
Called it, Mitchell. 5.23 drops for Eric Bahia. Bahia goes to 2nd. Chris Zaffis remains in the lead. Mihimana banked back down to 3rd place, now needs a 5.63, and Samuel Pupo, under today's circumstances, needs a big number, a 6-point ride.
Yeah, 6 today is hard to come by. I would even say the 5.63 is an extremely difficult score to get. But, you know, time's still there, 8 minutes. Despite it being their biggest adversary, Kaipo, I also think at the same time, it's their biggest ally. Because if you look at the landscape of the heat so far, Zaffis had the 7.17, backed it up with the 4.4. But in reality, how much time do you need to get one score and then everybody else to eventually require a score after that too? I think 8 minutes is the perfect time.
As we can see, round the 64, heat number 1 for the women. Just 7.5 minutes away from the start of that heat, and we're going to switch gears, but now it's time for the ladies to put on a show. We're going to try to get through 10 heats of that round, the 64 today, and we're going to have some important heats in the world of qualification coming up. Samuel Pupo finds this right-hander. Little cut back to start off. Another carve. Double up on the inside. Little lip glide on the dump on the shore break, and the body language tells me that he thinks he got it. You know what? The crowd in the athletes area, they also think appreciated the performance by Samuel Pupo.
So did I. I mean, that last turn was gnarly. Had to go up and over the section, beautiful bottom turn, and he caught that right way closer to the rocks than a lot of the other waves have been ridden so far. In the heat previous to this, Luca Messinas and Nolan were way down the beach, Kaipo, and this one of those rights that eventually broke closer to where they're paddling out, so should be a decent score. 6 points is what he needs. Looking at the replay, wraps it back, and then just waited patiently for this. Nice little setup carve right there, but a tough section where he went up and over that lip line at the end. And I love how it was more of a 2-stage turn right there at the beginning of it, where he kind of went up and then eventually threw the tail right at the end. It's going to be close to getting the 6.
Well, we are anticipating numbers from the judges. We're under 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. And Samuel Pupo doesn't need a score. I mean, doesn't need a result here. He's already on, you know, like you said, he's this year's Championship Tour Rookie of the Year. We're going to see him again in 2023. But what Samuel can do is he can take some points off the table. And that's going to be the factor when we have some of these Championship Tour surfers, Miggy Pupo, Sammy Pupo,
Gabe,
Jadson Andre, and of course, 3-time world champ Gabe Medina. These CT surfers, if they're successful here, they're going to take points off the table for our Challenger Series surfers, and that's going to affect the math when we look at the year-end final rankings.
Absolutely, and they're doing it for pride, basically, and ooh, there's the score, Kaipo.
Sammy gets it, 6.83. Samuel Pupo goes to 2nd place, and Eric Bahia, who's been putting on a great show as a wild card so far, now has dropped into 3rd place. Eric needing a 5.84. Mihimana Brai needs a 6.47. Here we go, Mihimana. Bounces through some backwash on the drop. Foam climb there. This wave does not look like it's got that number in it. He's sticking with it, however. Big finish. Is that one turn going to be enough for a 6.47? That is the question that I pose to you, Mitchell Salazar.
I don't think so, Kipes. You know, I think he's still going to need another score. But say he does better the 4.6, at least it diminishes the requirement after that. a big drop. Timed the backwash well, went up into the foam climb. I didn't like his body language coming out of it, though. I felt like he should have stayed a little bit more low and compressed. But that second turn was aggressive. It was mean. It was violent at the end. I just don't see that score, being comparable to the 6.83 that Sammy just got, though.
Here we go, cutting to live action. Speaking of Samuel Pupo, here he goes on the inside, looking for upcoming section, winds up, lip glide, airdrop back into the flat landing. Sammy Pupo putting on the heat, the afterburners in this final 5 minutes.
Well, and if you remember a few years ago when he won the Prime in Nereseda at Ribera de Ilhas, he was still only in his late teens.
Yeah.
He's in his early 20s right now, and I can already see a lot of maturity and growth from this young man right now.
Yeah, just celebrated his 22nd birthday, Samuel Pupo. Heat leader Chris Zafis just used his priority on a wave that's not going to help his total, but since he kicked out nice and early, maybe he can make it back out there and get quickly back into the priority line.
So this is Sammy's entire wave with the replay. This is where we caught up, does the one wrap to kind of set things up, and he's been relying on those big sections at the end of these rights. And a massive floater right there at the end, more of a floater snap in that frothy section right at the end, and the crowd loves it. It's a big section, Kipes, and they've really been rewarding that, not only today, but the first day of competition too.
Chris Zafis staying busy. Looking for something to finish off here. Paced approach, but not a lot of flair for the finish for the Australian.
I think it's a smart move, though, just knowing how close the seat is. Easily one of the closest seats we've seen all round long, Kipes. The person in fourth has a 10.2 heat total. And here's Zafis on the replay. Good connection with the lip, an even better second one. And this should be much better than the 4.4, at least for me. And then just try to milk it here at the end. A couple of setup carves and this little last turn to finish off. Right on the sand, as you know, Zafis has always been one of those surfers that has been good on rights, but people have always underestimated his backside surfing too. And for good reason, he's in second place right now.
Yeah, solid performance so far by the Australians. Still waiting for that last score for Sammy Pupo. Has come in at a 6.43, and Pupo with a commanding lead 2 wave heat total of a 13.26. In the context of today, that is one of the higher 2-wave heat totals that we've seen so far.
All event too, and he kind of shut me up. I said that he needed to get those 6s in the first half of the heat, and he got them within 6 minutes. So it was that fast paddle back out from those rights that actually put him in a good spot to eventually be in a rhythm for those kind of waves, Kaipo. And some of those waves, nobody had even surfed before this morning. Everybody was over on the left or on the southern peak, and Sammy just used that northern peak to his advantage.
Chris Zafis just dropped a 5.77, so Eric Bahia as well as Mihimana Brai both need huge requirements. 7.71 for Eric Bahia and a 7.34 for this man, Mihimana Brai, and we're down to just 45 seconds.
I think this heat's over, Kaipo. Not for lack of trying, they both did their very best, and as I told you, Mihimana wasn't going to get the 6 that he was requiring at that point of time. Gets a 5.6, but either way, getting a 7 today, it has to be something ridiculous, really, for the wave they've kind of been setting the scale on, the kind of quality of waves we have. He's giving himself a fighting chance, though. He's up.
Mihimana, nice opening snap. Big second snap, gotta get down the face here, does so. And a little fist pump, the celebration, thinking he's got it. It's gonna be right on the edge. Hey, 2 big maneuvers, and Mihimana, bring it on in. Again, he needs a 7.34. And Eric Bahia also got a wave.
Did I speak too early, Kaipo?
Perhaps. We don't know right now. Gosh, we're going to have to take another look at Mihimana's wave.
I just don't see that being the score, though. Based off of the second turn. Like, if he would have ridden out cleanly, I could see it. But not with the amount of time that it took him to get out of the whitewater. And Bahia's wave here. Decent 2-turn combo, goes for the wrap, and then the hit on the lip line. but just don't see that being up into the 7s in the good range. And Mana's wave is really going to be the one whether or not it's the score.
I agree. I agree. So we're watching this replay. This is pretty elementary that Eric Bahia is not going to get the score for that one. But this one is a wave we have to pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, a big first turn right here. Layback snap to start. There's a lot of risk involved in that. And then goes for the same exact turn on the second section, but just gets hung up right there coming out of it. And that to me just seems like it's going to keep the score down a little bit too much, Kaipo. But look, props to both Bahia and Mana. They put their heart and soul into this, and they really went all out in this heat. And, I mean, these were two incredible snaps. The laybacks back-to-back. I just think that hang-up right there is going to cost him. And how about the performance from the young wildcard, too? Bahia, who was in the top 2 spots for most of the heat, too, bringing his A-game to this heat.
Well, tense times for Mihimana Brai. 7.34 the requirement. Walking up the beach, no indication as of yet from our judges if he's got the number. Competitors area, they're looking at the screen. They want to know what's going on. Talking with some of his crew on the beach and saying, was that enough?
And scores are in, Kai.
Scored in 6.27 for Mihimana. He's hearing the news, and that was not enough. Eliminated from competition. Mihimana Brai, Eric Bahia. The impressive wild card, however, coming up a little bit short. Samuel Pupo went out there, saved it to the last quarter of this heat to turn the gas on, and Samuel Pupo did enough to win this, as well as Chris Zafis going to advance into the next round.
Well, and he dropped an 8-5 on this one to close the heat out too, Kaipo. That is the highest wave of the event so far. And not only has he looked like the favorite to me, but a dominant performance after his final finish here in June during the CT event.
Well, selfie time for Sammy Pupo. Got his job done today. Impressive surfing by the Rookie of the Year on the Championship Tour, and looking very at home here at Itaúna. When we return, the women are going to be in the water. We'll be right back after this.
The Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, is brought to you by Corona, This is Living, by State Government of Rio de Janeiro, official partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro, and by Banco Do Brasil, official bank of the World Surf League in Brazil.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Round of 64 of women's action in the water now. Heat number 1. Number 7 in the rankings from Portugal, Teresa Bombolo. She already won an event this year at Manly Beach in Sydney. Coca Hole, former finalist here in Rio in the blue. Laura Rupp from Brazil, number 50 in the rankings in the white. And Bruna Cardarelli, also from Brazil, one of our wild cards, is in the green jersey. Mitchell Salazar, Kaipo Guerrero with you. And Kaipo, we have new action out there in the water. First time we see the women hit the lineup.
Yeah, well, we're switching gears right here, but the challenge is going to remain the same. We got these long running lefts. We got the against the grain rights. We just saw the highest single wave score got performed in the last heat with Samuel Pupo. So we know that there are excellent scores out there because he got an 8.5. So that could be a sign towards the potential that we're going to see this afternoon.
Right, and maybe even setting the tempo too. Here's the replay of the first wave of Laura Rapp. She's number 50 in the ranking so far, Kaipo.
Well, nice little bank off the top here. Good management of some jumbly water. So just a couple of turns, just feeling herself out. Here we go. This is a replay of Coco Ho. So Coco would be the veteran in this heat. And I'm just such a big fan of the short radius turns that Coco is able to put together. Unfortunately, caught a rail there for her openers.
Former finalist here in Rio. That was over at Barra da Tijuca. And now Rapp on her second scoring ride. Big turn right there on the backhand. And unfortunately not able to complete it. And Bonvalo, who's number 7 in the rankings, has a victory earlier this year in Manly at the Sydney Surf Pro. And just maybe a bit too much there from Rapp for how the section was, Kaipo, but she was close to pulling that turn off right there. And Teresa, though, needing a big result here so she doesn't have to be looking for that qualification in the top 5 spots going into Haleiwa. She has the surfing, though, and the goofy footer from Portugal. She's looking to add another victory to her CS campaign in 2022.
Yeah, so close, right? This is the nervy moments for someone like Teresa Bombolo that she needs to perform, and I'm sure the pressure, because even though you can try to put the rankings and the numbers out of your head, but no matter what, they got to be in the back of your mind, knowing that she needs a result here.
Absolutely. She would also be the first Portuguese female surfer to qualify for the championship tour as well. And with 25 minutes to go, she is looking to catch her first wave. Kaipo, things are changing a bit. It seems like the sun came out just a little bit right there. I'm optimistic.
I dare you, son. I dare you to come out. We're going to come out. You know what? We got this weather coming through right now, but I think in the forecast, we got some sunny days in the future.
I need it. I need it, Kaipo. I came to Brazil for the first time, didn't come to compete and come to work now. I need to get a little sunshine going as well.
You never know, man. I wish I packed better myself. Here we go. Coco Ho.
And you talk about legacy, people that have contributed to the sport of surfing. The whole family is definitely there. Number 37 in the rankings, 31 years of age now. She's looking to requalify for the championship tour yet again. She has a victory on the CT too, Kaipo.
Yeah, Coco Ho. I mean, I'm just a fan of her overall surfing personality, and I love the family. Derek Ho, big hero of mine, 1993 world champ, brought that championship to Hawaii. Michael Ho, Coco's dad, best 60-plus-year-old surfer in the entire world. I'm going to go on record to say that right there.
I second that.
Mason, her brother, her younger brother.
One of the most entertaining surfers there are.
Easily one of the most entertaining surfers in the world. I mean, yeah, a very, very talented crew. And Grandpa Chico, just a legend as well in Hawaiian surfing. So, yeah, great family.
Just under 24 minutes to go. Laura Rapp in the lead so far. And it seems like this year's finalist at the CT event had a big win. That's Samuel Pupo. He's with Maida.
Thank you. Yes, Samuel, you got the score in the very end of the heat, 8.5. So talk us through it.
Yeah, it was a nice wave. I was just trying to better my score so Chris didn't have any chance of getting my first place. So it was a really hard heat for me. I couldn't find any waves down the beach, so I had to change to this part of the beach, and then found a couple rides. It was pretty scary, you know. It was 10 minutes left. I didn't have any score, so had to basically do a couple waves and get the first place.
Nice, very successful here at Itaúna. So how are you feeling to compete with no pressure at all?
I don't know. It doesn't feel like I don't have any pressure. You know, I always want to put on a good performance and get some good waves. So I feel like I put pressure on myself, but no one's pressuring me, I think. So it's nice to come here, you know, in a Challenger Series event. I feel like I missed that winning feeling. You know, it's been so long since I won a contest, so I came here just to focus on trying to make a final and win.
Okay, congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Maíra, and congratulations, parabéns, to Samuel Pupo, who not only has the highest wave of the event in 8.5, the highest heat total of the event too, 15.33 for the young surfer from Marecia, Sao Paulo. And, you know, wise words from a young gentleman and a competitor who's been around for a long time too. No pressure added, but the pressure that he has for himself, Kaipo, as we're seeing Bruna Cardarelli, excuse me, that is her first ride in this heat. Coco Ho had a quick ride, just a 0.5, and nothing yet so far from the very patient Teresa Bombolo. She has priority with just 8 minutes gone by, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's, you know, playing the game right now, holding back. Now that you possess first priority for someone like Teresa, she's going to have to execute when she gets to her feet. But like you said, Mitchell, really small score so far, so tons of opportunity, you know? You break the bank right now if you get a 6-point ride.
Lots of time out there, too. 21 minutes on the clock. Here's Laura Rupp, the surfer in white, currently ranked number 50 on the Challenger Series, just kind of setting this wave up for the inside. Beautiful wrap right there, bringing it all the way around. And is it me, Kaipo, or am I seeing some shades of Melanie Bartels on this ride by Laura Rupp?
Well, I like the reference. Excellent surfer from the west side of Oahu and a powerful surfer. Laura put it together there. She's going to have, that's going to be the highest wave score so far in this heat.
And Bartels, a champion here in Rio before, actually, too. And Laura Rupp, one of the more promising Brazilian surfers on the Challenger Series roster. How'd you like this one, Kaipo?
I liked it. I like the approach. Again, I like it when surfers are patient, picking their line, picking where they're going to place their turn. Great rail control on that wrap right there. Bangs it off the top to come around that section. And look, it clears back into clean water again. Times a final conclusion to this ride. And that is going to put Laura way ahead of the pack.
And what's interesting to me is that we've been talking about patience as we're seeing Teresa's first ride, the Portuguese surfer, number 7 in the rankings.
Nice backhand carve, redirect to the forehand. A little bit of variety right there, a little bit of go right, turn left. I like it, I don't mind it.
Tough wave to ride too, as Laura doing the runaround right there with just under 20 minutes to go. We were talking about patience and how it's a virtue that not many people have, especially young surfers. And now you see people under the age of 20 already have that kind of experience and that patience that a lot of people in their 30s and 40s haven't even experienced so far, Kaipo.
This is true. And it's just really, because we're in the information, we're in the information era, what it does is it allows us to have this new generation be influenced, not just from their region, but from the globe. And also the fact that these surfers are able to utilize a lot of video coaching and so forth, and that's going to help. That helps with the development, and we've seen the development accelerate with each generation. Now, the new generation, you just watch. The new generation, as these wave pools continue to pop up, that's going to help with talent and the progression of surfing when the wave pools are more readily accessible to this young upcoming generation.
Speaking of wave pools, at one of the new wave gardens here in Brazil, I saw Samuel Pupo's wave probably a week ago, and boy, are they just surfing incredible. Evan Geiselman has a couple incredible clips with his older brother Eric as well. Scores coming through for Rupp, a 5-point ride, that is the best of the heat so far. Still waiting on Teresa's opener in the red. Coco Ho drops a 2.73. And just a throwaway score of less than a 1 for Bruna Cardarelli in the green jersey. You know, when Pato Teixeira was in the booth with us, we were talking about the development of several different regions worldwide, and maybe the accelerated growth for certain regions, especially within females. We're seeing that a lot more with the Brazilian contingency now than before, Kaipo.
Yeah, and the Brazilian female movement is going to be accelerated a little bit because we've got a flag change in the way of Luana Silva. We'll see her in competition here, now representing Brazil. That's big news for Brazilian surfing.
Yeah, and she did well here last week during the Saquarema Surf Pro as well, the QS 5000. One of the most impressive performances we've seen out of her career so far. Here's the Portuguese surfer, Bonvalo. Great layback to start things off. Hard wave to surf right there, though, Kaipo, as that wave just kind of fizzles out. Much more of a determined peak, but there you see, number 7 in the rankings, just 23 years of age. And since only 5 women qualify for the championship tour, 18,000 points ain't gonna cut it.
No, 18,000. I mean, with the women, let me do a little bit of math. Mitchell. I'm going to get back to you. But first, let's enjoy this replay of Teresa Bonvalot. Nice layback carve. And that's kind of one of those heel carves. It's unfortunate that this wave didn't allow for more opportunity for Bonvalot.
Coco Ho still yet to get anything better than a 2.73, and despite the success that she has had here in Brazil and in Latin America for that matter, won a QS 6000, formerly known as the 6-star, was Coco in 2014 in Los Cabos. She's up and riding on the left. A couple of setup snaps right there, more aggressive on the first carve. And that's going to be it from the surfer from Rocky Point on Oahu.
So you're talking about qualification for the top 5 women, and I did some quick math. I think it's going to be right around the 27,000 mark that you're going to need in your total ranking to be in that top 5 as we enjoy this replay of Coco Ho. Great opening carve for Ho, and just wanted to stick with this, but the wave didn't give her any more opportunity.
That's a huge number in comparison to 3 of the men that are already above 20,000 have already qualified for the championship tour. And this is Laura Rapp's last Kaipo. Wraps it back and then was looking for a finish here.
Again, nice rail work. Great patience to come through here. Beautiful carving maneuver. She's already got a 5 in her score line. Her backup's a 2.33. She's going to do better than that.
And she does a 3.67 for the young surfer from Brazil in the white jersey. Bonvalo gets a 4.0 on her first, a 3.87 on her second. Coco Ho, a 2.93 on her last. That has her in third. At the moment, needing a 4.94. Let's call it a 5. And Cardarelli at the moment in the green jersey, needing a 7.04 with 15 minutes to go on the clock. Priority is with the surfer in green, the young Brazilian surfer Cardarelli. And you know, mentioning that discussion about generational progress and how we're seeing maybe the global landscape of female surfing. Personally, I tend to believe that there's been certain areas of the world that have maybe developed a bit quicker. I think the United States and Hawaii have obviously been one of them. You see a couple of surfers coming up, and they've been coming through incredible programs such as USA Surfing. Alyssa Spencer and Sawyer Lindblad are part of that Kaipo.
Yeah, both super talented surfers, and I think that's kind of the future that we're going to see out of the USA with those two.
And it seems like we have a couple of surfers coming up in the next heat. That's Yanka Costa from Brazil. Don't go anywhere. The Corona Saquarema Pro. We'll be right back. Back in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitch and Kaipo here with you for the call. This is Heat 1 of the women's round of 64. And guess who's up and riding number 7 in the rankings? Teresa Bombulo from Portugal. Oh. Big section. And not for lack of trying, but wasn't able to complete that maneuver at the end. And the 23-year-old from Portugal, not only looking to move up into the top 5 of the rankings, but she already has a win this year. Kaipo looking for another one, especially when it would almost consolidate her place on the championship tour for 2023.
Yeah, she needs another big result. And with your top 4 finishes counting in there, even though she has that valuable 10,000 point finish, she needs a couple more just because. But you know what? This is an event that Teresa can make some ground, because as we look into the women's draw, we don't have Macy Callahan here, and we don't have Katie Simmers here.
And they already have throwaway results as well, so interesting decision for them to not present themselves here at this event.
Yeah, and opportunity for Sophia McCulloch, Teresa Bonvalat, Bronte McCauley, and Luana Silva.
Yeah, Sophie McCulloch is one of the more underrated surfers in the top 10 of the Challenger Series rankings too. Just outside of the qualification cut right now. 11 minutes to go though, Kaipo, and it's been Laura Rupp so far who's been in the lead all heat long, has a 5, a 3.67. Waiting on the last score of Bombulo. Doesn't seem like she's gonna improve, it's just a 2.6. But Coco Ho needing a 4.94 at the moment. And you know, we were speaking about the legacy, the Ho family, how much it carries in terms of the weight and significance within the sport of surfing. Coco has really redefined herself as just more than a competitive surfer. She's made a name for herself in terms of being a free surfer, and one of the best out there too.
Oh, for sure. And a surfer that is also, when we look at women's pro surfing, has been pushing the limits on hollow waves of consequence. Really, when we look at women's pro surfing, I believe one of the better tube riders as well, you know. And I'd love to see Coco Ho back on the championship tour.
So would I. I think her style suits a lot of the waves that we have on the CT. Bruna Cardarelli, though, in the green jersey, nothing better than just a 0.83. The young Brazilian surfer having a shot, competing as a wild card here in this event with 10 minutes to go. And, you know, a lot of pressure on people's shoulders here, competing in their home nation of Brazil, Kaipo. First time you're competing not only in the Challenger Series events, but for a lot of these young ladies coming up, they're usually competing against a lot of their idols too, such as Coco Ho and maybe even Teresa, who's just a few years older than young Bruna.
Hey.
9:30 to go on the clock. Situation still the same. Priority with Laura Rupp in the white jersey. Teresa Bombulo still in second. Number 7 in the rankings. Hard to not kind of repeat that all the time, Kaipo, because we are in the last 2 events of the Challenger Series. Let's go down to Bruno, and he has a special guest. Bruno.
Oh yeah, Mitch, I'm with a special guest, Tatiana Weston Webb. Nice to see you. Any specific reason why you're watching this heat?
I'm watching actually the next heat. Keala is from Kauai, and she didn't have a place to stay at the end and reached out to Jesse and I because she knows that, you know, we're kind of locals in Brazil. So she was just kind of like, hey, can I stay with you guys? And then we said, of course, you know, we'll help you out. And so yeah, Keala's in the next heat. We're rooting for her. She's also on the Body Glove team with me and Jesse. And then I'm really cheering for Teresa in this heat because I really want Teresa to qualify. And obviously Laura is surfing so good, and she's from Brazil, and she's one of the up-and-coming girls. And yeah, it's really fun to watch her because she looks like she does so well in these conditions. So
the level is super high, huh?
Yeah, everyone is doing so well, and I'm really proud to come here and see all the girls ripping, especially all the Brazilian girls doing so well. You know, I think it's really cool what's happening here. I think there's a big evolution of women surfing.
And speaking about evolution of women surfing, you have your event, yours and Jesse event in Guarujá in a couple of days?
Yes, we're having our sorry, I want to speak Portuguese. We're having our first event, Grom Fest, and we're doing it in Guarujá, Jesse's hometown, and we're super excited. We just announced the date. It'll be the 9th of November, next week, Wednesday, and yeah, we're just putting it on for the kids. We want to give back to the community and give the kids a really fun day of not just serious competition, but fun surfing and getting to know, hopefully, some of the people that inspire them.
Okay, congrats for that. Back with you guys on the booth.
Obrigado, Bruno, and a big hello, oi, to Tati Weston-Webb, and one of the bright young stars of the sport of surfing, only 26 years of age. She's been a runner-up in the world to Carissa Moore last year in 2021, and now making things happen for the local future here in Brazil too, Kaipo.
Yeah, a great give back with her and her partner, Jessie Mendez. As you know, that's kind of, you got to farm surfers sometimes, and you start with the Groms, support the Groms. They get the bug, they start developing, and the next thing you know, they're on the qualifying series, then the Challenger series.
And you got a world champion at the end.
Perhaps.
How about that story, though, about Kiala Tamata Bannert, who's coming up in the next heat, by the way, the high seed, number 16 on the CS. She didn't have a place to stay. She reached out to Tati, and she's like, hey, we got the Kauai connection. Can I stay with you guys? Tati and Jose both opened up their arms and said, yes, absolutely.
I like it.
Pretty cool, isn't it? As we're seeing Laura Rapp in and out real quick, and Tati was talking about her too and how she kind of thrives in these kind of conditions. Bigger waves, heavier surf. We're seeing that also with Teresa Bonvolo, who comes from an ever-changing landscape in Portugal. Tends to be very cold over there, Kaipo, but sometimes you surf a lot of beach breaks that are similar to this, like Praia de Itaúna.
This is true. This is true. A lot of beach breaks over in Portugal. It's looking pretty guincho-ish here in a way. Well, here's our recap. Laura.
And she opened up with a 5-point ride here, Kaipo. This ended up being, and still is to this point, the best wave of the heat so far.
I like the carve here, eyeing up, banking it, and then again, making it into clear water and finishing it off with a fin throw snap for Laura Rapp.
And then she backed it up with a 3.67 after this, but then Bonvolo got her best wave, a 4-point ride.
A redirect here, backhand carve, front side lip snap, and then, but Laura right here, one more. This was a 3.67 for Rapp.
And had the strong, for lack of a better term, Rapp in the pocket right there, Kaipo. And I know that got a chuckle out of you, but this young lady, number 50 on the Challenger Series rankings, we haven't seen a Brazilian surfer on the female side win a CS so far this season. This could be a big opportunity to not only win a CS event, but also do it at home and gain a bit more popularity with the sport of surfing within your home country.
I like that take. And a big stage and a big opportunity to see some of the new faces in women's pro surfing coming out of here in Brazil.
Yeah, and there's one of the global superstars, Kira Pinkerton, ISA gold medalist in Huntington Beach in the month of September, second generation professional surfer, and one of the surfers from the San Clemente Cyclone as well, just turned 20 years of age. Here's Laura again in the white jersey. She has caught a large number of waves so far. Big turn right there. Bringing the board down and around, and she already has a 5-point ride, Kaipo. This should easily match that and maybe even more with just under 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, this could eclipse that 5-point ride. I'm impressed right now. Look at this. It takes a lot of skill to time this and to have just the leg power to meet that oncoming section with the backwash, extra explosion, and then straight into a backhand hook on that rebound.
So I've seen Laura surf before, I've seen her compete as well, but this might be the best performance I've seen out of her in CS competition so far. Mateo Serdi likes it, so do we. Just over 3 minutes to go, and really the storyline of this heat so far is whether or not Coco Ho is able to get the score that she requires. Bruna Cardarelli has had to do the runaround a couple of times, and she won't be making it back out with 3 minutes to go. Laura Rapp also coming in, but where is Coco Ho? She needs close to a 5, Kaipo.
Interesting for both Laura and Bruna just to exit the water with 3 minutes remaining on the clock. This is going to give an opportunity to Coco Ho, probably a big opportunity right now. You can see her out there in the blue jersey. Again, Coco needing a 4.94 or so.
And there's good sportsmanship between Cardarelli and Rob. And Bruna, unfortunately, wasn't able to get anything better than just a 0.83. And as we were talking about both Coco Ho and Teresa Bonvolo, higher priority with the surfer from Portugal. It seems like she's playing defense now.
5.3 for Laura. I mean, it's dominant, but I don't know if I've seen all year, either on the qualifying series, Challenger Series, or Championship Tour, someone exit the water
with 3 minutes
with 3 minutes remaining and walk up the beach.
Well, here goes Coco Ho. Needs a 4.94. That's not going to be it, but she was in second priority. Maybe she's just looking to break away, but the smart competitor in Bonvolo just tracking her down, and just like a hunter does with its prey, she is looking to get in the kill shot right here at the end, Kaipo, with 90 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, this is all defense right now for Teresa Bonvolo. Recognizes the situation, knows that she's got priority. She's going to guard that outside peak and take away any opportunity from Coco Ho. What Coco's got to do is hide in the brush somehow. Just get under there, pick off a wave, get away from Teresa.
Just over a minute to go, and I think many times a lot of people forget or underestimate how good European competitors are. The amount of events that they have over there overseas, not only incredible, but they're high-level events too. They tend to use their QS and CT judges as often as possible. They have great organization, Portugal, France, even Germany now too, developing a lot of their young surfers in those other countries where there are waves year-round. And it's paying off right now. She's number 7 in the rankings, and she's looking to move through. So that was a paddle from Bonvolo, but she's going to have to let Coco go. She sneaked this one underneath priority. Oh, but it just won't stand up for a second turn. 30 seconds to go.
That could have been a game changer if there was an inside section for Coco Ho. Unfortunately, that wave just dissipated and disappeared.
Could have maybe even been a priority interference on Coco's behalf too if
Bonvolo was able to stand up,
yeah,
or even possess that wave at all, for sure.
So 10 seconds to go. It seems like that's going to be all she wrote for Coco Ho and Bruna Cardarelli. Here's the replay, Kaipo. Not enough, comes in as a 2.1. Big early exit in round 1 of competition, especially in the first heat of women's competition too. The former finalists here in Rio de Janeiro, Coco Ho out of the competition, so is Bruna Cardarelli in the green jersey. It's going to be Laura Robb and number 7 in the rankings, Teresa Bonvolo, moving through. You're watching the Corona Saquarema Pro. Don't go anywhere.
Como Saquarema é lindo.
Nossa, o Kai voltou.
Such a special place, such a beautiful village.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Women out there in the lineup, round of 64, heat number 2, Kiala Tamara Banner, number 16 on the CS rankings. In the red, Ariana Ochoa from Euskadi in the blue, Sol Aguirre from Peru is in the white, and Yanka Costa, the local surfer from Brazil, in the green jersey. Mitchell Salazar, Kaipo Quejero with you. And Kaipo, challenging conditions out there, not only this morning, but on first day of competition too. And we're seeing 4 surfers from different parts of the world out there in the water right now. And we had our first wave of the heat, Sol Aguirre. She's been a champion out here at Saquarema before on the QS level.
Yeah, Sol had a wild card this year, and so she's had a chance of feeling the championship tour, and she's up for that. I mean, with that kind of surfing, Aguirre certainly has the ability to be on that championship tour.
No doubt. Has a great forehand and backhand attack. She is originally from Los Órganos in Piura, the northern part of Peru. Very close to where Luca Messinas is from, and loves to surf those long left-hand point breaks, but also a great surfer in beach breaks. Drops a 5.67 for her first ride. Both Tamara Bannert and Costa with a couple of small scores to start things off. That means that Ariana Ochoa, the best surfer in the blue jersey, has first priority. He's been a champion at the QS level before. Kaipo won an event in Israel, I believe, a few years ago. And here's the surfer from Kauai, Tamara Bannert. Can she hold on? Yes, she can. And Kiala, I'd have to say personally, Kaipo, one of the best styles on the Women's Challenger Series, maybe even worldwide too. But the surfer from Kauai has been around for a long time, has been a runner-up to the World Pro Junior Championship before, and she's looking to qualify for the CT next year.
Yeah, on the replay, strong trip to the lip, glide there, hangs on, puts the landing gear down, has to absorb some bumps and lumps, full suspension for Kiala Tamara Bannert as she weaves her way in there. Impressive commitment on that maneuver. Currently 16 on the Challenger Series rankings, so she's right within the conversation. She takes a victory here, and she's in.
Seems like Maida is down on the glass. She has Laura Rapp with her.
Yes, I'm here with Laura. Your first win in a Challenger Series heat. Very in tune with here, with Saquarema. Just won the QS. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm very, very, very happy. It's my first win on Challenger Series, and I'm focused, and there's really good ones. And the wind is offshore, but I could find 2 good ones, and that's it.
And you left water with 3 minutes remaining the heat. Were you very confident with your performance?
Yeah, I was, and there wasn't time to go back at the outside to run on the beach and then pedal into the outside. So I made a 5.5 on the last one, and I'm the next run.
Okay, congratulations with your performance. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Maida, and parabéns, congratulations to Laura. Interesting shades right there. I'd be down to try some of those out eventually, Kaipo, when it gets glary.
You know what, Mitch? Sometimes when your future's so bright, you gotta wear shades, and Laura's got a bright future in front of her.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm going to have to use that down the line. 6.1 for Kiala Tamara Bannert. We got to have some fun in here, Kaipo. These are not only challenging conditions for them, but for us too. You're looking at the landscape, everything on the monitor. We're watching the same thing that everybody is back home, and you're thinking to yourself, wow, how can they be competing in these kind of conditions? Well, this is a Challenger Series where people are challenged in every kind of condition.
Especially when you start off with 160 total competitors in this, you know, in a Challenger Series event. So we got a lot of heats to go through. We're planning on getting through 10 of these women's heats today to cap off the day, and so that's going to put us in a good position as we continue to grind through this draw. But I want to pull attention to that 6.1 for Kiala Tamara Bannert. Committed surfing.
And now here's the bass surfer, Ariana Ochoa. Great carve to start things off. It seems like that's going to be deemed incomplete, though, on the end. And when it comes to not only the success that Laura has had, just won the Saquarema Surf Pro last week, a QS 5000, already on the QS, on the Challenger Series, excuse me, for next year through qualification through the South American region. Sol Aguirre is too. She has a guaranteed spot on the Challenger Series next year due to her performances in the South American region. And I think we overlook a lot of times the difficulties that a lot of Peruvian surfers have to face competing in Brazil so many times, Kaipo, as we're seeing the replay of Ariana's first.
Nice carve, but just the washing machine effect gets a hold of her. No wall anymore, so you can see the fact that she's got control over her board, but that wave just gave up on her.
22 minutes, 35 seconds on the clock. Bianca Costa with priority. Only has a throwaway score at the moment. But that 6.1 of Tamara Bannert, very impressive surfing with just the one turn on the backhand right there. And it's been a while since we've seen a surfer from Kauai on the women's side qualify for the championship tour. I believe the last one was Alana Blanchard.
Yeah, this is true. Well, I mean, Tatiana Weston Webb.
True. Does that count, though, even though she represents Brazil now?
Hey, bro, I'm going to tell you right now, there is a lot of different flags changing up right now.
True.
And it's like, it's Olympic fever, you know, so just because where you live doesn't necessarily mean where you represent. And I think those flag changes are going to continue as the Olympics
progress. Continue,
and we get closer to 2024. I mean, Jessie Mendez is now surfing for Italy. Is a classic example.
Right.
And Luana Silva just changed the flag coming into this event from the Hawaiian flag to represent Brazil. So got to keep track of your score sheets and the nations represented. But it is an illustration on how global surfing has evolved into. I mean, there was a time where it was just Peru, Australia, the US, a little bit of South Africa, and some of Brazil.
Yeah.
Now it's pretty much every country. If the water touches the coast on a country, you're going to find surfers there.
Right. India has a couple of great surfers coming up too, and you know the population there is, well, the biggest in the world actually, besides China. So wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of people eventually on the QS there. I don't necessarily know where they would compete, though. That is South Asia.
Yeah.
So maybe they'd have to go to Japan to compete in order to qualify.
Hey, South Korea.
True.
They got an
waves
incredible
there.
wave pool over there, and they could be developing some great surfers. And you know, China likes medals too, Olympic medals.
Yeah, they do.
We could see some development over there with Chinese surfing as well.
They're one of the superpowers. Actually, a former CT judge, Wade Sharp, is in charge of their program for coaching. Yeah, believe it or not, I see him in Huntington Beach quite a bit. So you're right, and that's a good terminology too. Despite, you know, waving the flag of where you're representing now doesn't necessarily mean that that is where you are originally from either. So I like that. 20 minutes to go. Same situation. Tamara Bannert still in the lead. Aguirre in second. She only has the one score of a 5.67. Ochoa with a throwaway score, and that's a paddle from Bianca Costa, the young surfer from Brazil, who has a couple of throwaway scores herself, Kaipo. And, you know, we were talking about that development in certain parts of the world. I think that Peru has obviously been at the forefront of that, and that is a paddle from Sol Aguirre. Priority will switch yet again. And I don't know if you've ever been to Peru before, but they have an incredible coaching staff on their side too. Great programs in order to develop not only professional surfers, but a lot of other athletes from different sports too.
Wow, yeah. I still want to go to Peru.
You'd love it. There's a lot of laughs.
I've had Peruvians stay with me when I was coming up as a surfer, just because you know how the Jessie Mendez and Tatiana Weston Webb open up their house to Tamara Bannert when she needed a place. Back in the day, Magoo and Max De La Rosa stayed at my house because they needed a place to stay in Hawaii. And of course, you meet people internationally, and you're just like, hey, no problem, man. Come on, you get over here, and we'll take you in.
There's a big connection between Hawaii and Peru, too, surfing-wise. And here's the young Peruvian, Sol Aguirre. Great turn on the backhand right there. Already has a 5.67. That should be a decent backup for her. Gonna take the lead with this Kaipo, and, you know, There's still the question. I know it's not for debate with you, but whether or not surfing initially developed in both Chile and Peru initially.
Yeah, people like to talk that narrative for sure. it's a nice narrative. I like it. I like the theory on it. But no, it came from Hawaii. Let's just we'll stop it right there. Here we go. The surfer from Hawaii, Keala Tomoda Bannard, another solid finish.
And Kauai has always been one of the islands that has developed and really created some of the best surfers, not only from the Hawaiian Islands but worldwide too. Obviously, you have the Irons brothers, three-time world champion Andy and Bruce, one of the best surfers of all time as well. And now a young surfer like Keala Tomoda Bannard Kaipo, who has not only been a runner-up to the World Pro Junior Championship before, despite her young age, she's been around competing at the highest level for a long time too.
Yeah. Solid, sir. I mean, even from her amateur days, going through the Hawaii Amateur Surfing Association, coming up as a young girl in a Menahuni through our amateur series, noticed her right away, and not just her her surfing talent, but she does have that desire that when she gets into a heat, she's ready to battle.
Right.
And that's an important quality to be successful in surf competition.
Usually very shy and reserved, but not when it comes to surfing, though. She can definitely turn it up in the water in a heat. 17 minutes to go, drops a 3.43. That moves her up into second place because Sol Aguirre drops a 4.33. Now here's Ariane Ochoa, uses priority right there, and just another small score for her. Only her second scoring ride. We have a top seed coming up in the event in the next heat. That's Bronte McCauley we're talking about. As we look at the stats from Mariana, number 22 in the rankings, 24 years of age. She is within striking distance in order to qualify for the Championship Tour Kaipo. And if she does so, she would be the first surfer from not only the Basque Country, but also from that area of Europe to qualify for the CT. There's Bronte getting ready. The former CT surfer herself from Western Australia. Here's Ariane again. Stands up, and that wave just gonna fizzle out. She hasn't been able to find her rhythm in this heat. All three of her scores below a 1 point ride so far, Kaipo.
Yeah, making sense of this jumbled lineup is going to be a challenge for all of our surfers throughout this afternoon. Local time, we're nearing the high tide mark as well. We got probably another, I want to say, hour and a half to a high tide.
Here's Bianca Costa, the Brazilian surfer in green. Not only is this going to be her best wave, but going to break the mini combo that she's in right now so far. A couple of decent snaps on the back end, and a much better finish there for the surfer in green from Brazil. Gets a little tap right there on the white water. And she's going to finish right on the sand. More than likely going to do the runaround with 15:20 to go. At the moment was needing a 9.23. So as I said, going to break the mini combo here, Kaipo, on this left.
Yeah, gets around that section and just does some connecting right here on this wave. So good job to get through some of the slower water and then bangs off multiple maneuvers on the inside. Good flow through the end of this wave and a nice finish.
She grinded that wave as well as she could, and you see a lot of these waves that maybe don't offer up the scoring potential that most people would see from land, but sometimes in the water, it comes down to good decision making, and whether or not that was the right decision will come down to the outcome of this heat. With 14:30 to go, Sol Aguirre still in the lead. She has a 10-point heat total. Tomoda Bannard still in second. And Costa has a 3:07 to her name now, as Ochoa still looking for her best wave so far. Heat 2 in the water of the round of 64 of the women. Don't go anywhere. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. We'll be right back. Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Tati Weston-Webb, Summer Macedo, and Leilani McGonigal, left to right. 3 surfers that will be in this event, and you're seeing 3 of the best surfers to not only be in this generation of surfing, Kaipo, but I would have to say Tati Weston-Webb has not only made things a lot more different for surfers in Brazil, but born and raised on Kauai, she's also been one of the best surfers to come out of the Hawaiian Islands in recent years, too.
I agree, and especially when we look at women's professional surfing and barrel riding in waves of consequence, Tatiana Weston-Webb has definitely raised the bar with her performances at places like Pipeline and at places like the end of the road in Tahiti, Taupo.
11:35 to go. We got some action here. Ariana Ochoa on the left, the Basque surfer. And this is no doubt going to be her best wave. She is in 4th, needing an excellent score of an 8.56 at the moment. Wraps it back again. Nice little roundhouse there, but not a lot of standing up sections right there on that wave. Sol Aguirre, the Peruvian on the backhand. She is a competitive young surfer coming out of the northern part of Peru. Unfortunately, cannot complete that last turn right there with 11 minutes to go. And it seems like we might have had somebody on one of the rights too. We're gonna take a look at Sol's last wave though, Kaipo.
Yeah, Sol Aguirre on the backhand. Some difficult water right there, and that higher tide kind of backwash coming into play.
And then this was Ariane Ochoa.
Ochoa with some great rail work just to carve through that. Little jumbled wave, but makes the connection into the inside again, keeps it on rail, little rebound. And that was not an easy wave to surf, but she got a couple of nice carves in.
Seems like her wave selection hasn't been on point so far. This young lady's has though, Kaipo, Keala.
Keala Tomono Banner up into lip glide there, has to put on full suspension to get through the bounce, and does so. Make sure that she gets the completion.
So with 10 minutes to go, Tamara Banner actually takes the lead with her last ride, a 5.6. So Aguirre down to 2nd place. Costa now in 3rd, needing a 6.93 for 2nd place. As we saw Ariane Ochoa do the runaround right there. Still waiting on her last score before that wave that was needing an excellent score of a 9.03, close to perfection. Gets a 2.83, now needs a 7.17. I mean, in this heat though, a 7.17, quite a high score to get though, Kaipo, especially comparing it to the 6s and 5s we've seen.
Yeah, 7.17, although technically it is in the very good range. Today, a 7.17 feels like it's almost in the excellent range, given what we've been provided to as far as judges' scale. We did say 8.5 by Samuel Pupo, but other than that, it's really been topping off, you know, with high 6s when we look at great ridden waves that have been ridden really well.
Right, a lot of heats you're making it through with 11.5, maybe 12 points for the most part. We have seen those heats where, especially the last one out of the men's, everybody was competing for 1st or 2nd all heat long, and it came down to the last wave whether or not Mana was going to get the score. It wasn't enough. And you see this heat, already 2 surfers with more than double digits in their scoreline too. Those are the surfers in red and white. It just seems like they've always been a step ahead in this heat, Kaipo. And with 8:30 to go, it might come down to one wave, and whether or not that one wave for blue and green, excuse me, are actually out there.
This is true. This is definitely true, and given the priority situation, Yanka Costa,
yes,
she does have an opportunity, and she's going to try to take it right now.
And she's up and riding on this right. Needs a big score. That's more like it right there from Costa. Can she hang on though? No, she cannot. And maybe a bit too aggressive for how flat that section was at the end. Tamara Banner had a look at that wave. Still on the outside. It seems like she's going to keep her 2nd priority. And Sol Aguirre way on the outside. And it seems to me like this high tide has really been affecting a lot of the potential of these waves. Some of them standing up well, but a lot of them going flat quite quickly, Kaipo, especially the right-handers too.
This is true, and earlier we were talking to like surfers with a lot of local knowledge, like Pato, talking about not just the period in these waves, but also the current, and the current being very strong right now, pulling from the left part of your screen to the right part of your screen. That current also diminishes some of the push on those rights because you're kind of going upstream on the right-handers. It does provide corners sometimes. If it was a bigger and closed out, it would be kind of like a rip bowl, if you would. But at this size, I feel like it's also kind of working against you.
Right. That's a good point too. You tend to lose a lot of speed when you're going upstream as well.
You're almost in at times almost in a standing wave. Like you're not going down the line, you're kind of doing turns in the same place because the wave's almost
keeping you there.
Yeah, it's almost like peeling backwards, if you would.
Well, that's actually a great analogy because for the most part, you tend to see a lot of those waves happen someplace like a river mouth. Here, though, at a beach break like Itaúna, happening quite a bit so far. Here's Kiala Tamara Banner. Your heat leader wraps it back, and a strong turn, the second one, but isn't able to ride out of it with just over 6 minutes to go. Implications for qualification in the next heat. Kaipo, number 8 in the rankings. Bronte Macaulay from Western Australia. As this young lady too, Kiala Tamara Banner, within striking distance. She's in the 20s in the rankings so far. And as of right now, I'd have to say this wave kind of suits her style well.
Yeah. Hey, man, maybe it's a little bit of pine trees out here. Who knows?
True. That is true. Hanalei Bay, you have plenty of waves that tend to be quite similar. Junkie. You ever surfed that wave Stables over by Turtle Bay?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, actually reminds me a lot of this too. Breaks all the way out the back. Kind of sketchy every now and then. There's a couple of sharks that pop up too.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of whitewater moving around as well. Those are good training days for similar conditions to this. Have any spot yourself that you'd like to kind of train for something like this if there ever were a Masters World Championship again?
Oh, a Masters World Championship.
You'd probably get the invite. I put in a good word for you.
I don't think, I wasn't invited to the last one just because I guess I had a pretty forgettable professional career. But whatever, you know what I mean? Like, let's see what happens today.
And it seems like with 5 minutes to go, we have Maida Pops with Summer Macedo. Take it away, Maida.
Yeah, I'm here with Summer. She was watching the ocean. She's almost a local here. So what are your thoughts?
Today is really hard. Every time I think I know more about this place, it changes. So one of my best friends, Kiala, is in this heat, and we kind of saw the right, she just had such a good turn. We saw the right turning on, and the current's pretty strong today. So I said, hey, if you can stick to that right in the current, it might be your best shot to get a couple good turns. And the left was kind of only having one turn as well. So let's just play the game today and see if you can make it through.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Maida. And great young surfer from the island of Maui, now representing Brazil, is Summer Macedo. Younger brother, too, a great surfer, Ocean. And that is one kid that I have my eye on still. I think he could qualify through the Hawaii regional rankings in the next few years.
Replay here of Kiala with that big snap off the top. And a nice carve after that. Tamara Banner just looking really in control of this heat. From what I'm seeing from her surfing, I expect her, as long as she gets the right waves, to move really really far along in this competition.
Yeah, you tend to see those Cinderella stories, Kaipo, with people that kind of have those weird background stories going into the event. Tamara Banner had to ask for a place to stay at the end. They didn't have a place, and Tati and Jose opened up their arms and said, yeah, you can stay with us. That might eventually lead to not only a big result, maybe even a win here. As you see the Área de Atletas do Banco do Brasil. Luca Messinas in there. And a couple of other surfers too. Luca making it through successfully in his round of 96 heat into the round of 48. Tamara Banner drops a 6.33, and the surfer from Kauai making things a lot more difficult for both Ochoa and Costa. Sol Aguirre still in second, has priority. Looking to better a 4.33 at the moment. And Kaipo, she's going to use priority here. She's up and riding. Nice bottom turn carve combination right there. Strong maneuver to start things off. And, despite her success here, in the past. I was about to say, Kaipo, is that she is looking for her maiden CS victory, and it would also be the first victory for a Peruvian woman in competition on the Challenger Series or in CT level competition since Sofia Milanovic in the 2000s.
Yeah, here we go. Great carve, and just swinging that board around. Big snap right there. Unfortunately, just like looking down the line a little bit, got that snap done, got the nose caught, and went down. So there was just, she left a little on the plate there, but she's going to remain in second.
An unforced error from Sol Aguirre. With a minute 50 to go, she would have made things more difficult for both Ochoa and Costa in this heat. Ariana needs a 6.77, Costa needs a 6.93, and it really seems like the two surfers in rhythm in this heat, both Tamara Bannert and Aguirre, have really found great positioning, not only in this lineup at Saquarema, but a beach break that many consider to be one of the hardest spots on the Challenger Series 2 as well, Kaipo.
Yeah, you know, just beach breaks have their own set of challenges, right? They're not a consistent bottom. They change with the tides, they change with the swell, they change with the sand flow, with the longshore sand flow. Harder to plan for. You need quicker reaction times on a beach break. So certainly, and a beach break can lead you to a shocker. Here we go, though.
She's been sticking to the rights too, Kaipo, just as the advice that Summer Macedo gave her. 50 seconds to go. Either way, she's in first. Yanka Costa with priority needs a 6.93. And Ariane Ochoa, the surfer from the Basque Country, needing a 6.77. I actually spoke to one of the surfers from the Basque Country, Alura Matreain, yesterday. He said he was leaving last night. Had a poor result, as we're seeing Costa. She's just going to call it quits right here. Not enough time remaining. And a disappointing performance by the surfer in green, the local surfer, the wild card, Costa, who was needing a high 6. And it's been dominant so far from this surfer up and riding, Kaipo, with the replay, Kiala Tamara Bannert.
Yeah, Kiala just sure-footed out there and aggressive attacking of the lips. So she's got a well-earned, and you talked about heat totals, you know, like 11.5, two-wave total, advancing out of the heat. Well, Kiala Tamara Bannert went north of that, 12.43 two-wave total, so a dominant performance by the surfer from Kauai.
And the Peruvian Aguirre moving through as well. There you see the results. Heat 2 has finished. Surfer in red and the surfer in white moving through. It's Ochoa and Costa who are knocked out of competition. We might be seeing them at Haleiwa, though. Don't go anywhere. Qualification points on the line. Bronte Macaulay about to hit the water with Sarah Wakita, Zoe Stein, and the local surfer, Maya Carpinelli. You're watching the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil.
That's the goal, I think, for everyone here, to re-qualify and get back on tour. And I feel like I've got the ability to win an event, so even just winning an event would be pretty incredible. So I want to get on tour to surf those good quality waves. And yeah, I've got a lot to improve on too. I think every girl on tour has a lot to improve on. I just want to get better at tube riding and really enjoy those opportunities that the women are now getting on tour.
Great job there by Shannon Waller and crew over at WSL Studios, bringing us those challengers. And we have a challenger out there in the water right now, Bronte McCauley, who was on screen, number 8 in the rankings in the red. Sarah Wakita from Japan, number 36 in the rankings in the blue. Zoe Stein from South Africa. East London in the house in the white. And Maya Carpinelli, the surfer in the green from Brazil. The local wildcard, she is in the green jersey. Mitchell Salazar, Kaipo Cajero, and Kaipo, we started off with a banger in this heat. This is a 7.83 by Bronte McCauley.
This is her weapon, right? The backhand for Bronte McCauley, and this is the sharp surfing that runs within her, basically her family and her genes. I mean, Dad, Dave McCauley, also had a vicious backhand, another goofy foot. Looks like he passed it down to Bronte with that approach. Long bomb turn, sharp turn off the top, 7.83. That's a giant number in the context of today's competition.
Absolutely right. 28 years of age, number 8 in the rankings, and looking to qualify yet again for the World Championship Tour in 2023. Here she goes again on the backhand. It's just going to be a throwaway for her with 26 minutes to go. And you're looking at not only qualification on the line for Bronte McCauley if she does well here, but going into Haleiwa even, that's another great event for her on the backhand, mainly a right. Unless it's small, you got those runner lefts on the inside. But you were talking about second generation professional surfer as well. She's been there, done that for many, many years, and also did super well at home in the last few years of competition at Margaret River too. One of the more memorable performances by a local surfer.
Yeah, you're right. And talk about second generation surfers. We actually have 2 second generation pro surfers in this heat. Bronte McCauley, but we also have Sarah Wakita in this heat, whose dad, Takayuki Wakita,
true,
professional surfer out of Japan and pipeline legend.
Absolutely right. And there's a score for Bronte McCauley, 7.83. 3 judges actually went up into the excellent range, Kaipo. 8 points, a couple of 7.5s though. You throw away the highest and the lowest and you average the other 3 out. So McCauley up into an early lead, and it seems like the surfer who had the lead for all heat long in the last heat, Kiala Tamara Banner, she is with Maida Papst.
Yeah, I'm here talking to Kiala. It's your first heat ever here in Brazil, challenging condition. How was it for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely some hard work out there right now, but, you know, it's like I love Brazil so far. It's like really good vibes over here, and yeah, I'm just stoked to make it through.
Yeah, and your board looks very sharp under your feet. What kind of equipment did you choose?
I kept going from my step up back to my shortboard, and then I kind of just ended up going with my shortboard because I'm more comfortable with it, and I'm stoked that I brought my shortboard out there because it felt really good.
Yeah. This wave is really powerful, just like home, or nothing to do?
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple beach breaks that kind of remind me of this place, so yeah, sorry, I'm so tired right now.
Okay, so take a rest. Congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Maida. Parabéns. Congratulations to Kiala Tamara Banner. And it goes to show you the sharp eyes are working, Kaipo, but also if you're not in shape, exhaustion is a factor out here in Saquarema.
Yeah, I mean, my current physical fitness level, I wouldn't last very long out there. That's a lot of paddling. And the other thing that Tamara Banner touched on is that she was going between her shortboard and her step up. And we talked about that a little bit ago, in that this stretch of coast in Brazil does require a step up. It's something I've learned with my visits over here. You need a little bit longer equipment sometimes because there's just so much water moving, and it gets big here.
Right.
And so I like that Kiala came prepared with a quiver of boards, including some step ups, because there's certain times that, I mean, we add a couple feet on here, right now with all the current moving and everything, you're going to need a step up just to paddle into them and to fight the current.
That's a good point, too. And as surfers, especially traveling globally with airlines, different fees, whatnot, sometimes it's tough in order to bring several different board bags, knowing how difficult it is financially for a lot of these surfers to even travel to get to these locations, too.
What you do is what a lot of friends have done at my place is you leave your step-ups with your local friends so that when you come back, you know, you got those step-ups to ride. You don't have to take them back and forth.
So here's Maya Carpinelli, the goofy footer from Brazil, and she is on the board now. Already had a throwaway of a 0.5. That's going to be her best wave so far. It's a good point you bring up, though. I feel like a lot of people don't normally socialize as much as a lot of people should.
Yeah, I mean, back in the day, it would happen a lot. And, you know, you leave your step-ups at my house. I'm going to sample them. I'm going to ride them every once in a while. It's, you know, it's a win-win.
But I'm going to do the same thing when I go to your hometown, too, right? That's
correct.
Basically what you're saying. So here's Maya's second scoring Radicaipo. Came in as a 2.1, small score, but she's on the board. And you look at this heat, going to need more than a couple of twos to make it out of it, knowing how good this surfer is. It's Bronte Macaulay, already has the 7.83. That'll be your backup. And, you know, you mentioned second-generation professional surfer Sarah Wakita out there in the blue jersey. One of the few brother-sister combos actually in Challenger Series competition here with her brother Taichi, who also made it through yesterday.
Yeah, Taichi's such a talent. I mean, the whole family's a great surfing family. Takayuki, Sayuri, the mom, Sarah, and Taichi. At any given time, you can find, you know, mother and daughter at VLAN, and then dad and son over at Pipeline on the North Shore. I mean, a great, great surfing family, and an example of what's happening, I feel, with the whole surf contingency coming out of Japan right now. I just really feel that that area could be the next kind of movement and storm when, you know, you got a bunch of like-minded young men like Ryo Inaba, Taichi Wakita, and Shun Murakami all coming together. They push each other, they support each other. I think it's just a matter of time. I know there's other talented Japanese surfers, Tepe Tajima, another one coming. Shino Masuda, we've seen over here.
Amuro Suzuki.
Amuro Suzuki. There's a lot.
There are.
The land of the rising sun. I hope that we can get back and have some events over there, too. It was such a great place. Great place and a great surf culture, great overall culture.
I'm going to propose it right now as we should have a Challenger Series event over there. Yeah. Maybe not next season. I think the schedule is already done, but 2024 potentially would be nice to go over there and maybe get some fun typhoon waves. I know it's a different type of surfing in that part of the world, but I'm down to explore a little bit more. The culture over there is beautiful.
Amazing. Amazing stuff, yeah.
And some incredible surfers, too, and that's what I feel the World Surf League has been doing so greatly in the last few years, Kaipo, especially this season. We're able to bring a Challenger Series event back to Brazil, and sometimes it accommodates things easier for a lot of people that don't have to travel that much worldwide anymore to get to a big event like this one here in Saquarema.
I love it that we've had a CT here in Saquarema. We've had a qualifying series and a Challenger Series in Saquarema. Because this is a fitting kind of coastline. It's very consistent. So when you're looking at kind of logistics for surf competition, it's a good bet here with the variety of waves and the exposure to swell.
So Zoe Stein with priority out there in the white jersey with 19 minutes to go. She hasn't cut a wave yet. From East London, South Africa, here with Greg Emsley, former CT surfer, former finalist at the CT level 2.
She's here with Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Is that what you guys call them? Bigfoot?
Greg Emsley.
Really? He's a great surfer, too. His nephew, Daniel, one of the best surfers in the junior rankings right now to come out of South Africa. There's another kid, Kaipo, I don't know if you've seen him, Luke Thompson from Jeffreys Bay. He is an incredible young surfer. I truly do want to see him on the Challenger Series next year in order to qualify for the CT in 2024. But out of the women, you know, you see Zoe Stein, you see Natasha van Groenen compete on the Challenger Series too. Young crop of women coming out of the African region. And got to give a lot of props and credit to Roseanne Hodge, our co-worker, for really kind of developing things in that area too.
Did you just say Roseanne?
That is her name.
Rosie doesn't like that.
I know, but
it's okay. It's all right.
We still love you, Rosie. At least, you know, I might have to take that one back. She might have me babysit for a few days because of that. Wouldn't be that bad of a punishment, though, if you ask me. 18 minutes to go. Macaulay in the lead, 7.83 and a 4.17. Slow heat, though, as Sarah Wakita only has a 0.9. Maya Carpinelli has a 2.1 and a 0.5. And there are a lot of Brazilian women competing in this event, too, Kaipo. Nice to see a lot of options for these ladies in terms of competition at the highest level. But as we have said before, over the last first 2 days of competition, if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. Number 8 in the rankings right now, Bronte Macaulay in the water. Kira Pinkerton, number 15 in the rankings, former World Pro Junior Champion coming up. And she has a shot at qualification to Paige Harrop, Shino Matsuda. These are all names that we've heard time and time again in qualification conversation. It seems like a couple of paddles there, though priority might switch with 17 minutes remaining.
Yeah, we'll see how the priority game, again, just to refresh for our viewers, we have a separate priority judge that's got the eyes on the lineup and the movement of all of the surfers, whether they catch a wave or they intend to catch a wave. You can, you know, you use your priority not just if you get to your feet. If you make a concerted effort to paddle for a wave, you've used your priority. You don't get a second chance with that stuff. And priority right now at this high tide, Mitchell, could come into play because I feel there's a little bit of inconsistency developing on those good waves.
True that. As we're seeing Sarah Wakita, we did hit the high tide peak at around 12:37, 3.1 feet high tide. As the youngster from the North Shore of Oahu, representing Japan up and riding. Nice down carve right there from Sarah. Got a little stuck coming out of it. But I've always been a big fan of her style, Kaipo. Finishes with a banger right there on the sand. Not much you could have done right there to finish that turn off when the sand's right there a couple of feet away.
I mean, hey, look at, that's one of those things, that's a judgment call on that. How bad do you want the score? Sometimes it's worth it just to kind of show control off of that last snap and, you know, put the tail down. But, you know, Bronte Macaulay, we talk her outside of the cut line right now. She can make up some ground here as we take a look at our leaderboard.
Yeah, Luana Silva there from Brazil, number 9. She did win a CS event last season in Ericeira. But how about Sophie McCulloch, Teresa Bonvolo, 6th and 7th respectively. We don't have Macy Callahan or Caitlin Simmers here at this event. So both Betty Lou Johnson and Molly Picklum have work to do here, Kaipo. As we're seeing Zoe Stein up and riding.
Wow.
On the backhand from East London in South Africa. The young goofy footer working with Greg Emsley. And she is gaining speed down the line. And that wave gonna finish off right there for Zoe. 15 minutes to go, Kaipo.
Yeah, that was a great effort. That was a beautiful first snap for Zoe. But back to where we were looking at the rankings. Well, let's get through this first, because this first turn was nice and aggressive from Zoe, and then has to stitch together a finish here. As you see, the wave gets a little bit separated, a little bit of a warble and reverb coming off the rock there, surfing against the current. Got that good outside maneuver, but you want to close it out on the inside. It would have really been to her benefit to finish off that last maneuver. Sarah Wakita, it is going to be the same story here with this ride for Wakita. Really patient on the outside, high tide, so you can see not a lot of curve, not a lot of transition in the wave. The wave with this high tide is going to stand up on the inside here, so some check turns to get to the finish, and the finish where the wave stands up here, really important, again, to ride out of that final maneuver. She did run out of water, however, because she was right on the beach.
And then also Maya Carpinelli was up and riding. In 4th, Kaipo only needing a 1.64. That was before the exchange, though. And the young surfer from Brazil, the goofy footer, who's quite tall, actually, for the field, getting on the board yet again, too. And it seems like you have a little bit of a rankings update for us.
No, I was just going to bring up the fact that when we look at the surfers behind the qualification line, Teresa Bonvolo, she's already made her heat, so that's a good sign for Teresa to make some progress. Bronte Macaulay, she's on her way to making her heat. So this is ever changing. It's pretty fluid as we look at the rankings right now. And this is a really important event when we look at qualification for the women.
And maybe somebody like the surfer on screen in green could make up or could create a big upset. This is Maya Carpinelli. And for yourself, I know not only have you covered the sport for a long time, this is your 6th or 7th time coming to Brazil, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this is I want to say number 6, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
In your history coming here, you've seen probably one of the biggest events in terms of upsets too. You saw Iago Dor blaze all his way through the semifinals in 2017 here when Mineirinho de Souza won. You saw Samuel Pupo and the whole Brazilian clan get quarterfinal finishes or better this year. We might see a couple of women move through into finals day as well. Don't go anywhere. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Bronte McCauley on her way to another heat win. Welcome back to Saquarema. Sarah Wakita up and riding Heat 3 of the women's round of 64 in the water. The young Japanese surfer with some beautiful rail surfing right here, and is looking to get a strong finish. She does, just that. 10 minutes to go on the clock. Only had a 2.83 as her best ride before that. Mitchell Salazar, Kaipo Guerrero here with you. Bronte McCauley in the lead. She's number 8 in the rankings. But Sarah Wakita looking strong to move through, Kaipo.
Yeah, look at Sarah with the long bottom turn. Hooking snap there. Looking Coco Hoish with that snap off the top. Again, a beautiful arc for Sarah Wakita. Combo it up. Got the flow on that one. Got in front of that warble, moving towards the rock. Great effort, great surfing by Sarah Wakita.
That's what happens when you grow up over at Rocky Point on the rights. Gonna get her best wave, only needs a 2.45 for second place, and it seems like Bruno Bocaiuva has a special guest.
Yes, I do, Mitch. I'm here with Glenn Michael Hall, former city surfer, and coaching Bronte McCauley. She's doing good, huh? What was the plan B that you guys established?
Yeah,
plan A, sorry.
She's doing amazing. She had a crazy start on the right that she wanted to, and then backed it up with a little one-turn wave. But it's so tough out there, whether you're down the beach or at the front. It's tough to find them. You can see them from here, but it's harder once you're out there.
And you know that her father used to be called the Mr. Brazil because he won like 4 events here back in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He's a weapon. He's got a deadly backhand and forehand in the ocean and on the tennis court. So he's a beast of a competitor, and I think you can see it come through in Bronte. She's learned so much from him, and she's pretty fortunate to have a dad that's used to be Mr. Brazil.
And how important it is for you guys to do good here, huh?
yeah, obviously Bronte's in a position where she needs a result, and she's one of the best surfers in the world. I feel like she's one of the female surfers who kind of hasn't really reached her potential. I think she's unbelievable. You see the clips of her in West Oz, and she's got some crazy skills in there. So yeah, I just want to see her get over the line, and hopefully she can be on tour.
Okay, I'll let you do your job. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Back with you guys.
Obrigado, Bruno. And one of the great minds behind the sport of professional surfing, Kaipo, Glenn Micro Hall. Been around, done it, has competed here many times too, and now Bronte Macaulay, his protege, doing well out here as well in Saquarema.
How is that turn for Bronte Macaulay? Now showing her skills on the forehand. Unfortunately, that wave just ran out, so now she's just going to take this white water into the beach and run around to the channel. But she's got a commanding lead over the rest of the field at this moment.
She does. She doesn't improve on the 417. It's a 3.93, so just under 7 minutes and 20 to go. I actually had Glenn as one of my guests that just started a podcast, and he was talking about the way he approaches coaching through different types of athletes, and according to their terms and their strengths and weaknesses, he coaches everybody differently. Here's Maya Carpinelli on the forehand. Beautiful wrap. And that should improve her scoreline for sure. Combos it up with a nice little layback snap. And one more for good measure. Can she ride out of the last one? Yes, she can. So this should easily help her cause Kaipo. Sarah Wakita drops a 6.33. But don't call it a comeback just yet. Carpinelli needs a 6-point ride in order to move up into second place.
Quality turns from Maya there on that wave. A nice carve in the snap, just like reminiscent of a Bethany Hamilton frontside snap, extending that back leg, getting a little bit of release there. And gosh, that was a well put together wave. And look at Leandro Dora coaching, helping, board caddying, stride, in step. That is, talk about surf coaches. That's the guy you want in your corner. He's grabbing your board for you and running shoulder to shoulder with you. Here's a replay here. First, she goes with the little carve for Maya, and then little variety, winds up here, snap right there, extending the back leg. And again, snap one more time on the inside. So I like it. I like the surfing. I like the tempo. I like the variety. 6-point ride. Within her reach.
She gets a 3.73. I like the way you say snap, personally. Bringing the emphasis here, Kaipo. And Sarah Wakita, I mean, we talk about great technique, and Sarah not only has it, but in terms of people that are great all-around surfers and kind of adapt to any kind of condition that the CS kind of really pushes them towards. Sarah's been there for a few years, and she's only, in her early 20s, maybe 21 years of age, too.
Yeah, she kind of does these dual roles where she'll surf at WSL events, but then also she'll go to Japan and post up there in Japan and surf, the JPSA, the Japanese Pro Surfing Association, and surf those Japanese professional circuit, and has been very successful, winning a number of events over there in the land of the rising sun.
Just under 5 minutes to go. It's a great point that you bring up right there, as we're looking at Macaulay still in the lead, 7.83, 4.17. Wakita has a 2.83 as her backup. The 6 really keeping her up in second place, though. Carpinelli now needs a 5.44, and Zoe Stein with just a 3.47, needing a 5.7 to move up into second place. A lot of Japanese surfers before tended to not surf in WSL events, whether QS, Pro Juniors, because they were so successful at JPSA surfing that financially they were doing well enough.
Why leave? I mean, it's a whole nother way to do it, right? And you have a surf culture and with a great surf industry supporting it as well there in Japan, and you can get real comfortable, and that even goes back to some of my history on the Bud Pro Tour. There was a number of us who surfed the Bud Pro Tour, didn't have to really leave the confines of the USA, because there was a time where we had a domestic circuit that you could make a living off of staying within your border, basically.
And here's Bronte on the backhand again. She's looking at better, a 4.17. Great combo to start things off. She looks in sync, Kaipo, in rhythm with these kind of conditions out there. And as Micro was saying, her father, formerly known as Mr. Brazil, multiple event winner here in the 80s and the 90s. And Bronte looking to do just that here in 2022 for the CS.
Yeah. Bronte's dad, Dave McCauley, was a tenacious competitor, and we look at that. That was an era where it was sometimes your top 3 waves, sometimes your top 4 waves. Sometimes there was a priority, sometimes there wasn't, and Dave was just a machine. But right here, Bronte, she's going to get the score on this wave. She needed that prove upon a 4.17. I believe that she just improved on her 2-wave total, and I think this is going to come as a wave that's worth more than that 4.17. Wait to see what the judges say, however, not official, but those were some quality turns.
2:45 to go, and Micro was saying that Dave McCauley also has a ferocious forehand and backhand on the tennis court, too. I want to see that. Let's go to the heat recap here, as it's all been Bronte McCauley from start to finish, Kaipo. She opened up with a 7.83 here.
How's this? Hooking off the top, patient off the bottom, aggressive second turn, quality surfing from Gracetown's Bronte McCauley.
And less is definitely more with the surfer in the red jersey. Backed it up with a 4.17 and just improved with a 5.17. And Sarah Wakita in second place, her best, a 6.33 Kipes.
Long bottom turn, hooking off the top. Sarah Wakita again, finding the rhythm, a nice snap for Wakita. And why not? Finish it off right in the shore. That was Sarah's best wave. That was a 6.33.
And then Bronte just got a 5.17, as you called it. 2 decent turns on the backhand. It gets her a mid-range score.
Yeah, Bronte, she's going to be a force to reckon with here. Already putting up some big numbers, and this is just round 1 for the women.
With just over 90 seconds to go, I love the pacing on the wave from Sarah Wakita, the 6.33. Very impressive to me at that young of an age that she is able to not only solidify her place among the very elite in the world, but also as a young surfer that hails from the North Shore of Oahu, represents Japan, and comes from a long lineage of professional surfers within her family too. It isn't easy, Kaipo, to live up to the hype, and sometimes you're always just comparing yourself to the generation before you all the time.
Yeah, or you get some support because of where you're coming from and the early exposure. Right now, the 2 second-generation pro surfers, they got the job done out there. Things could change. Campanelli needs a 5.44, and here she is.
Up and riding. Needs that mid-5, as Kaipo was saying. Strong carve to start things off. And a little stuck coming out of the second one. That is complete, though.
Yeah.
The surfer that's working with Leandro Dora as her coach. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough, but put up a good effort, though. A couple of 3s. In this heat, though, it wasn't enough, Kaipo, with 20 seconds to go.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be the number. We'll look at it one more time on the replay. Started off really nicely. That first opening snap, beautiful. Right here, mistimed that, though. Late and not really a clean maneuver, so that's going to cost in the score line, and that's not going to be the 5.44 that Maya needs.
And it seems like it's going to be McCauley and Wakita. Zoe Stein, unfortunately, from East London, South Africa, also out of the event. Only was able to catch 1 wave of 3.47. And a little victory lap here for Bronte McCauley. Some great rail surfing. 13-point heat total, and you talk about a dominant performance from beginning to end. We just saw it out there in the water. The Japanese surfer in blue also moving through. Wakita, heat 4 coming up. Number 16 in the rankings, Kira Pinkerton, has a job to do, and she's out there in heat number 4 against Paige Harrop, Shina Matsuda, and Naire Marquez. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Stop number 6 of 7 here on the Challenger Series. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 4 in the water, Kira Pinkerton in the red, Paige Cherub in blue, Shino Matsuda from Japan in white, and Naide Marquez, the local surfer, in green. Mitchell Salazar, Kaipo Quejero with you, and Bronte McCauley, all smiles after that victory. Nice little chat there with Leandro Dora, father of Iago and one of the great coaches worldwide, Kaipo. Not only was he very successful this year with Jack Robinson, coaching him to a 3rd place spot in the rankings on the championship tour, but also with the son Iago and working with a few other athletes here at this event as well.
Yeah, Leandro Dora, with a long history as a surf coach, was a coach for Adriano de Souza in 2015, all the way to a world title for Brazil. So a talented surf coach, talented 2nd generation pro surfer right here in the way of Kira Pinkerton on her opener.
Absolutely right. Father Jim, former NSSA Open Men's National Champion over there at Huntington Beach Pier. And Kira just won an ISA gold medal in the month of September too, Kaipo. Yeah, close to, actually gave the Team USA an extra slot into the Olympic Games for Paris 2024 with that victory as well. And Kira, no stranger to competing in high-pressure events either. Number 15 in the rankings from the San Clemente Cyclone, and San Clemente Board Riders well present here at the CS2.
I want to have that Olympic conversation real quick with you. So Kira Pinkerton winning that women's division over there, that ISA game. So does that mean that the USA will get 3 women?
Slots, yes.
3 slots for the 2024
Paris,
Olympics for Paris, which is going to happen in Tahiti.
And they don't have to choose who gets it until June, I believe.
I'm going to give. Hey, look it. We have a drop right here with, we'll get to that conversation after we call this heat. Now I can get to it. I'm going to give hey, Team USA, if you're listening, whoever's running it, Moana Jones-Wong, okay? Pencil her in. She's going to be a shoo-in over there at the end of the road, Taupo. Just trust me, coaches. That's my 2 cents.
So we see the 32-year-old from New Zealand, number 26 in the rankings, Paige Cherub, been a former CT surfer herself, and I think the obvious choice for that, as just want to add a little bit more on, it is Moana Jones-Wong. A lot of people are already talking about it, but how about Kira Pinkerton, though? She won the event. She gave the slot to Team USA, and she obviously has the skills to charge and has been barrel riding since she was very young, too. She's only 20 years old. We still have 2 years to go.
Yeah.
So Kira Pinkerton in that conversation, too. 25 minutes to go, though. And here's Paige Cherub just having a paddle right there. Pinkerton drops a 4 on her 2nd ride. Naide Marquez with just a 1.13. Matsuda with a throwaway. And it's been a while since we've seen success from Team New Zealand so far in the Challenger Series, Kaipo. We saw Tekehu Butler move through.
Got through his heat, yeah.
But out of the women's side, very few women have really had the kind of success that Paige Cherub had on both the Championship Tour and on the Challenger Series as well.
This is true. She was a fixture there on the Championship Tour. She's gone back and forth between the qualifying series and that Championship Tour a number of times. A talented surfer and a versatile surfer as well in a number of different conditions.
Absolutely right. 3rd place finish in her first ever CT event. That was in 2009 at Snapper Rocks, and incredible to say that she's still only 32 years of age when she's been around for so long. One of the most successful surfers to come out of that area from Oceania. And you're competing with Australians most of the time too, makes it even more difficult. 24 minutes on the clock. Bronte McCauley with the dominant performance. She's on the glass with Rachel.
Bronte McCauley, it was amazing. What a way to start the heat. You got a really high score right at the beginning. How was it for you to control the heat after that?
Yeah, I ended up down the beach because of the rip, and then I couldn't really get a wave in to do the run around. So I feel like that right rip ball straight in front of the comp zone is kind of where you want to be. And after my good wave, I kind of did nothing for the next 25 minutes, so did pretty bad the back half, but that's okay. Nice to get through.
Yeah, it looks like you found yourself out there. And do you think this result gives you more confidence for the upcoming heats?
Yeah, I've only made one heat, so yeah, I'm pretty far behind in points. So I've probably got to get a pretty big result here. But yeah, that's just the way it is, and pretty excited for the next few days. I think the next few days look like really fun, a bit smaller, and the winds are a bit lighter, so should be pretty good from here on.
That's right. Congratulations. Keep going, and back to you guys.
Obrigado, Rachel. Parabéns to Bronte Macaulay. Huge heat win right there, and maybe one of the best performances we've seen all event long, whether from male or female competitors. Out of the water, though, 22:35 to go. Kira Pinkerton still in the lead, Kaipo. It's been a slow start to this heat so far.
It has, and evidently we had that high tide. Now we got the tide going out, receding, as well as I feel maybe the swell period has changed a bit, because all these waves are breaking very, very close together. A bigger roll-through set right here that's going to take a lot of the surfers out of position. As you can see, I love this wide shot. It really shows you kind of the wild ocean that we're experiencing today at Itaúna. And also coming off that interview, I think Bronte Macaulay wasn't really giving herself, enough credit in where she is really in the standings. She's number 8. We take the top 5. Bronte wins this event. She's right there. She's poised to make a charge for that top 5 at Haleiwa.
Well, she has the talent skills to do so. And look at how far away Naide Marquez is. That goes to show you the amount of water that's just moving around and current. And it seems like she is having some difficulties.
Oh, what's going on here?
Let's hope that everything is okay. She might be asking for some assistance. And don't know the protocol for jet ski assistance here, though, Kaipa. We do have water safety, though, patrolling around. But for the most part, in these kind of situations, since there isn't jet ski assistance, automatically, if you touch the ski, you're usually disqualified.
Your heat's over. If you get on the ski, your heat's over. But we're going to keep an eye on here. We got the drone view, and to see exactly what's happening here.
And she got taken far outside too. Those rocks are nowhere close to shore, ladies and gentlemen. And she had not only a difficult time getting to that position. So we're gonna get our answer here, Kaipo.
So here you got, this is your water patrol. You got your operator in the front on the jet ski. You got your grabber on the back on the sled. So what your operator's gonna wanna do is get real close here. What you wanna do when you get to a jet ski rescue is that you wanna be on the left side of the ski, because the left side is where you typically wanna pick up, because the throttle's on the right of the driver. So you get on the left side of the ski. Well, in this case, we got a grabber on the right, but we're going to get her on the sled. And with that being said, typically your heat would be over.
Yeah. Don't have protocol yet. We might be awaiting a text from Travis Logie in the next few minutes or so, whether or not this heat is done for Naide Marquez. But yeah, want to give big props to our water safety patrol. Do an incredible job here in Saquarema and just worldwide too. I've had the privilege and the opportunity to do Big Waves risk assessment group, Kaipo, with
Bragg.
Get a friend of yours, yeah.
Yeah. Got a lot of relatives in that crew right there.
Brian Kalana, among others. His whole family. Greg Long, also an instrumental part in developing that program. Here we go, live action though. Shino Matsuda, the Japanese surfer that was able to find an incredible wave right here.
One more, Shino.
And she is able to fit it in, as Kaipo was mentioning. Great wave there for the Japanese surfer in the white jersey, and the goofy footer from Japan looking good out here in Saquarema. That is her best wave so far. We got 19 minutes remaining, Kipes.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a big fan. I'm going to look at it one more time. I think this is really good surfing. Nice carve there. Waves a little bit smaller, but clean face. Second carve. Great tempo. Great timing. Make it 3, no, 4 for the finish for Shino Matsuda on that right-hander. That was impressive surfing, and I can't wait to see the number that the judges throw at that. 2019, I did the QS over there in Ichinomiya right. In Japan. There was a 6,000 there. That's when I first met Shino and saw her surfing. And I told Shino, hey, you keep up what you're doing. I look forward to interviewing you on the championship tour, because I am in the belief that Shino Matsuda has the talent to make it to the championship tour.
So do I. Great, well-rounded surfer, has an excellent backhand, as you were able to see on display right there. Kira Pinkerton still in the lead, though, with a 4-point ride. Second-generation professional surfer from San Clemente, been a former World Pro Junior champion herself. Spending a lot of time here in Brazil, actually been here for around 10 days almost, I want to say. Got here around a week earlier before the waiting period started, and now training with Pedro Jovalinho, a local boy here from Rio de Janeiro. And Kira, I would have to say, one of the better representatives we have on the Challenger Series from the North American region too. Has a lot of power in her surfing. She's looking at this right, and she's taking it up and riding. Pinkerton, big section ahead, kind of hits that one, and maybe mistimed that second section. Comes around it though. Able to wrap it back a few times. It might just be looking to kind of close this wave out with one more turn. She's going to kick out though, as that wave kind of just finishes off on the sand. 17 minutes to go though, Kaipo. She's going to back up the 4-point ride that she already has.
Yeah, smart surfing from Kira Pinkerton. And might have a little bit of equipment issue there for our water safety on the shore break. Take a look at this. Pinkerton. That's why she's so solid, Kira, right? Bangs it off the top, makes her way down the line. Was thinking about that section there, decided to go around it, which was probably a really smart decision, given that she wants a completion on this wave. And just, you know, to play the game sometimes, make sure she gets another score to back up that 4-point ride that she currently has. So smart surfing by Kira Pinkerton. I like that she was able to finish the wave, and an aggressive outside maneuver. And there's you see the ski, something went amongst on the ski. They lost power on that thing, and luckily not much of a shore break to contend with, so it kind of rolled up on the beach.
And it seems like Naire Marquez has sustained an injury though. There you see Dr. Carlos, along with a couple of firefighters, EMTs there on the beach. Man, let's just hope she is okay, because that does not look like a very good image. Kaipo, we've seen some serious injuries before. Maybe not some recently though, but unfortunately for Marquez, it doesn't seem like she's going to be heading out anytime soon. It's a scary image right here. And this is kind of the behind the scenes of what really happens in the sport of surfing too. 6.67 for Shino Matsuda. That catapults her up into first place. Kira Pinkerton backs up the 4 with a 2.9. And Paige Harrop out there by herself. Nothing better than just a throwaway of a 0.77 at the moment of 15 minutes ago. Waiting for Harrop, the New Zealander, to get her second scoring ride. And seeing the image right there. In tears. And this is her waving for help right here, Kaipo.
So hopefully we'll get a little bit of reporting from the beach, and we can find out what happened here. Excellent job here with the ski to get out there. Our water safety, the grabber doing his job on the back of the sled. Slides her up there, and then gets in control position to make sure that she's able to get to shore safely.
So just got an update in terms of the actual jet ski assistance, as boy, it seems like she is in real pain right now. Let's hope that everything is okay. She is not disqualified, as this was a key assistance. She'll just go back to last priority once she actually makes it back to the primary takeoff zone. But you can see the pain in her facial expression right there, Kaipo. Not a good image right now, as Shino Matsuda up and riding. That wave's going to close out for the Japanese surfer in white. Still in the lead though. Is only looking to better a 0.87. Doesn't do that, just another throwaway score. So really looking for something to concretely back up the 6 that she has in her scoreline. Meanwhile though, it's been a slow heat for the other two surfers. Kira Pinkerton with just a 4 as her best wave. Waving her hands right there. She's waiting to see whether or not she's going to get her scores. And Paige Harrop, the experienced, informed competitor from New Zealand in the blue jersey. Nothing better than just a 0.77 at the moment, Kaipo. Goes to show you how difficult it is to compete at this kind of wave. And, you know, I don't want to say the lack of preparation, because a few of these surfers have been here to this location before. But sometimes you just get caught off guard, and next thing you know, you have 5 minutes remaining and you're needing 2 scores to make it through the heat.
This is true.
Good aerial shot right there. Matsuda in the white jersey in the lead. Pinkerton right behind her in second place. And Saquarema has provided a lot of scoring potential so far for both the men and the women. Pinkerton had a look at the left right there. A lot of her big wins have come on her backhand. And might be looking at this wave here under everybody else's priority. She's gonna go left. Been here for around a week. Trying to get a section here. Kind of sets things up, sending a lot of spray on that first turn. Beautiful second down carve for the youngster from San Clemente, California. She's only looking to better 2.9. Probably gonna do that a bit better, Kipes.
Yeah, so again, that's why you see Kira Pinkerton as a winner and someone who's got a proven track record through the amateur ranks, through the pro junior ranks, through the qualifying series on the ISA. Is just having this awareness of what you need to do in a heat. And so, you know, this is the competitor Kira Pinkerton.
That is absolutely right. She's been around for a long time too, despite her early age. Spent a lot of time growing up on the island of Kauai as well. Very proficient and an efficient surfer when it comes to surfing bigger waves as well, Kaipo. During COVID, was able to spend a lot of time in Indonesia and just drops a 3.3 in her score line. That'll better her second scoring ride. With 11 minutes remaining in this heat right now. Still in second place is Pinkerton. Matsuda with the lead. And we'd love to get an update on what is going on with Naide Marquez and her prevalent injury. She is definitely calling it quits, taking off the jersey right there. You know, normally when you see a lot of injuries in surfing, tend to be ankle, hip, knees. Hopefully it's nothing that has to do with the actual spine. Here's Paige Harab now. Has the one carve on the backhand on this wave. That's gonna be it for Paige. Best known for her work on the rights. Despite coming from a lot of places in New Zealand that have great left-handers though, Kipes.
Yeah, nice snap there. And just looking, fighting for a finish. Gets on the heel, so can't find any more open face. But Harab needing a pretty beefy number of a 6.53 to turn that heat.
And now Matsuda has a look at this wave right here. Another good right-hander. And with this high tide, everybody's opted to surf this kind of breakaway right. Great fade right there from Matsuda. This will easily replace her low score. And a nice finish right there from the Japanese surfer. She's gonna kick out and get a decent backup in her score line. Has a 6.67 as her personal best at the moment, 9:25 to go on the clock. This is something we've always seen from Japanese surfers and competitors, specifically Kaipo. Great technique on offer in these high pressure situations, just as we saw from Matsuda. And it seems like we might have some info and an update on what happened with Naide Marquez. Let's throw it down to Bruno Bocayuva on the beach.
It was a panic, like anxiety crisis, you know. That's why we have to take care of the emotional side of athletes, you know. The doc said it's nothing physical, no injury. She had a huge wipeout. The water is moving, a lot of current, and she was about. And she had this emotional crisis. She's okay. To interview the doctor, but the doctor is attending the jet ski pilot. He got a little cut. Maybe he needs a scissor, and the doc is there attending that call. That's the reason why I'm alone here. But everything is okay with her now, and she's gonna rest, reassess, and that's the thing. Waves with that kind of size and volume.
All right, thank you very much, Bruno. We appreciate your insight there on what happened with Naidea Marquez. And, well, Kaipo, we wouldn't have guessed it, but it was just really the emotional state of mind.
That's wild. That's, I mean, it happened, so hope she's going to be okay. Paige Harrop here, searching on this wave to place a turn, and she's able to do so right there. 4.13 is her requirement now. She's been working her way through the scoreline to put together some rides, so Harrop maybe on her way to that 4.13.
Just might be. Should be her best wave. Has a 3.17 in the scoreline at the moment. Sori Lindblad coming up in the next heat. Another San Clemente surfer will be in the red jersey, number 9 in the rankings too, Kaipo.
She's got a
right
chance
there to qualify.
Yeah.
Had a chance last year, blew out her eardrum in Haleiwa, still ended up competing, but wasn't able to get a good result. And as we're talking about, you know, that next generation of surfers from the United States of America, Kira Pinkerton in this heat, currently in second. Sori Lindblad coming up. Alyssa Spencer now working with Matt Myers. Samantha Sibley also in the mix too. There's a good crop of young women from that part of the United States. 6:45 to go on the clock. Paige Harrop still waiting on that score for her. And Naidea Marquez will not be paddling back out. Had a bad wipeout. And Shina Matsuda drops a 3.93, but Harrop moves up into second place, gets a 4.23 Kipes, knocks Pinkerton down to third.
Right, Paige just, you know, chipped away at it. And it was key for her to hang on to that last ride to get the score. And now the pressure is going to be on Pinkerton. Of course, though, Kira just needing a 3.41. I talked about it before, and you've acknowledged it, Mitch, that Kira's a well-versed competitive surfer. She knows how to play heats, and so she knows how to play this heat at the end. I'm sure she's got 6 minutes, and she's going to give herself the best chance. 3.41, she should be able to get that score.
So Naidea Marquez, that's Maya Carpinelli from the last heat. And she unfortunately did not make it through, but Naidea Marquez in the green jersey in this heat sustained an emotional injury, will not be paddling out again. And it's basically a 3-person heat out there right now, Kaipo, Matsuda, Harrop, and Pinkerton. And it's a close battle for second place between Harrop and Pinkerton right now, 7.4 to 7.3. And Matsuda clearly out in front, looking to better something in the 4-point range. There's Mafalda Lopez from Portugal coming up in the next heat. One of the few Portuguese surfers in both the men's and women's Challenger Series ranks. 5 minutes to go, and it's crunch time right now. We're going to have Sori Lindblad, Andel Santos, and Kayane Hayes in the next heat. Let's go to a quick recap and see what's happened so far in this heat, Kaipo. Kira Pinkerton opened up with a 4-point ride early on, but she's now in third place.
Yeah, Pinkerton just really solid every single time, weaving through some of the flat sections there. Shino Matsuda, however, squares up off the bottom, snaps it off the top. Again, paced approach for Matsuda. Another nice backhand carve. And a third, looks to finish this ride. Guess what she does? Finishes it on the inside completion, and that was good for a 6.67 for Shino Matsuda.
And this was Maya Carpinelli from the previous heat, getting a decent score, but unfortunately did not move her through into the round of 48. And, you know, you see the development of this heat so far. Matsuda with a 6.67 and a 3.93. Harrop has a couple of decent scores, and this was the scary part of this heat, though, Kaipo. We didn't know what was going on, and it just seemed to be like it was just an emotional injury, nothing physical.
Yeah, she did, you know, good heads up by our water safety to come to her assistant. And Paige Harrop, just really smart and blue-collar surfing in a way, putting it together when she needed the score, does so, and puts herself into second place and advancing position with this ride. This was a 4.23 for Harrop.
Yeah, and a very methodical and strategic approach to this heat from the surfer from New Zealand. 3 minutes to go. Matsuda in the lead. Harab in second. Pinkerton needs a 3.41 to retake second place. Has enough time to do so. We've seen Kira drop big numbers due to single maneuver waves before Kaipo. Wouldn't be surprised to see her rely on one of those waves at this moment.
Yeah, and good news for Kira Pinkerton is that she does have priority above Paige Harab. So Paige can't block at this point. Paige wants the update right now to know how to play these final 2.5 minutes.
And Matsuda, with nothing to lose, could easily use priority to block either surfer as well. Has the lead at the moment, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. And I think, you know, when you look back at the beginning of this heat and Kira starting off with the 4-point ride, eventually got the 3, you're thinking to yourself, okay, is that enough really in order to make it through into the round of 48 with the kind of quality competition that you have out there? Not only with within this heat, but throughout the whole round of 96. More than likely not. Kira knows that more than anybody else, and there's a reason why she is now working with Pedro Jovalino. She's looking to improve her surfing overall, Kaipo.
Yeah, you said that Kira got here, what, 10 days before?
I want to say at least a week before the waiting period started, yeah.
That's
it's a commitment for sure.
Commitment and preparation for sure.
90 seconds remaining. Waiting for a decision to be made from these surfers as Pinkerton needs a score. And gonna let this wave go by. Paige Harab up and riding though. She says, I'll take it. It's a decent looking right-hander.
Oh my goodness, this could be, oh, well, Paige wasn't able to execute on that, but 3.41, and that wave had a 3.41 on it for Kira Pinkerton, so not taking that wave, that's gonna be questionable. Now we're down to a minute, and Kira Pinkerton really needs to hope that Itona gives her a second chance, because when you go to wave selection right there, I mean, I'm the smartest person when I'm sitting in the booth. Oh, here we go. Kira Pinkerton.
She's up and riding, carves it back once, a strong carve. And might even get the 3 that she needs just based off of that one turn, but she's looking to leave no doubt the judges' minds right here and add on a little bit more.
That's what she needed to do. There you go. That would be nice if she falls. Yeah, there she goes. Finishes on the beach. I was questioning her not taking that wave. The wave behind, we'll probably see that from the beginning, but looks like Kira Pinkerton may be coming through with a buzzer beater.
You see the sigh of relief right there. She's like, oh my goodness.
She knew she blew it on that one too. I'm sure she knew she blew it, that like she let that wave go. But you know what? She didn't take it out on herself because she got what she needed on that last wave.
5.33.
Yeah, there you go. Kira Pinkerton got the job done.
Wow, an incredible comeback right there from the youngster from Southern California. Is able to get the score she needs to move up into second place and knocks down a veteran competitor in Paige Harab too. She'll be knocked out of competition along with Naire Marquez. It's going to be the Japanese surfer, though, Shino Matsuda on screen with a huge heat win. And she's looking to gain some ground in terms of the rankings so far on the Challenger Series. Matsuda, Pinkerton moving through, and we got Heat 5 coming up here at the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Don't go anywhere. We'll be coming right back after this break. Back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, into women's action right now in the round of 64. Heat number 5 in the water. Sawyer Lindblad in the red, Mafalda Lopez from Portugal in the blue, Ando Santos in the white, and Kayani Hayes from Brazil in the green jersey. There's Shino Matsuda taking a huge heat win. Mitchell Salazar with Maida Pops. Then Maida, not only did Shino Matsuda get a huge heat victory, but in terms of qualification, she's moving up in the rankings a lot too with this heat win.
Oh, very nice for her. It was an amazing heat for her. He stayed on the lead like most of the heat. So, very nice.
And now in the water, 3 surfers that are Portuguese speaking, 1 from Portugal, that's Mafalda Lopez, and 2 local surfers, Ando Santos and Kayani Reis. Know anything about them?
Yeah, sure. Kayani Hayes is her first Challenger Series ever, and she's a local hero, so very local knowledge with this wave.
From Saquarema?
Yeah, from here, and she got 9th on the Saquarema Surf Festival last week. So, yeah, very, very nice to see her surfing here again. She's 23 years old, and she's also a lifeguard.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Many skills here.
Love to hear that a lot of people have careers besides professional surfing just alone. It's tough every now and then to make a living just off of your competitive career without a sponsor too. And Maida, in this heat right now, you're going to see one of the most talented surfers on the planet, Sawyer Lindblad. She is the current 2-time under 18 USA surfing champion from San Clemente, California. Her older brother Taj, also a great surfer from San Clemente.
Yeah, and she's pretty young, isn't she?
Yes.
She's 17 years old and already with all this talent. So, yeah, and is the local hero.
Here's Kayani. Hayes on the forehand. Great carve to start things off. And you can definitely see the local knowledge on display right now for Hayes. Still working this wave down the line. Setting up the inside connection right here. And won't be able to stay on her feet for the finish, but I'm impressed though, Maida. I did not expect that from Kayani Hayes.
Yeah, she's a very good surfer. She took a break for a while of competitions. Now she's coming back, very happy. She's really
livid.
Yeah. She's very happy to compete again.
That's what having a break does for you too. And here's Ando Santos, the Brazilian surfer who I believe resides in Australia for most of her life.
Yeah, I think she's half Brazilian, half Australian. And here's the replay.
So Kayani with a big carve right here, and you got to tell me a little bit more about her if you know anything, because the story that she has, being one of the few local surfers actually from Saquarema in the event, besides Joao Chianca, not a huge knowledgeable person when it comes to surfing in Saquarema myself. This is my first time here, Maida, but I love to see those kind of Cinderella stories. Maybe she makes it all the way until finals day and eventually wins the competition too.
Yeah, it should be really nice to see her going well here, because she knows this wave better than any other girls in this heat. So, and look, now is
Mafalda Lopez from Portugal. Great connection right there. Able to go straight up and vertical and bring that turn down. Portugal has a great representation in terms of the female surfers on the Challenger Series too. You have Francisca Kika Veshelko, Teresa Bonvolo, obviously, who already won a CS competition earlier this year. And there's Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente, California, part of San Clemente Board Riders Club. And the 17-year-old, as you were saying, has a very impressive resume when it comes to competition, Maida.
Yeah, I really liked the maneuver of this wave. Very strong and vertical.
There you see number 9 in the ring, 17 years of age, 13,285 points, excuse me, in terms of the point that she has on the board so far. And
since there are less women that qualify for the championship tour, only 5 women, 10 men, much more difficult to qualify when you're close to 15,000 points, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. She will need a good result here in Saquarema to go up in the rankings. So she really needs to go through this heat to stay on. And look, this is Kayani, like dealing with the current.
Yeah, it's a tough job out there. You know who didn't deal with the current was Shino Matsuda. She got a big heat win. She's with Rachel.
Shino Matsuda, congratulations. You're into the next round. And how is it for you, the heat? What are your thoughts on that wave today?
The waves looks difficult, and I looks like light looks good. So I was trying to get good light, and yeah, I'm so happy to get that waves.
Yeah, you made it. And what about your preparation? Have you been training here these days?
Yeah, it's first time here, and I surf this day, and it was small and changing a lot. But yeah, I'm happy to able to make it through the heat.
Yeah, do you want to say something to your friends and family back home?
日本で応援してくださってる皆さんありがとうございます。今日は結構タフなコンディションだったんですけど、明日もヒートがあったら勝ち上がれるように頑張るので、引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
Nice, thank you so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Obrigado, Rachel, and congratulations to Shino Matsuda. She's improved her English tremendously, by the way. She's taking English classes, and that's one of her goals besides qualifying for the championship tour, Maida, is to learn better English.
Yeah, for sure she will need, but did you understand anything she said in Japanese?
No. I'm not that skilled.
Neither do I.
And there's Yolanda Hopkins, Yo-Yo, one of the Olympic athletes from Portugal that qualified for the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Her and Teresa Bonvalo. And Yo-Yo Hopkins, one of the promising young surfers coming out of that European region as well. Sawyer Lindblad opens up with a 5.17. Mafalda Lopez, a 3.93. And here's the local surfer, Kayani Reis, at a 3.43. Great carve right there. Brings it all the way around. One more time, too. And she is an impressive, a very electric, spicy, a lot of life to her surfing, Maida. Love to see it.
Yeah, very nice. It's good. It's good to see like how passionate she is, like surfing, and yeah, and coming back. And now is oh my God!
Watch out, Sawyer. Had that chop to deal with right there. Seems like everything's okay, and she's gonna get a second score on the board. But yeah, you were talking about that excitement level that she has. It's good to see that passion from Kayani Reis. So Mafalda Lopez lets that wave go, and she was in second priority. So priority will not switch right there. It's going to stay with the surfer in white, Ando Santos. I asked you the other day, Maida, what your favorite memory of being here in Saquarema, covering the event as a journalist was. You always tell me that it seems to be like that victory of Adriano de Souza in 2017 is very close to your heart. What about Yagodora eliminating a couple of big dogs in that same event in 2017?
Yeah, I remember that. Yagodora is like a wonderful surfer. I'm really fans of his surfing, very stylish. And yeah, it was really special to see him shine here in Brazil. So, but one of the, for me, the best moments was with Felipe in Barrinha, Felipe Toledo. The first win of him was really nice.
In 2018.
2018, yeah.
It was pumping that year, too.
Yeah, it was pumping. It's really nice to see Barrinha pumping as well.
And
some weeks ago, we saw like...
Really? Like that?
Yeah, it was like amazing. We have some Raoni Monteiro's wave surf that week. It was amazing. It looked like, I don't know, maybe Hawaii. We have some pictures of this. You can see it in his Instagram.
In his Instagram.
Yeah, so nice.
And on the women's side, in the past
as catching up on some scores. Kayani Hayes drops another 3.43. She has 2 of those. We're waiting for Sawyer Lindblad's last score. On the women's side, Silvana Lima once here dropped a 10-point ride in the past. A big left, an incredible wave. And Silvana is actually in the event this time, about to compete here. I don't think she competes today, though. She might compete tomorrow if we do run. Sawyer Lindblad's score comes in at a 6.5. And here's the surfer in white, Ando Santos. Already has a 2.5 as her best wave. Couple of carves on the backhand so far, good flow. Nothing major, but is gonna be able to get one more turn on the sand. And she's gonna jump off with 17 minutes and 20 seconds to go, Maida.
Yeah, the first maneuver was good, and then she had to connect little ones just to finish the wave. And the last one looked pretty good from this angle. Let's see if we can watch from another angle. But for sure, she will put on scores.
Well, she doesn't need much for second place, a 4.36. And here's Kayani again. Boy, and she is very energetic, loves to catch a lot of waves, it seems. Personally, I probably wouldn't want to be free surfing when she's out there herself too. So it probably means that I'm catching less waves myself, Maida.
Yeah, for sure. She's being very busy during this heat. She knows that she needs to create many opportunities. Like the waves are kind of challenging, like tricky conditions. So it's better to stay active, surf a lot, and create some good opportunities. And this is Sawyer.
Lindblad up and riding on the left. This is going to be the one carve, and she's going to kick out. Sawyer surfs a wave that has a lot of similarities to Praia de Itaúna in San Clemente, a wave called T Street. I don't know if you've ever heard of it before. It tends to be a very difficult wave to surf, but a lot of local kids like to surf that spot. Ando Santos drops a 6.27. Wow, that was a wave that I didn't necessarily see the score going that way, but I'm gonna have to see the replay and really break it down, Maida, because it's up there in the good range in terms of the scoring, and she catapulted her way up into second place with that.
Yeah, probably the judges thought the same as I did. Like the first maneuver was good, and then she had to connect some weak maneuvers to finally find a good wall to finish the wave.
Yeah, and the last turn too on the sand as well. I guess there's a lot of risk and difficulty right there. Here's the full replay. Great bottom turn. I don't think, was this the wave that we saw? I don't even remember seeing that first turn.
I think so. First turn, and then look, she had to connect some maneuvers there just to try to find this.
Well, now that I see the replay, I know why the score is that high, because that was impressive, the first carve. Some beautiful surfing there by the young surfer from Brazil, Ando Santos. Now she's only looking to better a 2.5 as her backup wave. Sawyer Lindblad's still in the lead, and I love to see a lot of these new names come through and sometimes cause some big upsets. Maida would definitely be a decent upset if Mafalda Lopez loses in this heat. She is one of the highest ranked surfers in this heat at the moment, and she still needs a 4.85.
Yeah, she really needs a good result in this Challenger Series if she wants to keep her dream alive. So it will be a very sad, very upsetting to see her lose here at this point of the event.
So you can speak Portuguese, you speak English, you understand Spanish, and now it seems like with Shino Matsuda's interview in the last heat, you're going to understand Japanese a little bit better.
Yeah, this is my new goal, to understand Japanese. No, I'm just kidding, guys.
No, but I mean, the diversity, how international surfing is now. A lot of people have to learn different languages in order to get around and fully understand and embrace the cultures where they're traveling to, just like here in Brazil, wouldn't you argue?
Yeah, for sure. We have to learn how to communicate if you want to stay like working with surfing, and It's always challenging for us, like, to communicate in another language. But I mean, today I went to talk to some athletes, and then I said, "Oh, could you give me an interview in English?" And they were like, "Oh, sorry, I cannot speak." They're just in the beginning of their careers, but probably they know that they have to study English,
Right.
to show, like, to express themselves and get to be known around the world.
Absolutely. That's a great point you bring up, too. With 13 minutes to go on the clock, Limbalad still in the lead. Dos Santos in second. Hayes in third. She needs a 5.35 or better for second place. And the Portuguese surfer Lopez needing a 4.85. Heat 5 in the water. Heat 6 coming up. Another ranked surfer, number 9, Vagina Fierro. She'll be coming up in Heat 6. Don't go anywhere. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil in lovely and beautiful Brazil. Welcome back to Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro in beautiful Brazil. First time here, and I'm loving every moment of it. Mitchell Salazar with Maida Paps on the call for heat number 5. 10 minutes to go, and it's been Sawyer Lindblad, who's not only had the lead since the beginning, has extended it, has a 6.5 and a 5.17. Ando Santos in second place has a 6.27, just a 2.5 as their backup, though, and it's Kayani Hayes, the local surfer here from Saquarema, needing a 5.35. And the Portuguese surfer holding down priority, Maida. She still needs a 4.85. Has only caught one wave so far in this heat.
Yeah, positioning here in Saquarema is always something challenging and always something important. So almost 10 minutes left in this heat, and Mafalda just caught one wave. So, but now she's with priority, trying to find good opportunities to put another score on the board.
And there you see a beautiful drone shot of what it's like here in Saquarema. You know, believe it or not, it looks way smaller than it actually is. I feel like the walking distance from we're staying at Posada das Garças, around, 10, 12 minutes maybe, Maida. There are quite a few areas that are severely populated here in Saquarema, though, more towards the town part.
Yeah, like behind everything here that we normally walk by, close to the beach, there is like many houses, and it's very populated, but still small, like small town, like with very mellow vibes. And
in comparison to the actual city of Rio de Janeiro, then yes.
Completely different, completely different. This whole region here in close to Saquarema, we have like Arraial do Cabo, pretty close to here, and another place is north they're small and pretty mellow.
Be nice to explore some of those days. Maybe if we do get a late day eventually again, we will be going to sightsee a little bit and explore, be a tourist for a day. Maida.
Yeah, look, the coastline, very beautiful. Even like, it's not sunny today, but still very pretty.
Let me tell you something though, it's way sunnier today than it had been for 2 days.
Yeah, yesterday we had a day off and we couldn't
No.
we couldn't do anything. It was rain, pouring rain, and
It was cold, it was rainy, it was dark. It wasn't the Brazil that I was expecting so far, Maida, but this is Mother Nature. And as surfers, we need to anticipate anything that she tosses at us.
yeah, it's true. You know what? Here in Brazil, we have an expression called like pé frio. It's like cold feet. When you come for the first time somewhere and you're not lucky.
Right.
So maybe you are the pé frio here.
What are you talking about, Maida? I'm always smiling. I'm having a good time. I'm talking to everybody. I love the food so far, though. I've always been a big fan of churrasco and the barbecue here that they have in Brazil. I love seafood, too, as we're going to stick with the local surfer from Saquarema, Kayani Hayes. Needs a 5.35. Big turn to finish. Oh, she stared the judges down, too, at the end. Love that little no claim. And then Lopez, the Portuguese surfer, on the left. It was a split peak. We're going to see the replay of what Lopez was able to do on the left-hander. 6 minutes, 35 seconds to go. And this is an important wave for Mafalda from Portugal.
Yeah, look, very nice first turn. Then she did another one, finding a big finish there. Yeah.
I like that wave, personally, Maida.
Yeah, I like to, but like Kayani Hayes, I think she's being a little, she's not taking so much risk, you know. I
Right.
know that she can surf better than this, like strongest than this. So maybe she's trying to put some scores in. And look, this is Annie dos Santos replay.
Yeah, she had a wave in the exchange too, and she was only looking to better a 2.5. That was a quality turn, if you ask me, right there from Annie dos Santos. Just under 6 minutes to go. Uh-oh. We have the Brazilian legend. She's going to be coming up pretty soon, it seems. Silvana Lima getting warmed up and ready. There she is. And easily one of, if not the most successful surfers to ever represent Brazil. Former championship tour surfer, has won the event at Bells Beach, the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach before. And when you talk about somebody who's been around for a very long time, it's the
Yeah.
lady on screen right there.
Yeah, Silvana Lima is a really good surfer. She was there with her wife. And she has a dog that it's always around here. It's Aloha. This morning she was with Aloha, and it's a very, very nice dog. Everybody loves Aloha.
Yeah, well, don't get me excited. Now I want to go see where this dog is at.
Yeah, you should. After this one, I think you were free to go.
So it seems like we had a couple of scores come through. 5.27 for Lopez. That moves her up into second place. Momentarily, though, as Kayani Hayes drops a 4.3. But bang, bang, Mafalda gets dropped down to third as Annie dos Santos gets a 5.6. That means the surfer up and riding, Lindblad, in second place. Strong setup carve right there. And she's going to get a finish. Even a bonus section here at the end. She's going to kick out, though. 4 minutes to go. So Lindblad in the lead for majority of the heat. Gets dropped down to second place because Dos Santos gets another great score for just a single turn. And Lopez had initially gotten the score that she needed, but now in third. And here's Sawyer's last, Maida. Seems like she's just found her comfort level out here in Saquarema.
Yeah, and she wants to take the lead back. So that's why she squeezed this wave until the very end. Let's see if she can get the score to take the lead back.
We shall see. 3:30 to go, and Lindblad with a good shot of doing that. It's a decent score, though, that she is requiring
in order to retake the lead of 5.37. It would have to be her second best ride. Don't see it happening there, and 3 minutes to go. Priority is with the young surfer in white, Dos Santos. And as we had mentioned, resides in Australia, has a lot of great training grounds over there. And, you know, fortunately for her, competing now for the South American region, she has been given, opportunities to compete on the Challenger Series level. And if people aren't careful with Maida, she might eventually be qualifying for the championship tour as well with performances like this.
Yeah, maybe she can, and she also likes to surf big wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's very good tube rider as well. She has the skills to qualify.
You know, back in my day, not that I'm too old or anything, Maida, 28, but saw a lot of great barrel riders, big wave surfers, Felipe Cesarano, Gordo, a couple of other guys too. You know, had the absolute pleasure of being able to travel a few times with Ricardo Dos Santos, a great friend of mine. He unfortunately passed away a few years ago, but you know, all these guys, I look back on it and I'm like, wow, like there are more surfers than I expected them to be successful in terms of traveling globally and not just within Brazil. I think that's going to happen with a lot of these ladies coming up now, like Anne, like Kayani, like Naide, who was in the last heat, Maya Carpinelli, a lot of these ladies that are coming up in the next generation of surfers from Brazil.
Yeah, that's true. Here in Brazil, like Kayani Hayes, she didn't have sponsors, so that's why she took break from competition. So sometimes here in Brazil we have this another challenging situation, but I mean she has all the skills to travel around, to surf, and if she has opportunities to do this, for sure she will be attending.
And there's the coach from Mafalda Lopez, a bit worried right now, just over a minute to go, and she is still needing a 6.41 or better to move up into second place. Lindblad in second. She's out there with 4 priorities. She's going to let everybody else go on this one, though, and it's Kayani, who had a paddle that will switch priority. And unfortunately for her, she's going to go down to priority number 4 right now. 45 seconds. This is Lopez's chance. No, she's got to give way. Oh, was that a block or not from Dos Santos? We shall see. Lopez could have had a bigger stroke at that, though, and she let it go.
Yeah, now the conditions from here where we are seeing looks like very challenging. A lot of water, white water moving. The current, and they keep like paddling a lot. Like 10 seconds remaining.
This heat's coming to a close, Maida, and it seems like it's going to be Ando Santos and Sawyer Lindblad moving through. The young Brazilian surfer in the white jersey taking a well-deserved victory. And the young surfer from Southern California in San Clemente, Sawyer Lindblad, also moving through. A necessary advancement there for Lindblad, who's number 9 in the rankings, and she is keeping her hopes and dreams alive of qualifying for the championship tour in 2023. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 6 coming up, and we also have a special guest coming into the booth with us to join. Don't go anywhere. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil.
Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, is brought to you by City of Saquarema, official host of the Corona Saquarema Pro, by TikTok, download the app, by 51 Ice, official ready-to-drink beverage of the World Surf League in Brazil, and by Nuon, official health partner of the Corona Saquarema Pro.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar, with very special guest Tatiana Weston-Webb. Tati, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, Tati, former runner-up in the world. You're here supporting your husband, Jose, in the event. And now you're just able to watch the rest of the competition. What's it like seeing a lot of these young women compete for the first time in Saquarema?
It's a pleasure to watch them. I get so excited, especially because you can just see the evolution of women surfing here in Brazil, and it makes me really proud to be representing our country. And I'm super happy that there's like it. To me, it looks fun, I think. I'm super happy there's fun waves for the girls. And yeah, I've just been kind of enjoying, I mean, like, I always enjoy Brazil, but I've just been enjoying seeing all the girls and like how they're preparing for competition and who has what to offer. And I think it's so cool. Like, I love studying, yeah, all the girls and seeing how it goes.
Since you began coming here in 2017 when the event switched over to Saquarema, can you say that this is one of the most enjoyable stops on the CT for you?
100%. I think at this point I'm almost like a local here, but obviously the people from Saquarema wouldn't agree. But I do feel like I know this wave super well, and I know the area super well, and I know the people super well, and it just feels like a part of home coming back here. And obviously it's not my home, but when you create relationships with these people around the world and you come back and you see the same people, it's just so special and warming in your heart, because you know they get happy to see you and you get happy to see them, and it's almost like, you know, it's a lifetime of friendship. And it's for me, I'm just very blessed to be able to have that extra level of communication and a relationship with these people here in Saquarema.
Sounds like this place has a piece of your heart, just as Ando Santos does with this place as well, celebrating with her father right there, in an emotional moment for sure. Big heat win for the youngster who resides in Australia, actually competed at the Sydney Surf Pro for the first time on the Challenger Series, and due to that result has actually been awarded wildcards into other events. Let's set the heat though, Tati. Vagina Fierro in the red, Minami Nonaka from Japan in the blue, Natasha van Groenen from South Africa in the white, and Juliana Rodriguez, very humble beginnings for the surfer in green. Let's go down to the glass though. It seems like Ando Santos is with Rachel.
Here with me, congratulations. It was amazing. You got the highest heat total in the end. How was that feeling to turn this around?
Yeah, I mean, I started off with 2 pretty average waves, so I was really happy to, you know, stay calm throughout the whole heat, and then, you know, be able to find some good waves and show my surfing.
Yeah, for sure. And now I'm gonna ask you in Portuguese. Como é que tá se sentindo em participar do Challenger aqui em Saquarema? Acabou de ficar em 5º lugar, né, no QS. Você gosta de competir aqui? Como é que você tá se sentindo sobre isso?
Eu tô adorando competir no Brasil de novo. Meu pai tá aqui me assistindo, a minha família toda tá me apoiando, então eu tô muito feliz de estar aqui e eu tô adorando Saquarema. Teve altas ondas essa semana inteira entre o QS e agora, e hoje também tem umas ondas boas para competir, então tô muito feliz de estar aqui.
We're super happy too. Congratulations, you're into the next round, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel, and congratulations to Anne. Big heat win for her, Tati. And as we were talking about the development of, you know, surfing in different regions worldwide, Brazil to me seems like it's going to develop a lot of superstars for a young female crop of surfers.
Yeah, 100%. You can just see it in their eyes. They're fired up. I've been loving watching Bella Nalu. You know, there's so many. Yonka posted some sick clips recently, and I think she's getting really, really good. And Naire, and man, there's just a lot of them. Like Laura Hupp, like there's so many of them. They're all getting so good. And now Annie's actually always been like the biggest underground charger ever. Like she's super gnarly, and you know, for me to like see it translating to her heats and like her technical surfing also getting better makes me really happy too, because Anya is the biggest sweetheart. She is like the sweetest person ever, and yeah, I'm really stoked for her.
So we saw Minami Nonaka there on screen, one of the Japanese competitors in the women's CS rankings. Pretty small surfer, 4'9", but she has a big heart, a lot of talent, looking to qualify for the championship tour, only 21 years of age, number 30 in the rankings. You have a very solid relationship with one Japanese competitor that actually isn't here at this event, a good friend of ours, Mahina Maeda. But you have an interesting story, and I think a lot of people know that you were originally, growing up on Kauai. You were born in Brazil, though.
Correct.
But for yourself, what's the kind of connection that you can possibly bring from the island of Kauai into your surfing representing Brazil now?
Well, I always say to people that Kauai definitely made me the surfer who I am today, and Brazil is just my heart and my blood, so I'm so proud to represent my country, and Kauai has created and bred my surfing, so I'm super grateful for the two cultures that I have, the backgrounds that I have, and the opportunity to be able to represent Brazil and also come from such a strong surfing culture place.
So there we see Vahine Fierro, number 9 in the rankings so far, 22 years of age. She is from Huahine in Tahiti. The French Polynesian represents France, and not only is she looking to qualify for the CT, but would love to get a spot into the Olympic Games that will be in Paris 2024 at her home break of Chopo. And looking at this replay right here, Tati, she's a fellow goofy footer as well. She's a great surfer on both the backhand and the forehand.
Yeah, I will say I'm really liking the way her boards are looking under her feet. I think Britt Merrick's shaping them, and I think he's doing a great job. I think that Britt Merrick just won the last stab in the dark, which is really cool because obviously he's pushing his shaping. And as you know, my shaper is Marcio Zuvi, and I think that healthy competition and with the shapers, like with all the shapers, amongst all the shapers, is super necessary for evolution of surfboards. And I can just, every time you see Vahine stand up on the wave, you can just see how quickly her board's reacting. Like every single little movement she's doing, the board's just going. And so I have to say congrats to Britt because the board looks great.
Yeah. No, there's a couple of people out there, and obviously we know the effects that Sharp Eye have been having, on the world of professional surfing. We just saw Felipe win his maiden world championship on the Sharp Eye, and that was actually a dark arts board too, so a carbon vacuum sealed one. In terms of surfing with your actual shaper, as we're going to see Natasha van Groenen up and riding, the South African. She is from Cape Town, by the way, one of the coldest places that you could surf at in the world. Nice backhand snap there. She only has a 3.17 in her scoreline so far. Nonaka with a 3.17 herself, and Vahine Fierro opens up with a 5.5. Rodriguez a 2.1. There you see 61 in the ranks, 23 years of age for Natasha. Have you actually been able to surf with Marcio Suvi before?
I've actually never surfed with him before, but Jesse, my husband, has gone fishing with him.
Okay.
He loves fishing. It's his other passion other than shaping. So whenever he has the chance, he'll just go fishing. But so I think his fishing is almost bigger than surfing passion.
Because I was talking to Kaipo about this. I think it would be cool to do a mini CT event with shapers and see them battle it out on their own boards too.
I would love to see that. I think they could do, I think surfing, I will be honest, has a lack of those pretty awesome specialty events that take place, how skating and, wake and all those motocross have all these random super cool specialty events. I feel like surfing definitely can expand in those really cool specialty events. And yeah, who knows, maybe pretty soon someone will come up with an idea for a shaper event.
So what would your ideal crossover event be? Because we have Darren Brohart's puts on Surfercross. It's one-day motocross, so you're paired up with one motocross pro and you're paired up with one surfer.
Oh, cool.
It's professional too. Then there used to be surf and sand too. It was one day all surfing and one day all golf.
Yeah, but that's is it only in California?
For now.
Yeah, so it's only in California, so only Californians participate. So then
you want to do it worldwide then?
Yeah, you need to have these events that bring in surfers from around the world. I don't know, I think it'd be really cool. Or I don't know, I don't know, something like that I think would be really cool.
I think that if we did, surf skate one, that could obviously.
Yeah.
That's probably the easiest one that we could do worldwide because you can skate anywhere in the world.
Yeah. It would be so cool to watch like Sky Brown do like a surf skate competition, those people that are so talented, like unfortunately, my good friend that passed, Kalani David, was one of the most amazing surf skaters out there, like probably one of the best in the world. I know there's Kern Caples too. So I just think that like double talent is like so cool. Like if it were my choice, I would like love to play a game of tennis with a professional tennis athlete and then like go surfing with them.
So speaking about Kalani, tomorrow is his birthday, by the way, and I've been chatting with Imai, and I told him if we should do something just early in the morning real quick before the day starts, and he said yes. I don't know if you would like to be part of that if you're around too.
I would love to. That'd be awesome.
It was a big loss for not only myself, obviously a lot of people worldwide, but I think the impact that we have as a surfing community and how close we are to each other.
Yep.
It's really beautiful the way the sport can bring us together.
Yes.
And for yourself, I know having a lot of family, not only here in Brazil, but over in Hawaii too, this is something that I think is very special. A lot of other sports, you don't really see this happen too much.
No, you don't. And we form a really tight-knit community. As we see Juliana, she is, as we say in Portuguese, uma guerreira. So she's
a warrior.
A warrior. She's just fighting. And, I bet you can, right after that, speak to her background.
Yeah, well, from Fortaleza, very humble beginnings too. She is actually sponsored by Banco Do Brasil, and you saw the passion that she brings out right there on that wave as well. 16 minutes to go. Vahine with her second scoring ride. Natasha Van Groenen takes the lead momentarily with a 3.93. And Rodriguez still waiting on her last wave. But it's cool to see a lot of these young surfers develop their passion early on, Tati, as you can see right here from Juliana.
Yeah, and even technically, like, Juliana has gotten so good. You can see her working on her technique. I remember watching videos of her a few years ago, just discovering who she was. Her story was that, she came from really humble beginnings, and Banco Do Brasil, actually my sponsor as well, stepped up and chose to sponsor Juliana so she could do the circuit around Brazil. And it's just been so cool to see her have that type of support from a Brazilian company. I think that it's been really cool to see the evolution of Brazil surfing and how now they have the new circuit, the local circuit, and it's really paying super well, and it's prepping everyone for the Olympics, and it's very forward focused surfing.
It allows for progression, that is for sure. As we see Minami Nonaka up and riding. Got dropped down to third. It was only needing a 2.97 as Vahine has a small second score, really a throwaway. It was 0.63. Still waiting on Juliana's fourth scoring ride with just under 15 minutes to go. Priority is with the surfer in white, the South African Van Groenen. And Tati, this is maybe a question that you're going to laugh off as we're seeing Natasha up and riding on the backhand again. South African looking to better a 3.17, wraps it back once, hits the lip well for the second one.
She seems like she's picking pretty good waves with her priorities. So
she is. Been executing it well, actually, with priority. And sometimes it's difficult to go from one language to the other after the other.
Today, my brain has been super turned off. I've been trying to switch from Portuguese to English as we watch Vahine, but it's been so hard. I almost, the interview earlier, I was doing videos, promo videos yesterday for mine and Jesse's Grand Fest event that we're going to have in Guarujá. And seriously, because I rehearsed the video so many times yesterday, I went straight into Portuguese. I was like, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm just my brain doesn't work sometimes. I'm like, oh geez.
Do you realize the impact that you've had on the surfing world, and not only in Brazil, but worldwide though? A lot of these young surfers, including Juliana, are benefiting off of what you've done so far in the last few years.
Thank you. I wouldn't say specifically myself. Obviously surfing as a whole is evolving and progressing, and I think that you know, for me when I was growing up, I looked up to surfers like Carissa and Steph, and they'll still do crazy, mind-blowing things to this day. And, you know, referencing Steph just beating all 5 competitors in the final and winning a world title. But thank you. That's really kind of you. I appreciate that. I try to do my best to inspire young women around the world, and now Jessie and I are trying our best to inspire young men and women to not only obviously surf and compete, but just to go and realize that surfing is fun. We love surfing, and it's something that, like you said, it brings a community together, and people can form these bonds and relationships, and so that's Jessie and I's goal with this new contest that we're putting on. But I'm beyond myself to see how Brazil is evolving. You know.
Well, we love to hear that. As we see Van Groenen up and riding, you're mentioning that she has been selecting the best wave so far when she does have priority. 12 minutes to go on the clock. Vagina Fierro takes the lead with a 2.73. Van Groenen down to second place. Rodriguez in third. She has a 4.9. And we're going to take a quick commercial break. Be right back. Tati Weston Webb in the booth. But Rachel Presley about to paddle out for heat number 9. Don't go anywhere. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with former number 2 in the world, Tati Weston Webb, in heat number 6 of action so far. Minami Nonaka takes the lead with a 5.5. Vagina Fierro now moves up into the lead with a 4.93, and this was the replay that we weren't able to see during the break, Tati.
This looks like a good wave that she got. Hopefully, boom, right there. Ooh, good hanging on. When I was telling Kiala to go, well, like, Summer and I were trying to be like weird coaches, you know, we were like, go and do this and this, but it was just like strong legs, so. Oh, that was sick. Yeah, it seems like the girls are stepping up in the heat. It's halfway through the heat, and it's time to get, you know, busy. And Minami just had a sick turn. That was awesome.
Van Groenen down to third. She now needs a 4.75. Rodriguez, with priority, needs a 3.78. And Tati, you know, before the break, we're talking about the incredible things you've done, not only so far within Brazil, but worldwide. But you and your husband are now actually planning an event for next Wednesday in Sao Paulo, is it?
In São Paulo, in Guarujá, no Praia do Tombo, at Tombo Beach in Guarujá, Jessie's hometown. So, yeah, it's our first little Grom Fest event that we're putting on. We're hoping to one day expand it and do multiple stops, especially in the south where I'm from. So, yeah, I'm really excited. I just want to, like I said, I want people to focus on having fun and building those relationships and, you know, giving back to the community. I think especially here in Brazil, sometimes the parents and the kids take surfing so seriously from such a young age, and Jessie and I have seen that really a lot, especially in this past few years. And we just want to give the kids a really freaking fun day. You know what I mean? Like, we want them to go and just freak out and never forget the best day that they had at the beach ever. You know what I mean? As we say, see Bella and Pato, they're the cutest going out. Pato's so sweet.
He's a great guy too. It's the first time I've actually met him in person. Loved having a conversation with him earlier this morning, and has a lot of knowledge not only in big wave surfing but just overall. 7:40 to go. Fierro still in the lead. Nonaka in second. Van Groenen needs a 4.75, and Juliana Rodriguez needing a 3.78. She has priority. Were you inspired at all by the Irons Brothers Classic in order to make this event happen next week?
Yes, I pull reference from that all the time. My Irons Brothers Classic events were very memorable, and it was actually my first time I ever decided that I was going to compete. And
Really?
I lost right off the bat, as we see Vahine. Boom. Great first turn. Wow, she timed that so well. That was great. I think that's going to be one of the best scores of the heat.
And now Natasha Van Groenen on the backhand. Just setting things up here for the inside connection. The surfer from Cape Town using good technique right here. Real question is, with just under 7 minutes to go, is this going to be enough to move her up into the top 2 spots right now, Tati? You were mentioning that Vahine has kind of been on those key waves that have really given her the big sections. And now this young lady needs at least a 3.78.
Yeah, that's unfortunately not going to be the score. She's probably just, trying to reposition herself out there. I mean, I'm not sure if you guys can at home see how crazy the current is right now, but the current is just pulling straight to the church, which is just, it's ripping down the beach. It looks like a hard paddle.
Here's the replay of Natasha's wave. Much more difficult than frother wave to ride here, Tati.
Yeah, I think that size of a wave is really something that she should reference going forward in this heat. I think that she needs to get something a little bit bigger. That way it'll really grab the judges' attention. See how this wave is almost double overhead on Vahine and how much she can open up on the turns. That's the difference right there of being able to understand where and how your scores are coming in. I think that for me, I don't try to do it, but I just end up being like Big Wave Dave in all my heats, and sometimes I'm like, oh my gosh, I need to just pick the medium perfect waves. But really, when you do get a big wave and you do a big maneuver, the judges just react so well to it that sometimes it's kind of a risk you have to take,
Tati, I'm gonna reference the first time we met, actually. 2 ISA events, Peru in 2011, Panama in 2012. You were still competing for Hawaii back then, but I remember Jason Shibata, Brett Ishimaru, and Reynolds Hayes were the coaches for those events. Live and die out the back was always their saying, and I remember because I needed a wave right at the end when I competed against Cohen one heat, and I needed a score, and he went on sat on me all the way outside when he was in first.
Yeah.
And I remember that being always the term, and it seems like you've taken it very directly to heart till this day.
Yeah, I think Reynolds, Burt, and Jason Shibata were very influential in my beginning stages of my career. Especially Reynolds, I feel like he said the best things. Like, he'd always say, gather your marbles, or these one-liners that we would just never forget. And, I think that just sticks with you forever. And for me, I'm so grateful for my time that I had with them. And even to this day, Reynolds is coaching people like Gabrielle O'Brien, Seth, and they are doing incredible. And it's really cool to see, it's not just an evolution of our surfing, but it's also an evolution of his coaching, So it's been really cool.
Absolutely. 4 minutes to go. Let's look at the heat recap of what has happened so far. It's really been Vahine Fierro on the 2 best waves of the heat so far. Has a 5.5 and a 6.67, Tati.
Yeah, look at that turn right there. That's just testament to the board working super good, and obviously timing and technique. I think Vahine has an amazing technique backside and front side. And Minami snuck back into second place with this wave, right?
Yeah.
Boom, right there. That was something that caught the judges' attention. I think that if she got a few more of those, she's going to get 8s all day long.
Mine too. I really like that last turn of Nonaka.
But then Vahine was able to back it up and got eventually the best way with the heat. Tati, a 6.67 right there. And with 3 minutes to go, she's clearly out in front. The Japanese surfer in second. And Groinen still needing the 4.75. Her last wave was a 3.43, and Juliana needing a 3.78 at the moment. Before we let you go, really want to pick your brain on what's upcoming for you. Next year, 2023, we're going to see you be a world champion at lowers.
Yeah, that would be cool. That's my goal. I started my preseason training already, and gosh, I really feel like my boards are super solid. Marcia's been shaping me amazing boards. I'm getting a quiver done for pipe already and a quiver for sunset, and Ross has just been, you know,
the best as always.
Yeah, he's just been filling my brain with just super simple yet like perfect words for what I need at that moment. And along with my, you know, my team, my husband always being supportive, my parents, my family, and then have to give a ton of credit to Greg Browning, who's my road coach, you know, my life mentor kind of. He has just put me in the most psychologically sound place before competing almost every event, as we see Natasha here. You know, the crew that you travel with or that you surround yourself with is gonna either make or break you. And for me, I've realized that so much this last 2 years, and being able to continue to develop my surfing and my, I guess, my just approach to competition in general has been, it's been really, wow, Vahine is ripping. Go, Vahine. Yeah, it's been really cool, and I feel like mentally I'm super in a great place. Physically, I feel great. I'm like a little overweight right now, but it's okay because I was just on vacation, and I'm training again, and my health is back. I got COVID a few times last year, so haven't gotten sick since I've been on the program, and yeah, everything's going well. I feel really good for next year, so.
I'm glad to hear that as we see Vahine just close out this heat. She might even better her situation and improve on the 5.5 as well. There's still one wave in my mind that I think of last year when you won Margaret River. I think it might have been a high 9, might have been in the final against Steph, but I'm still thinking of that. And then, you know, you forced Heat 3 against Carissa last year at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. It was a close match, too, and I remember the ski incident right there. I don't even want to bring it up because it probably still haunts you, but, you know, I think there's a lot of variables that you were able to overcome in 2021, and this year maybe didn't plan out as well, but I think there's a lot of good things coming for you, Tati, in 23.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And even if there's not, I'm just so beyond blessed to be surrounded by such a great community, and yeah, I'm really grateful for surfing and what it's bringing me, so yeah.
Well, it seems like we're going to count this heat down. Natasha, though, not done yet, needs a 4.75. So trying to grind this wave out as well as she can.
Guess that'll be in the hands of the judges.
Yeah, this heat will be decided on land. Nonaka in danger of being relegated and eliminated in this heat. But Vahine Fierro, either way, she's going to be moving through. And unfortunately, Juliana Rodriguez will not be advancing. Doesn't seem like it's enough. It's going to be Fierro and Nonaka moving through, the French surfer and the Japanese. And as we have to say goodbye, unfortunately, to Tati Weston Webb, just want to say best of luck in 2023 and enjoy the rest of the event. And good luck next week with your own event too, Tati.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thanks for having me, you guys. And I'm super looking forward to everyone qualifying, hopefully at this event and in Haleiwa.
Thanks, Tati. We appreciate your time very much. Don't go anywhere. The Corona Saquarema Pro coming right back, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat 7 coming up. It's Savannah Lima, the local surfer, about to surf.
All right, welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil, as we are in heat number 7 of the opening round for the women. And we're cutting to the show, and hey, here we are, we're online. Alex Miranda, Bruno Bokoyuva, all joining me here on the set. Thank you for joining us this afternoon as we're in the heat number 7 of the women's division of the opening round of 64. And thank you for joining us, Alex.
Yeah, thank you. It's incredible to be here. What an opportunity. I'm the father of Ryan Kainalo, and I'm very friendly of Pato and Bella, and it's a big pleasure to be here.
Well, I love the family story, Alex, and I want to talk a little bit more about that, because one thing, your son, young up-and-coming Brazilian surfer, had a great result here in the Saquarema Surf Festival and put on a great opening heat, so already showing signs of maturity out here. You got to be proud as a dad.
Yeah, I'm proud. Yeah, we work a lot, but Ryan, I learn a lot with him. And that's incredible because, you know, he's such a young kid, but he really very patient and focused, and he wants so bad. Look the hits. Choo.
All right, well, this is Rachel Presti and her opening ride. So Rachel looks like she's opened up with a 3.83, and Yolanda Hopkins on this replay, Bruno.
The power girl from Portugal. She's from the coast of Algarve, but now living in the coast of Alentejo, training in Alentejo. It's a region of Portugal. Just a few people know there is a lot of empty waves, a lot of potential for surfing. Huh?
What a great generation of Portuguese surfers.
All right, well, 24 minutes and 55 seconds, and Mike Tairoa, that's Tahitian 4. Very good, well done. The Tahitian, Vahine Fierro, came out with a heat win, and she's against the glass right now with Rachel. Rachel, take it away.
That's right, I'm here with Vahine Fierro, and she just won the last heat. And let me ask you, for sure it's definitely hard outside. How tricky was it there?
It was really hard at first. I think we were all kind of lost for maybe 10 minutes. And then, I don't know, I feel like it was rights. And then when we went out, it was going left. And so it took us like 10 minutes to realize that it was more, like the lefts were better than the rights. So it was hard out there, but there was really good waves. So.
And you do have big chances to qualify. So how focused are you in this event?
Yes, it's always cool to be in the shot to qualify. And I was in that spot last year, and so this year I am again, and I feel way more comfortable and ready for this year's shot.
Good luck, keep going, and thank you. Congratulations, you're the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel. Vahine Fierro coming into this event, Bruno, number 9 on the leaderboard. So she's right there, and a good result here can put her in the conversation for that top 5 qualification.
Yeah, she can watch the line of the bubble there, right there. Huh?
Yeah, she's so right there, and that's really what the story is. Turning our attention to the heat in the water, and we got eyes here on Isabella Nalu. This is a young lady, Alex, that you know well.
Yeah, she's a 15-year-old, and she rips. And the very interesting thing about her, she trained with her father and Grillo, the Agodora father, and they try to surf good waves. She learned to surfing Indonesia, Hawaii, and not beach breaks.
Yeah.
And now she's starting surfing the beach breaks. And that's why she's surfing really powerful. She got something different on her surfing.
Born to surf with the name Nalu, the Hawaiian word for wave. Isabella Nalu, daughter of Pato, and her success and her development, Bruno, has been followed throughout her childhood, right?
Yeah. The family is not aiming just a competition. They are developing her skills to be a good surfer in all around, in each and every conditions. that we have on the competition universe, like, and that's so good.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Alex, I understand there was a TV show that covered the childhood and the history of Isabella Nalu, and very good, right?
The family, like Isabella Nalu, she's her whole life traveling. She never had a home, you know, like the home was in Tahiti, Indonesia, everywhere, what a style. And there is something really nice, like Bella, the whole life in Hawaii, all the winters, since he born, look Bella. Yeah, what a good wave. Rap. Yeah, good wave.
Beautiful turn. Great rail control there for Isabella Nalu. And she just showed some commitment, and that's great, powerful rail surfing, Bruno.
Oh, for sure, man. Polish, precision is there. And you know what? There's Silvana Lima.
Now we're talking about legends.
Yeah,
Silvana
yeah.
Lima, when we talk about, you know, the Brazilian Storm, a lot of times we talk about the men of the Brazilian Storm, but there have been women in the Brazilian Storm. And Silvana Lima certainly is a thunderbolt, a lightning for women in the Brazilian Storm. Did a lot, Bruno, for, well, first let's get through this replay here of Isabella.
The snap on the top, we can see her putting a lot of pressure in the back foot, and that's great.
Rail.
Yeah.
And Kaipo was talking about Silvana. Silvana, she's the queen of the progressive surfing in Brazil.
This is true.
We never had that before.
Yeah.
Silvana broke that wall, you know, like.
And I'm gonna go on the line, not just progressive surfing in Brazil, progressive surfing in the world.
Yeah.
Silvana Lima, really one of the first women to bring aerials into women's surfing. As we see right here, Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah.
This is the next generation of women professional surfing coming from Portugal, powerful surfer. Tell us a little bit about Yolanda.
Oh, Yolanda, she's great. She's been on the comps ever since she was a little kid. She likes the big stuff. She surfs good in this kind of situations with a lot of volume, a lot of water moving, and she's ready to go. She had a little issue. She was almost qualifying for the CT, and she lost her dad. She was in a mental bubble, a psychological bubble for a while. Now she came together, and she's doing great. She's aiming the top, like.
Well, I've been seeing her in other Challenger Series competitions, and I've been very impressed with Yolanda's overall surfing. Let's take a look here. This is Rachel Presti.
Oh, it's so good to see a girl representing Germany, huh? That's a global tour we want.
That is a global tour, and here we go with Yolanda, Bruno.
Oh, a good size wave. She's going for a carve. Stay in the pocket. But she goes again. Nice touch. A little functional move. And she's there in the second position right now, huh?
Yeah, let's catch up with all the happenings right now as the score stopped to drop. That big carve for Isabella Nalu, a 5.27. That's enough to put Isabella in the lead. Yolanda Hopkins, a 4.9 on her opener. That's a valuable number for Yolanda as she's in second place. Rachel Presti, we're still waiting for a score for Rachel to set the tone, and we're waiting for a second score for Yolanda Hopkins. So we're waiting for the judges to give us some of the numbers, and we can report back to you on the situation in the water. We got 18 minutes remaining, counting down on the clock.
And you were talking about Isabella Nalu. She was born in front of a camera, man. They used to have the TV show that you told us, and there is Silvana once again.
Oh my, Silvana Lima with knifing through two beautiful turns, setting up for the inside section. The flow from Lima still there after all these years. Setting up for something on the inside, kicks out with some momentum to go back out, paddle against the rock near the channel, getting sucked back out to the ocean. Great job from the 38-year-old Silvana Lima.
Two-time runner-up at the world title race back in 2008, 2009.
Yes.
Back-to-back, and she won the Bells Beach contest back in 2009.
I remember the first time I remember the first time I saw Silvana, she was, I think, 15. Look the wave. Oh, she was 15 and she went to Ubatuba, to our hometown. And I saw that progressive surfing. And then she finished the wave. The next wave, I was going to the channel with her and say, hey, you're going to be a world champion.
You saw it coming. You saw it. You knew the talent was there.
I never, I never had seen nothing like that. Like, she was really out of the box,
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go on record in saying Silvana Lima, like, again, she broke barriers for women's surfing, especially on the progressive end. And even Silvana Lima on right-hand point breaks is something of beauty, Bruno. She's able to connect all of that flow, and she brought a little bit of that flow in the last ride that she had out here.
She's born and raised in Paracuru. They had a point break there, a right point break. A version of a Ceará version of Snapper Rocks.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. And she built her style, her approach in this kind of situation. And there is Bella, huh? The TV show was called Bella Nalu pelo Mundo. Nalu around the world.
Around the world.
Yeah.
How's this flow right here?
That's the flow. Amazing flow. Silvana, what a style.
Yeah.
And you know what? We're watching this replay right now, and I can report back to you that that was a 4.63 for Silvana Lima. So a great start for the two-time runner-up in the world, Silvana Lima.
So nice to see her surfing, the way she moves, the way she changed the rails, the way she connects the one maneuver after the other.
And is it? Now I'm digesting, you guys, what's happening in this heat. So what I'm seeing in this heat, when we talk about women's surfing in Brazil, we have the pioneer, in a way, in Silvana Lima, and now we have the new face coming on in Isabella Nalu. Is this correct?
For sure, man. Could be her daughter, like the age, no?
Let's hear more from Isabella's camp. Maida has a special guest. Maida.
Thank you, Kaipo. I'm here with Fabi, Isabella's mom. So how nerve-wracking is to watch her compete here?
Oh my God, for me, with all these girls, it's so nervous. I'm always nervous with her, but I'm here looking Bella and looking my little one and just pray for the best for her.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. Back to you guys in the booth.
Wow, it's a family affair. That brings nothing but smile to my face and warmth in my heart.
It's more than that, than a family. It's a producing house. You know. Like Fabi, she's the producer.
She's the camera woman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, she's not she's the camera woman, but she's the producer. She does everything, like contacts and everything.
She called the shots, huh?
And Pato is the director. Yeah, Nalu, Bella
is the star.
She's the star. And there's one more thing. Pato, his program, Bella, no, Nalu pelo Mundo. They got more than 1,000 episodes.
Yeah.
1,000 episodes?
No, more than that.
More than
it's
1,000.
Unbelievable. It's something hard to, yeah.
You know what? The other day they were trying to determine which was her hometown.
Yes.
Can you wrote there the world? Like,
yeah, well, isn't this
the ocean?
Isn't this the story for many surfers? When you commit your lifestyle to surfing, many surfers are not just citizens of a country. That might be what's on your passport, but you're actually a citizen of the world, because surfing opens up the doors for us to have friends and family all over the world.
I can't avoid thinking about Cali, you know?
Cali's a citizen of the world.
In Australia, South Africa, Cali, Hawaii.
My good friend Martin Potter was on a citizen of the world for 30 years of his life or more, just always being somewhere. And that is one of the blessings of surfing, isn't it, Alex? I mean, you've traveled around a lot with your family and developing.
He's a great surfer also.
Developing, of course, yeah.
Yeah. 30 years I go to Hawaii every winter. Like Hawaii is my second home. And that's why Ryan Kainalo, my other kid,
Yes.
Scalani.
Yes. You know what? I think there's kind of like a brotherhood between Hawaiians and Brazilians, and it has. There's the family right there.
The side boy, the young boy.
Okay.
Brother of Isabella.
Yes. Well, they are rooting on Isabella. Right now, she's in third place. She needs a 4.3 to go into second. Rachel Presley out in the lead. Yolanda Hopkins in second. Silvana Lima has that one good wave, that 4.63. So when Silvana backs that up, she's also going to have this. So this is a very, very tight heat. But back to the conversations of Hawaii and Brazilians. Also the fact that we're meshing cultures, right? And then Isabella Nalu, this is a Hawaiian word. And then you have guys like Felipe Toledo. His daughter is Mahina. This is the Hawaiian word for moon. His son is Koa, which is the Hawaiian word for like a warrior. So that connection, Alex, is very close.
Yeah, I don't know from where came that connection, that magic, but in Brazil we feel aloha and all the surfers' dream is go to Hawaii, and you must go. You don't have money, but you must go there. That's the paradise.
Well, I can tell you, I think culturally we're both beach cultures, and both of us, like for me, from a native Hawaiian perspective, a lot of us don't come from like a lot of money, but we know how to make things happen. You know, we know how to save, we know how to fix things, and people says no, you can't do that, and we figure out a way to do it.
We Brazilians, we connect with that feeling, huh?
Yeah.
With that lifestyle, with that approach. Yeah.
The Portuguese bloody.
It is.
Yeah, the guerreiro.
And there's a lot of us Portuguese Hawaiians as well. Caipo Guerreiro, which are clearly Portuguese as well. This is true.
Yeah, that's it. I was the other day talking in the gram about the etymology of the term aloha, sharing the breath of life.
Yes. Yeah, aloha is the exchange of ha, which is breath. And so, wow, we're having such a great conversation here with Bruno and Alex. We got Isabella Nalu in the water. We got the legend, Silvana Lima, out in the water. We got more of this story. We're going to take a little break, but you don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. And welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. I'm Caipo Guerreiro. With me is Bruno Bocuyuva and Alex Miranda, talking you through all the action. We have an exciting heat out in the water with a lot of storytelling, a lot happening. Silvana Lima's out there along with Isabella Nalu, Yolanda Hopkins, and Rachel Presley. This is catching up to last wave of Isabella Nalu, Bruno.
Oh yeah, and Yolanda there in the back. Not a special wave for Bella. She's trying to build momentum in the heat. And there comes Yolanda going for the alligator's mouth. Wow. It's hard to survive that session, huh?
I like the expression that you bring, Bruno, the alligator's mouth. This is the inside shore break section, right?
powerful, and with the addiction of the backwash. It's something it's very demanding, very challenging to face it.
Ryan used to compare the right of Saquarema with Macarra. He loves Macarra. He surfs Macarra super good with the backwash.
Well, that's one thing I was going to tell you, Alex. The one thing that Itaúna and Macarra have in common is the backwash. And we talked about that. Time the backwash, it can be your best friend. If you time it off the top with the backwash, you're going to throw twice as much spray. You're going to show that much more flare. So it's all about reading the backwash and being able to use it, correct?
Yeah, you must love the backwash.
Yeah, you should build a relationship with it, huh? Yes. You try to use as a launch platform. Like.
To explode.
Yeah.
Yes.
More speed to explode maneuvers and.
And it's all about, just reading that. So your situation out in the water, we got Rachel Presti. She's in the lead. Yolanda Hopkins right now up and riding. She's in second place, and she's doing a good job connecting some turns, but can't pull down that final maneuver. And that's going to hinder the score just a little bit. She's already got a 5.17 and a 4.4, Yolanda does. So she wants to improve upon that 4.4, Bruno. I don't know if she did that on that wave.
Yeah, I don't think so because of the last move, huh? But she remind me of a female version of Gary Kong Elkerton from Australia.
I like that.
She's so powerful. She go for broke, like, look at that. Bang.
And some of the arm movements that you brought that up, Bruno, that's a keen eye, are very Kong-like.
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about Gary Elkerton, former #2 in the world, an Australian phenomenon at a very, very young age, and a surfer known for his power.
For sure. Runner-up to Tom Curran back in 1990, huh?
And that was a great story back then, because that's when you had the American-Australian rivalry, and that was at the height of that rivalry.
Yeah, for sure, man.
All right, we're under 5 minutes, and we're catching up with Isabella Nalu coming off of a nice carve, and unfortunately unable to get that final maneuver in. Here's our heat leader, Rachel Presti. Snap off the top for Presti. Rachel gets just one turn. We'll see if that betters her two-wave total. We're down to 4 minutes and 35 seconds.
Where Rachel lives?
I believe Rachel's from lives in California, but represents Germany.
Okay.
So that's another thing that's happening right now. We're going to go through some replays right now. This is Rachel on the replay. But we see a lot of different flags getting represented by different surfers these days. It's Isabella on the replay. And this was kind of unfortunate, pokes the nose here. But a lot of different flags from different surfers on the replay. And here's a reaction from Bella's mom. Because of, I think, the Olympics. I mean, I think very recently we've had Jessie Mendez take up the Italian flag.
Yeah.
We have now Luana Silva, who used to represent Hawaii. She's now in the competition here, and I think going forward, Luana's going to represent Brazil.
Yeah.
So we have a lot.
Jesse going for Italy.
Yeah, Jesse. Yeah, Mendes for Italy. So a lot of different flags getting represented.
A lot of new possibilities, huh?
It's a new stuff in surfing.
Yeah, it is. And I think the Olympics brought about a lot of that.
For sure.
A lot of that change. But it's cool to see so many global flags on different people's jerseys and on different people's boards representing. Hopkins.
Oh, she's there. Stuck to the right and doing good, huh?
Strong surfer.
Nice size wave.
Strong first carve there, Alex. What did you think about that one from Yolanda?
Oh, yeah, she's very strong. I can see like a Hawaiian surfing there. That kind of look, power.
A little bit of Gabriella Bryan too.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is kind of powerful waves. I think that really shows off the power in her surfing of Yolanda Hopkins. What do you think, Bruno?
People sometimes look just for Nazaré in Portugal, thinking about big waves, but they have powerful waves in all the coastline.
I think this stretch right here has a lot of powerful waves, Saquarema. Whether you're talking about Itaúna or Marinha. Here we go.
Bella again.
That's a nice carve there. Looking for some more open face. She's gonna find it right on the inside here. Gets another carve in. Isabella Nalu, 2 turns. The need for Isabella at the moment of 4.3, and I dare say that's going to be close to the number. Alex, what do you think?
I think she needs something better to show her surfing. But yeah, you'll be pretty close.
Yeah, she needed a little bit more room. Huh?
For the people watching the waves here in Itaúna, Saquarema, and you cannot feel the real power, you know, like when you're inside, like it's very different.
Oh, for sure, man. Even from the
it looks
beach.
like, yeah, I'm going to say it looks like a mushy beach break, but there's so much power. My first trip here in 2016, 2017, I just brought a groveler board and my shortboard. I discovered now I come back to this region, I don't really need the groveler. I bring my shortboard and a step up because there's so much power here. And a lot of people, like you're watching, you don't realize how much this ocean's moving, Alex.
Yeah. Oh, man, the wave's so powerful, and the current, and then the backwash. You have big waves, you have small, good waves.
A lot of paddling.
Lefts, rights. The wind offshore, like 300 days a year. Is incredible place.
And then as they continue to build on the jetty here at Marinha,
yeah,
big
the other
back
side.
door and the other side even. Geez.
Yeah, Praia da Vila.
Here we go.
Wow.
There's Yolanda. It's not a replay, huh?
This is not a replay. That's live action with a big hook from Yolanda Hopkins. She's just embracing and relishing the conditions right now. We'll take a look at the scores coming in. Yolanda's in first. Rachel Presti has dropped down to second place. Isabella needing a 5.14. And Silvana had that 4.63 but has not been able to find a backup. Silvana Lima needs a 5.78 and Lima has priority. Here we go with the paddle. It's going to be a left for Bella Nalu. Nice carve on the backhand. It needs a little bit more on the inside here. Another snap for Isabella. One more snap. Needs this wave to build up just a little bit more on the inside to give the scoring potential. Horn sounds. We're going to wait for that last score to tell the story.
Their crew is there cheering for her, but she did a great job, but
there's the crew.
A little more space.
Father Pato,
yeah,
Leandro
Dora,
on the camera right there, doing some of the coaching.
And the son of Alex there.
Alex,
Ryan.
Ryan's there cheering on Isabella. And that's it. So it's going to be Yolanda Hopkins and Rachel Presti moving on into the next round. That's going to be the round of 32 for the women. We're going to move on to a break. But you know what? Please stick with us because we're going to be right back. It's just a couple commercials. We'll be back with more from the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil.
My name's Molly Picklum, I'm 19 years old and I'm from Central Coast, New South Wales, Australia. To get back on the championship tour, I feel like is a goal for every surfer in one of these events. We don't enter events, well I don't personally, to lose, you know. I feel like to show my best and to be my best is to be on the tour versing the best. And yeah, I don't know, I just really thrive on such a big stage and pushing myself to the max. I think it's so hard on there and I really like testing myself, so that's where championship tour is my absolute goal.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. I'm Kaipo, this is Bruno Bocayuva and Alex Miranda joining us all on the set. Thank you for joining us. We're into yet another heat. This is the opening round for the women here in Itaúna, and we've seen some great surfing so far, Alex.
Oh yeah, what a great hit, powerful surfing. Bella almost made it, but she finished in third, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Let's see the interview. Yeah, the next hit will be incredible. Betty Lou, Arena from Peru, and Sofia Medina from Brazil.
That's why you want to stick around, because we got much more action on the way. Right now on the water, we have current number 2 on the rankings coming into this event. Molly Picklum, we call her Pickles. She's just opened up with a 5.33. So Molly already getting a keeper score. Molly's out there in the water with 2 French surfers in the way of Paulina Do and Tessa Tyson, both representing France. 3 surfers in this heat. Top 2 going to advance, Bruno, so that's pretty good odds.
Yeah, it's a more easy task. Not easy, but a little more easy than the previous one. And there's Molly, huh?
Yeah.
What a carving. She find the momentum ever since the first event of the CS season, huh?
Yeah, she's
at the Gold Coast of Australia.
Molly Picklum opened up with a runner-up finish over there on the Gold Coast. As we take a look here at a veteran in women's professional surfing, Paulina Do, former championship tour surfer on this replay. And Pauline wants to battle her way back onto the CT. Pauline currently, let's see, currently number 48 on the rankings, so she's going to need some big results at the end of the year if she wants to get into that top 5. Another surfer who put on quite a show, 20th in the rankings, but she's going to start to climb up a little bit. Yolanda Hopkins out of Portugal won her last heat, and Yolanda is with Rachel. Rachel.
Yolanda Hopkins is here with me, and yeah, you made it in the last minute. How did you keep your mind clean to turn this around?
I mean, I knew what I can do already, and I think these conditions are kind of like in my favor. I was finding a hard time to find the wave to let me like actually hit it right because of the backwash, but I thought if I put a big turn and like use the whole wave, I would have get a good score. And I managed to do that without wave. I think I got a 5.9 or same just for one turn. And I tried to go for the second one. It was just so backwashy I couldn't make it. But I think if I could have made that one, it would have been quite a decent score.
And do you think this was the hardest thing about this wave?
I mean, the backwash is definitely tricky. I've never surfed somewhere like this backwashy, but it makes it more exciting. And I mean, every heat that I've watched since I've been here is like almost to the last minute. And you never know what's going to happen, and I think that's really cool in a competition.
And what are the expectations for the next days?
I mean, I want to win. I always come to a comp to win, and that's where my mindset is at, and I just want to try to put my surf down in these kind of waves, and I just surf to my potential.
Nice. We love to see that energy. Congratulations during the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Congratulations to Yolanda Hopkins. And Yolanda, Alex, talked about exactly what we've been talking about on the set all day long. A lot of these heats coming down to the last couple of minutes. We've seen a lot of switching. And then also knowing how to work the backwash here at Itaúna. Oh, here we go. Pickles, Molly Picklum, just rock solid in her approach. Bangs the oncoming section, but can't get in front of it for the finish.
Yeah, you can see the wave is so powerful, but the wind's getting better, and then you can see already a different texture, you know, in the water. And yeah, the flow got better to watch and to surf, And this is Saquarema. What a wonderful place.
And the swell is huge, big, but the period is short. So sometimes you see a little lack of power with the tide coming in.
Yeah, because a lot of times, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Bruno, and help me understand, but I think like the southwest direction here is probably the best direction for this particular break. Right now in the water, it feels like we have more of a swell kind of coming out of the straight east. What do you think?
Yeah, but southeast here is
Southeast.
very good.
Southeast.
For the left.
Okay.
Yeah, for the point of Itaúna left, the classic wave.
So southeast will bring us the left. Southwest, you get more of the rights and against the grain, and maybe Barinha for the southwest. Correct, Alex?
Oh, yeah. We have different swell directions, and all the swell directions is good for here. That's
Yeah, look at this. What a dream place, right? A variety of waves up and down, some solid sandbanks, because the sand here is this fine sand that packs into a good sandbar, so it stays there, right?
Like Hossagor. Or,
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Sand Beach.
Yes. Yes.
And the other side of that church is...
We have a diamond there. Huh?
Wow, man. Imagine how could be there right now.
Yeah. And with southeast and east swell there, we have barrels on the left.
This is, yeah. It's not a secret. Everybody knows about it. It's okay for us to talk about it on the...
Yeah, not too much.
Not too much?
No. It's not a secret anymore.
It was, maybe. It used to be. Huh?
Used to be.
But everybody sees Shumbo over there getting good waves, so now the secret is out, right?
Knows, yeah.
It's all, we could tell Lucas that it's his home.
Yeah. It's his fault also.
It's his fault also.
People know too much.
There's a few slabs. There's the secret.
Oh yeah, there's the secret.
Yeah. But you have to be the guy who wants those waves over there. They've seen the slab. You got to be a special surfer.
Oh yeah,
you got to be a special surfer to want it.
Yeah, it's another dimension, a huge challenge.
All right, 21 minutes counting down here, and let's take a look at what we got in for scores. We got a 5.33 for Molly Picklum. Combine that with a 2.17. She's in the lead. Tessa has a 5.4 to her credit. So strong second place by Tessa, and Pauline Ado, with a 3.6 as her high. So there's the standings on your graphic. Now remember, 3 surfers in this heat, 2 advance into the next round, the round of 32.
Oh yeah, I lose there. It's gonna be a bomber. Just one person going out.
We got a lot to talk about when we talk about Molly Picklum, and she's entering this event number 2 in the rankings, and she's got 28,000 points so far. She started off with a runner-up, and she's just coming off a semifinal finish. Oh my goodness!
Ooh, situation.
Oh, well, that could be the end of Molly Pick. We're going to have to get a replay on this. I was just looking down at the rankings.
We were talking about
when this popped up, and let's just see this again.
From the beginning.
This is an important punt. Okay, here's the paddle. Now, Molly has second priority, I believe. Tessa has first. Here goes Molly, and...
Oh, yeah, that's a trouble.
And Tessa, I believe, had priority over Molly Picklum. Again, Molly takes off. Tessa decides to go, and she has the right to do that. Now Molly looks in, and what she's looking at is the judges' tower where the priority flags are, and to see where she ended up. So I'm going to get confirmation on this, so I'm asking my comms right now to take a look at what the priority situation was at the beginning of that wave. We saw the replay, and we'll see what the judges deem, but that looked like that may have been an interference, unfortunately. Molly Picklum. So here comes Pickles, and she's going to have to surf her heart out right now because it was Tessa Tyson's priority at that time. So it hasn't popped up on our screen as of yet, but I would suspect that Molly Picklum is going to get a priority interference, guys.
Yeah. Yes. And then
there we go.
She's going to have erased her second waiver.
Yes. So we have a non-priority interference. That's at the beginning of the heat before a priority is established. But once priority is established, there's the interference for Molly Picklum. And a priority interference means that you will only count one wave in your two-wave score. So Molly is in a bit of a pickle right now, pardon the pun, because she has a 5.33 currently in her scoreline, and that's all she's going to keep. So she's going to have to find a 5.43 at this moment, and that's only if Tessa doesn't get another wave. Wow. What?
Oh my God, why that happened? Like, I would like to ask her, like, what happened?
Yeah, I'm sure that I'm going to presume, Bruno, that Molly clearly thought that she had priority. That's why she took the wave. But you know, as soon as when we see that replay again, as soon as she dropped in and she saw that Tessa, here's the replay, here's the paddle.
Yeah.
So Molly thinks she has priority. Unfortunately, she does not. Then Tessa drops in. Now immediately Molly's going to look to the beach to see what the priority was, and then she realizes, oh no, I made a mistake, and that was a big mistake. And when you're number 2 in the rankings, that's not a big mistake. That's a gigantic mistake.
Yeah.
How do you say in Portuguese? Gigantic?
Erro gigante.
Gigante.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm feeling for her.
Alex, I'm a little bit speechless right now.
Yeah, but she's 28,000 points.
Yeah.
Second, I think.
She's in a good situation. Huh?
Oh my goodness, though. She just surfed her way to an 8 on that last ride. So Molly Picklum, with a single wave score, is going to fight against this priority interference. Here's the 8. Take it away, Bruno.
Oh, what a story. Top turn. Very nice speed, power, flow. He did it. Oh, nice.
If Molly Picklum comes back from this, this is going to be an amazing effort.
Yeah.
Picklum off the bottom. We got the drone shot here. Molly just with a big off the top, hooks it again one more time, showing some speed, power, and flow. 2 big maneuvers, and count that as an excellent ride, an 8-point ride. And Molly Picklum, Alex, she's not giving up.
She deserves.
Yeah, she deserves it.
She deserves it, right?
That's the thing. Huh?
That's why she's second in the race.
Yeah.
You know?
She's proving.
You can see her board like you work pretty good.
Yeah.
Fast.
The rhythm.
Projection.
The
like
body language on
Look
the
at
bottom turn.
one judge went as high as an 8.5. The low judge went a 7.5. We throw away the high number. We throw away the low number. We average out the remaining 3, and that's how we get the score of an 8-point ride for Molly Picklum.
Yeah.
And you know what Molly hopes right now? It's not going to happen, but she would love for the horn to blow right now.
Yeah, that's it.
So.
Yeah, we have more than half of the heat ahead of us, but what a story. Huh? What a story.
Tessa, just up and out. Unfortunately, weird kind of wave selection right there from Tessa Thyssen, just to take that. Like, I think both Pauline and Tessa realize that they can get out of this heat. They just got to put up some numbers right now because of the disadvantage that Picklum has. Here we go, Pauline Ado. Couple of nice cutties for Pauline. And finds the finish.
Nice combo, huh?
So that's a nice combo, and likely that, well, anything above a 4.4 is going to take Pauline up into the lead. Here's a replay, Bruno.
Oh yeah, two snaps, 2 rail turns, and then she aimed the last section. He did a quite good move, huh?
So let's see, and she does get it, as suspected, a 4.5 for Pauline Ado. Pauline goes to second, Molly drops down. Pauline goes to first, Molly drops down to second. Tessa can ruin Molly's chances right now because all Tessa needs is a 2.61, and here she comes. Hook off the top. And she is going to get the 2.61, I believe, on that effort. We'll see what the judges think.
I think she will, even though she's not going to go that far, huh?
Wow. So a lot of stuff happening here, a lot of drama. Oh my goodness. With all of this going on in the water, why would you want to go anywhere else? So stick around, because we're going to be right back after this short commercial break. Are you seeing the strange image with several flying planets here on Itauna Beach? This is a provocation for us to remember that our planet Earth is a limited edition. We only have one of it, and if we continue to consume plastic the way we are today, we will soon lose it. That's why Corona will recycle a plastic bottle for every bottle of Corona sold, which should represent more than 287 million bottles recycled this year. Let's go together for a better world. Back at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco do Brasil, Alex Miranda and Bruno Bocuyuva, in with myself, Kaipo Guerrero. And we've seen a startling happening here in this heat number 8 of the opening round of women's. Molly Picklum, current number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings, getting a priority interference out in the water, which means she's only going to get 1 wave in her total wave score counted. And Molly has fought back with an 8-point ride. Unfortunately, when you got 2 waves versus only 1 score, the 2 waves oftentimes will beat it. So Molly Picklum still in 3rd place and has a chance of getting eliminated here in the 1st round because of that interference.
Yeah, look at that. Like Pauline is ahead just 0.10, huh?
Yeah, and that, you know, when we look at that score for Paulina Doe, that's 2 waves. That's a 4.5 and a 3.6 to illustrate the difference. Here we go. Molly Picklum carves through that first turn. Lip glide to finish. The performance and the surfing from Molly is undeniable. She is so talented. Unfortunately, she's fighting against a big odds with that interference, Alex.
Yeah, right after the interference, Molly got the 8 points, right?
Yeah.
And that's very hard because you're so nervous after an interference. And when I saw, we didn't know who's interfering.
Yeah.
And Tess, she tried to drop the next wave, and she didn't
shaking.
drop, shaking. That's why I thought the interference was
on Tess, right? And it didn't affect Molly whatsoever. But you know what, you guys, we got a lot going on here on the beach, and I want to find Maida, where are you right now?
I am at WSL VIP area, where people can stay here, like chilling out, watching the competition, having some coffee, and also having a very, very, very cold Corona. How we do like to drink Coronas here in Brazil. So these girls are giving like free Coronas. Raquel is already having her. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is very nice here. Like everybody enjoying a lot, watching a really good competition, really good surfing, and this is living, guys.
This is living. Maida, I want you to enjoy a Corona for us. We're going to have more of that on the Corona Post Show after the last heat of the day. We're going to go through 10 heats in this women's opening round, and after that, we'll have our Corona Post Show to just wrap everything up. And then everyone will have some Coronas.
That's it. We're going to have our
And you know what? You can feel good about, having your Corona, because remember, for every bottle of Corona sold, Corona will recycle one plastic bottle. So when you're drinking your Corona, Bruno, know that not only are you enjoying the delicious Corona, but also you're helping recycling some of the plastic.
That's very important.
Oh yeah, plastic in the beach is terrible. I walk in the beach and I can walk if trash like. I don't know. Sometimes it's so dirty, you don't know how to
I used to
help.
say I pay a symbolic ticket to go to the beach by catching little dirt.
Yeah, and you know what? This is a great thing for everyone to learn as we're going through, as we're watching this replay of Tessa just straight away on the backhand, gets one turn in. Every time any of us go to the beach and a replay of Paulina Do, I'm going to get back to my very important statement after these replays, because Tessa and Paulina are number 1 and 2 clearly in this heat with Molly Picklum with that interference and just a single score of 8. But every surfer coming to the beach, this is our playground. This is our church in a way. Yeah. It's everything to us. Pick up some trash when you come to the beach, even if it's not your trash. Pick it up. You see it in your way, pick it up. And if you bring anything to the beach, remember you pack it on the way out.
That's it. There is no plan B.
There is no plan B, and we are one ocean. So let's keep it that way. Okay, 6 minutes remaining and a tragic tale for Molly Picklum, because Molly would actually, without that interference, Molly would have a 13.33 two-wave heat total right now. Molly would clearly be winning this heat, no problem, hands down, other than that interference. So let's take a look at the recap of what's happened so far in this heat. Tessa Thyssen. Nice little carve there for the French surfer, Bruno.
Oh, yeah. I like her style, huh?
So that was a starter for Tessa, and this is when things went wrong for Molly Picklum. Takes off, Tessa has priority, Molly has to straighten out. Molly realizes that she just interfered with Tessa, but Molly, unfazed, is able to fight back right here with excellent surfing, Alex, on this wave. This was an 8-point ride.
My God, right after, incredible. What a warrior.
Yeah, nerves of steel, like.
And then it was Paulina Do. She recognized there's a big opportunity with a surfer in the water with an interference. So Pauline made sure that she was solid on this ride. That was a 4.87 for Paulina Do.
Oh, she has tons of experience in the World Tour.
Tessa didn't want to get left out, so she made sure she backed up her 5.4. One hit, and that leads to a 3.7, and that was enough for Tessa Thyssen to go into second place.
I like the fade before the bottom turn, huh?
Timing that. Now we're at 4 minutes and 30 seconds on this countdown. And don't discount Molly Picklum at this moment, because Molly has priority, so she now gets to pick any wave coming through. She's got the skill, she's got the talent. She already showed us an 8. She needs, at this point, a 9.1 to advance. Can Molly surf her way to a 9.1? The answer for me is yes, if she gets the wave, because we know she's got the talent.
I go with you, yeah, 100%.
Oh yeah, she want to. You can see, the way she paddling. She wants so bad.
So if she was to advance out of this heat, she's looking really good for clinching her qualification. But that's going to take a tremendous effort from Molly Picklum.
Yeah, the time is against her now. But that was one of the best performances of the entire contest so far.
She worked hard in Hawaii. Haleiwa.
Yeah, she will. Well, she have all the tools, huh?
All right, so 2 minutes and 45 seconds on the countdown. And we'll see what Molly Picklum can produce. Again, she's in the pink jersey out there. She has priority. And we're down to 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Wow, what a wipeout, huh? We didn't have like a wide angle to see the room of the face of the wave, huh? But it looks like it has a good potential, huh?
All right, down to 2 minutes. Bruno, Alex, and we'll see. I mean, the wind's cleaning up right now, Alex. You were talking about, you know, most days it's offshore here, correct?
Oh yeah, at least 300 days a year, the wind is offshore over here.
So we're waiting for those offshore winds to return. We got some signals from the beach right now.
That's
that looks like Charlie. He's already coaching Sofia Medina, who's out in the water, who's going to be in the next heat with. So stick around for that one. Heat on hand, 1 minute 20 seconds on the countdown. Molly Picklum, if you're just tuning in, came into this event number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings. The favorite, the high seed in this event, and she got a priority interference, unfortunately. So we might see Molly Picklum bow out early in this competition. Molly's got a minute to go with priority, and she needs a 9.1.
She was walking strongly to the challenge of getting back to the CTN. What a bump.
Yeah, this is an unexpected event. We've seen a lot of buzzer beaters, Bruno. We've seen a lot of surprises here, Alex, in these 2 days of competition, and I'm still a little bit in shock of what happened in this heat to Molly Picklum. Pickles, 20 seconds, and it looks pretty dark right now in the ocean for the Australian.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Well, that is the end of the heat, so it is official. The 2 surfers representing France, Paulina Do and Tessa Thyssen, are on into the round of 32. A shock and awe through the surf world right now as Molly Picklum has been eliminated from competition in the opening heat here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. I want to thank you, Alex Miranda. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Bruno Bocayuva, always a pleasure. We got a lot more surf talking to come up.
All right, let's do this.
We're going to be back with more action. The day's not over yet, so stick with us for more from Saquarema. This is the Corona Saquarema Pro. Be right back.
Esporte é vida, é emoção, é disciplina, é inclusão. E é por meio da Lei de Incentivo ao Esporte que grandes eventos esportivos acontecem. Viva o esporte!
Governo do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, o Estado do Esporte.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Heat number 9 of women's round of 64 in the water. We have another stacker for you. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in the red from Haleiwa, Hawaii. Arena Rodriguez Vargas from Peru in the blue. And none other than the great Sofia Medina in the white jersey. The local surfer from Brazil in white. My name is Mitchell Salazar. To my left, Maida Papst. Maida, welcome back to the booth. I know you've been scouting on the beach so far this afternoon. It has turned offshore. Conditions are beautiful this afternoon. It is still a bit difficult to surf, though.
Yeah, for sure it's a bit difficult. But I mean, like the sun looks like he's a bit out and looks beautiful. Now on the beach was with a lot of people watching, and inside the VIP area, a lot of people chilling, having fun, enjoying this competition that it's so nice.
Well, it's good to see that, especially considering that we have 2 of the top seeds in back-to-back heats too. But first of all, we have Sofia Medina out there in the water, and with a beautiful combination right there, even grabs the rail on the second turn too. I love the claim at the end. Drops a 5.83 on her first ride. And then Arena Rodriguez, the Peruvian surfer Maida, she gets a 3.33.
Yeah, nice way to start the heat. It's sad that she couldn't manage to finish that maneuver. And now is Sakura. Who is it? Sorry. Yeah, Sakura.
Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, the surfer from Haleiwa, Hawaii. Only 17 years of age. I mean, what she has done is not only very impressive, coming off of a huge win at the Vans US Open of Surfing in July, August, and you know, only 17, qualified for the championship tour last year, did well, but never had the one standout moment until she qualified at the last event of the Challenger Series in Haleiwa, her home break, Maida.
Yeah, very nice for her. She's surfing pretty well, and we look forward to see what he can do here at Saquarema.
Well, she's got the talent to win. We know that. 25-20 on the clock. It seems like Bruno Bocaiuva is down on the glass with Paulina Du.
That's it, Mitch. What a drama in this heat, huh, Pauline? How was it out there?
Well, it's pretty wild. There's a lot of water moving, waves everywhere. And yeah, some waves you think they're going to be good, and actually the reform doesn't really do it, so it's always tricky. And yeah, there was this interference situation early in the heat. So yeah, it's kind of, he helped us, like Tessa and I, and Molly surfs so good. We knew even with an interference he could have got like a crazy score, so stressful until the end.
You have a lot of experience. How is to deal with this backwash, with the volume, the water moving?
It's really tricky. I think you have to really be strong on your feet. And actually, I've been here a couple of times before, and I knew about this backwash, a lot of water moving. So a couple weeks ago, I decided to order boards a little bit thicker and wider. And I thought it would help, and I think it's better in those conditions.
Oh, wise decision, hein? Tu peux parler un petit peu de français pour votre famille et les amis à France?
Ok, ben, merci à ceux qui regardent, qui nous envoient des petits messages d'encouragement. Bon, c'est top qu'on soit passé avec Tessa. Bon, un peu de réussite avec cette interf, mais bon, c'était ça qui a bien joué stratégiquement. Et voilà, on continue, on espère aller le plus loin possible. Merci à tous.
Merci, hein? Bonne chance.
Merci beaucoup, Bruno, and félicitations to Paulina Du, former championship tour surfer, and you know, she's looking to requalify for 2023. She has a lot to prove. Hasn't really had a big win recently. I want to say the last big win was at the ISA World Surfing Games in 2017 in France, but besides that, Maida has a lot to prove still. 23:20 on the clock. Medina in the lead, she has the 5.83. Sakura drops a 4-point ride as her second score. And I was talking to you about, you know, the development of surfers worldwide. Hawaii has been a place specifically that has bred some incredible surfers as of late, Maida. Betty Lou, Gabriela Bryan, and now Luana Silva, who is competing for Brazil.
Yeah, Luana Silva is now competing for Brazil. This was like really nice for us because she's such a good surfer and she's pretty young, and now she decided to compete as a Brazilian. So for sure she's gonna bring very nice moments for us here to cheer for.
Whoa, she
Yeah.
already has.
Yeah.
Last week at the Saquarema Surf Pro, she had a standout performance. But great friends with Betty Lou, great friends with Gabby, who was the Rookie of the Year this season on the Championship Tour. Live action, here's Sofia on the backhand, just kind of sets things up. Great combo right there with the 2 turns to finish this wave off. And, you know, it was really my first time meeting Sofia this week as she's wrapping things up here on the inside. Got a little carve back in the pocket to finish off on the sand. And ranked number 50, 17 years of age, that Mayhem surfboard looking good under her feet, Maida. But she's not only a great competitor, she's a very lovely young lady too.
Yeah, she's very sweet, and she has all the good background, just as Gabriel had before with Charles Medina, and yeah, very nice to her. She's getting used to competing. I think she's improving a lot, like every competition, every time that she gets in the water. Last week she got a 3rd place here in Saquarema during the Saquarema Surf Festival, so she knows how to surf good this wave, and as you can see right there.
Well, it's a big result, especially considering that if she doesn't qualify for the Championship Tour in 2023, she has a spot in the Challenger Series next year.
Yes, sure. She just lost for Daniela Rosas, who won the competition. She was surfing like pretty well.
Hey, there's no shame in losing to somebody who ended up winning the event, is an Olympian, Pan American champion, and Daniela Rosas will actually be coming up in the next heat to finish off the day. It seems like Arena Rodriguez had higher priority in that moment, so Betty Lou had to give way and just kick out of that wave. And with 20 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, Rodriguez might improve her situation just slightly, Maida. But boy, conditions are changing quickly out there right now. We are in Heat 9. We are scheduled to finish 10 heats this afternoon, but
Let's see if we can do the last one, because like storms coming, a lot of rain. Yeah, and Arena Rodriguez, an interesting thing is that she really likes to compete here in Brazil. She made quarterfinals during the QS, of Circuito Banco do Brasil in Ubatuba. So she really likes to surf here in Brazil.
2 years in a row that she's qualified for the Challenger Series too. Before that, I hadn't heard anything about her. Met her last year at the U.S. Open of Surfing, and a very promising young surfer too out of Peru. And boy, it is pouring now, Maida. You can see the amount of rain on screen that is coming down outside, and boy, it changed like that. In 5 minutes, it went from a nice day outside to basically a hurricane.
Yeah, I just said about the sunny. It was a little bit more sunny than before.
You
and
jinxed
now,
us, Maida.
Yeah.
You jinxed us.
Yeah. Now it's just like pouring rain. Nobody on the beach right now. We can see here from our studio. So, yeah, things get weird outside.
They do. And Medina still in the lead, extends that first place position with a 3.17. Johnson in second place at the moment. She's looking to better a 2.5, but a 5.01 or better will give her the lead. Rodriguez still waiting on her last score. And boy, there's an interesting situation here brewing right now, Maida, because there was that situation between Betty Lou and Arena, where Arena had higher priority, and they're still making the decision. They could be potentially thinking about a priority interference in this instance.
Wow, this is so hard. The last heat we saw, Molly Picklum made an interference, and yeah, let's see what the judges
Well, here's Sakura. Great turn right there. A strong one. It's hard to believe sometimes that she is only 17 years of age, and
Yeah, she looks very strong, like
Yeah.
with very clean maneuvers.
trains with the likes of Luke Swanson, John Florence, Tati Weston Webb too, with her coach Ross Williams, one of the best in the business, former CT surfer himself. And Betty Lou's first trip to Saquarema this time. Here's Sofia Medina now. Wraps it back, and the youngster from Maresias loves that second turn and throws out a big claim too. So an impressive performance so far from Medina. As we saw Rodriguez with the one carve right there, she's gonna kick out afterwards.
I think Sofia got like really happy with the last maneuver. Look, the first one was good, a nice curve there, and then not look, because maybe she thought that she couldn't hang,
Right.
and then she made it.
She surprised herself.
Yeah, I think so.
And this is Sakura's last big turn right there for Betty Lou. And, you know, to me personally, one of the most fun surfers to watch out there. A lot of power, a lot of speed, and the technique that she uses on a lot of her waves. Very impressive stuff. She gets a 4.4. So still in second place. We're waiting on Medina's last score, Maida. And she needs, or she's looking to better, excuse me, a 3.17 to move up into first, or extend that lead, rather, as there's 16 minutes on the clock. I think it's a good time to talk about, you know, awareness surrounding a lot of people's mental health in these kind of situations, because we have had some big losses. We just saw Molly Picklum, who is this close to qualifying for the championship tour, currently ranked number 2nd. There's a lot of places to reach out to, and you know, we've had some big losses so far, not only in this event, but earlier this year, where people have maybe come down on themselves. And there's a lot of foundations, a lot of ways to help each other out. The Christina Bogosian Foundation with Gigi and Tim Milliken, good friends of ours. And as you see right there, even Gabe's spoken to it about it in the past too. He's needed a little bit of a break. Felipe mentioned that he went through some bouts of depression too. And, you know, we come to these levels of competition, and there's so many expectations on these people's shoulders, Maida, that they can't conform with anything less than a win sometimes, it feels.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, this is so important. We've seen today, like Naide having some issues, like emotion issues during the heat. So it's very important to be aware of how important it is to be healthy, emotionally healthy.
And that's just one side of the coin, right? And then you have the other side, which is always good. You saw Sofia celebrate that wave. Wesley Dantas usually celebrating these waves, and that's when you see the positivity and the good side of the energy really come out from these surfers. And personally, I'm a big fan of when we see some great claims. Sometimes we see too many every now and then, but if it's a creative one, I'm all for it, Maida.
Yeah, me too. Like this one of Sophia's, when you see that is like from the heart, it's not like for asking some more scores or something like this to the judges. It's so nice. We have here in Brazil so many passionate surfers that throw away their emotions through the claims.
Absolutely. 14 minutes to go. Medina in the lead. She extends her first place position with a 6.33. Rodriguez needing a score in 3rd place, and we have our last heat of the day coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're live from Saquarema.
I still believe that I'm destined to be a world champion. I think that's what I aspire, that's what I dream of. That's why I've been working hard, that's why I want to work hard to be a world champion someday.
As we saw there, Berilou Sakura Johnson still believes that she has a world championship in sight in years to come. Back in Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil, Mitchell Salazar, Maida Pops with you for heat number 9 of the round of 64. The women out there in the water right now, Sofia Medina leading the heat in the white jersey. Berilou Sakura Johnson in second. She has priority, needing a 7.76 for the lead. And the Peruvian Arena Rodriguez Vargas in third, needing a 5.07. Here's Sakura, though, just kind of setting things up real quick. That wave gonna fizzle out, and you know, a great job first of all by our very own Shannon Waller producing those challengers edits. We see the tenacity by a lot of these surfers, the young surfers especially, Maida. Berilou's one of them, and she said right there, I still know that at the end of my journey, I'm gonna be a world champion.
Yeah, and I really believe so, because she has all the skills to do this. She's very stylish. I like the way that she surfs, and I really believe so.
Did you have a favorite surfer growing up, Maida?
Yeah, actually, I like Erin Brooks very well.
Really?
Yeah. But, I mean...
Why is that?
Because she's pretty young and she surfs so well. Yeah, I don't know why, but I think when we see her surfing in Indonesia, those kind of waves, like very hollow waves, and the way that she surfs, so nice to see. But like, I mean, Luana Silva as well, I'm really big fan of her. And look, here is Arena.
Yeah, here's Arena, Maida. So some good picks, though, for favorite surfers, as Rodriguez really working the rails well on this one. She's looking to maybe add a little bit more at the end of this wave. Well, we just lost her there at the end. Don't know if she got a completion with a finishing turn. And now Berilou, great bottom turn right there. More of a setup snap in the pocket. Bigger second one. Straight up and vertical for Sakura, and she's gonna kick out. So Berilou's her first name, Sakura's her middle name, and Johnson, obviously the surname for her. How do you say surname here in Brazil?
Sobrenome.
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 That's weird, because in Mexico, sobrenombre is like an apodo, a nickname.
Yeah, but here is apelido.
Apellido. Yeah, we say the same thing in Mexico too. Apellido is the last name.
No, apelido here is just like...
Is a nickname.
Nickname, yeah.
Oh. So they flip-flop.
Yeah. And here we see Simone cheering for her daughter.
The whole Medina clan right there. And we are waiting on some scores for both Arena and Berilou. Couple of decent waves too, if you ask me. 8:45 to go on the clock. And here's some replays. Berilou had a decent combination right here on this one, Maida.
Yeah, it was. Look, very strong second maneuver, and then a small one to finish. But what I think is that maybe she's having a little trouble to do with all this.
The backwash.
The backwash, the shaky like wave, and a little. But now Arena caught a really good wave.
Yeah, I like this wave too by Rodriguez. Great use of the rails and a decent little finish to Maida. And you normally see a lot of Peruvians be great on the backhand, especially regular footers. Arena can do both, forehand and the backhand, though. 8 minutes to go. She gets a 4.1. Sakura with a 5.13. So Johnson still in second place, but now Rodriguez needing a 5.43 for second. We got another great heat coming up for the last one of the day. 4 surfers from different parts of the world.
Yeah. What we saw here was Sofia Medina like taking the lead of the heat in the very first part of the heat, and using all her knowledge about this place here.
Well, she's probably been here for a few weeks now, since she did compete at the QS 5000 last week. And here she is using her priority 2 on a great looking ride. Strong bottom turn into a little bit of a layback jam. And that's going to be all she wrote for Sofia on that wave. 7 minutes to go. Priority now with Betty Lou. And, you know, Rodriguez still hunting for that mid-5 right now, Maida. And not to say that it's impossible, but I think with the talent level that both Medina and Johnson have presented in this heat, it's going to be quite difficult for Arena to get really that 5 that she needs in 7 minutes.
Yeah, probably it is because like Sofia is surfing pretty well. This wave was good. She got a little late for the last maneuver, I think. So she had to turn quickly and try to put the hand.
Might have been a good sell right there from Betty Lou too, forcing her to use priority as well. And it seems like with 6 minutes to go, we're going to look at the recap here of what has happened so far in heat number 9. It's really been the dominance, as you said, from the get-go, from the young surfer from Maricía, Sao Paulo.
Yeah, very nice first wave for her.
I love that wave. And then she was able to back it up here with her best, a 6.33, Maida.
Yeah, the one that she claimed because she didn't think she could deal with this last section.
And then Betty Lou got on board. Her personal best, a 5.13 here. Boy, that Slater design surfboard looking good under her feet too. Normally, you know, she's one of those people that doesn't really ride a step up too much just because she comes from those very heavy waters of Haleiwa and the rest of the North Shore. But in this case, she did bring a couple of boards that are just a bit bigger than what she normally rides as her shortboard. I believe she's riding a shortboard right now, though, and it's looking good. 5 minutes to go. Medina in the lead. Johnson still in second, and Vargas needs the 5.43. She does have priority, Maida, but it seems like Betty Lou might be using this situation that benefits her. She's going to be looking for waves under everybody else's priority. And Arena might have a chance here. She's going to use it. Up and riding. More of a setup turn right there. Needs something big to finish. And goes for the strong maneuver to end things. She likes it too. Just compared though to the 5.13 that Betty Lou has and maybe even the 5.83 of Sofia Medina. Is this a score that's really comparable to those?
Yeah, but I think she could like have put more power in the last maneuver. Look, I think from this side we can see. Maybe she could have finished more strong this one.
Well, you did mention that she loves competing here in Brazil. She's had a lot of success, and boy, I said it earlier today and I'll say it again. It is tough for the Peruvians, Chileans, Argentinians to have to compete in the South American region, knowing that they usually have to come to Brazil to compete in a lot of these events, Maida.
Yes, for sure. Here we have like a lot of competition, but I mean, it's hard for them, but at the same time, they feel very good here. Last week we saw like many of them. They were all cheering for each other, like Chileans, and everybody was cheering to each other. Was really nice.
Well, here's the heat leader with 3 minutes to go. Sofia, big drop right there, and that won't better her situation. Now priority with Betty Lou. And still waiting for the score from Arena Rodriguez. It's a 4.37, so not enough, but it makes the requirement less. Now needs a 5.16. 3 minutes to go. It seems like Sakura just on a quick one right there. Doesn't really seem like she's going to better her situation or not. But this was Betty Lou's entire ride, though. Actually, now that I see the replay, just the one turn, but you know, she's looking to better a 4.4. It wasn't a bad maneuver.
Yeah, it wasn't at all. I liked the first one. It was very stylish, but I don't know if the judges... It's just one maneuver. I mean, we saw some opportunities that they could manage to do like 2 or 3 maneuvers. So
right.
Let's see.
It's a quality one. If she improves, it'd probably be right around what she has as her low score. 2 minutes though, and now Rodriguez was able to recover priority right here. And she is in position for one of those big rights that come through so far in this heat. And just as I thought, you know, this is a quality maneuver out there, and I really enjoyed it. A 5.27 for Betty Lou. So that is actually her best ride, and I think the size of the section, the size of the wave had a lot to do with it as well, Maida.
I think so. It was a bigger wave, so it was just one maneuver, but as I said, like, very stylish one. I liked it.
Well, that means that Rodriguez now needs a 6.03, a huge difference between a 5 and a 6. And now with 90 seconds to go, she's really going to have to surf this wave as well as she could. You know, Medina has the 5.83, the 6.33. Those are two great scores for today, Maida. And there were, what, a heat and a half, maybe 2 heats where it got glassy, it got offshore, and all of a sudden it starts raining, pouring again. And this is what happens here in Brazil. This is what happens in a tropical place that can always have a lot of activity when it comes to rain and storms.
Yeah, and here, especially in Saquarema, the weather like switched like so fast, a lot of wind. And now we saw like the storm came, but then now it's stopped. It's not raining anymore.
For now.
For now, but like 5 minutes later, we don't know.
35 seconds on the clock. Still waiting to see if Rodriguez is going to get a chance right here to not only get that 6.03, but move up in the rankings too. She is in desperate need of a great result here to keep her qualification hopes alive. Has priority, and this might be her last shot. That wave is not going to break though. And with 10 seconds to go, it doesn't seem like she's going to have an opportunity. Oh, and unfortunately this wave will not count. Doesn't seem at the moment that it was going to be enough anyways, but she wanted to give herself a chance. Time was just against her though, and it
right after the buzzer.
Yeah, it's going to be a heartbreaking loss right there for Arena Rodriguez Vargas. It's going to be the local surfer from Marecia, Sao Paulo, Sofia Medina, and the Hawaiian Betty Lou Sakura Johnson moving through into the round of 32. Don't go anywhere. More action coming from Saquarema. It's the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Last hit of the day coming up. Welcome back to Saquarema for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. Mitchell Salazar here with Maida Pops for the last heat of day number 2 of competition, heat 10 of the Granda 64. Amuro Suzuki in red, the Japanese surfer number 18 in the rankings, Daniela Rosas in blue, Freya Prum in the white, and Genesis Borja Garcia in the green jersey. Amuro Suzuki, bronze medalist during the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. She's been close to qualifying for the championship tour. She's been a wild card for a few events. And this young lady, Daniela Rosas from Peru, she won the event last week at the Saquarema Surf Pro, the QS 5000. And on her first ride of this heat, gets a 6-point ride, Maida.
Yeah, she surfs here like pretty well. And she loves to compete here in Brazil. After I can give you, like, she won so many contests here this year.
Give me all of them, Maida.
Yeah, she won a layback pro in Florianopolis this year, like QS. And also she was 3rd in Banco do Brasil Garopaba. She was 2nd in layback at Prainha, Rio de Janeiro. And she was 2nd in Banco do Brasil Ubatuba. And last week she won here in Saquarema.
Well, she has a very impressive resume. So does this lady on screen. An incredible carve right there from Amuro Suzuki to start things off. Then just redirecting towards the whitewater there on the carve. And she will finish off her first scoring ride with a decent turn at the end as well. 26 minutes on the clock. And that was one of the best turns I've probably seen from both the men and the women on the first carve there by Amuro Suzuki. And you know who was on fire out there at Praia de Itaúna was none other than young Sofia Medina. She's up against the glass with Bruno Bocaiuva. And let's see if we actually got them there. It's been raining quite a bit lately too, so let's send it down to Bruno.
Oh yeah, thanks Mitch. You went to town in that last move on. How was it to manage that power?
It was actually scary. When I saw that, I knew I had to go like for, it's a thing or nothing, as I say in Portuguese, é tudo ou nada. So you gotta go for it, you know, like I've been trying this like the whole week. I've been going for it, and I'm glad I landed that one because I wasn't sure if I was gonna land or not. But yeah, just gotta go for it, right?
Yeah, I heard Maida at the booth telling that was a claim from the heart.
Oh yeah.
Was it from the heart, huh?
It was from the heart. It's always from the heart.
How about, did you have synthetics before going to the water?
Well, that's my first heat I make in the Challenger, so I've been really down like the first few events. I just tried, I was like, I need to do my best, I need to do my best. And like in this event, I was just like, I'm just gonna have fun, and I don't know, what comes, it comes. If it doesn't, like, whatever, it's like God willing. I always pray before I go, and I say, God, just do your willing, and I think it's the best, so yeah, I just try to have fun.
Everybody was talking about you and Gab in the same comp. He did the first round, you also. How does it feel like?
It feels so good when I watched him making his heat. I was like, oh, I gotta do mine now. Like, I gotta do my work, you know. And I'm just, it's actually emotional a little bit to be in the same event as my brother, because I've been to Saquarema so many times as a little kid, like with my brother, and now I see everyone here that was in the CT that time, and I'm like, oh wow, I'm in the same event as them. So that's actually really big for me, but yeah, just try to have fun.
Can you say a few words in Portuguese for the torcida?
Obrigado, galera que estava torcendo em casa. Eu só tenho que agradecer a Deus. Cara, toda a honra e toda a glória a Jesus Cristo. E obrigada por toda a torcida que vocês têm dado aí. Estou muito feliz em passar minha bateria e vamos pra cima representar a gente bem.
Thanks, Sofs. Good job.
Obrigado, Bruno, and parabéns to Sofia. Huge win for her. You know, it's an incredible stat to actually believe that that it is her first heat that she's ever made at the Challenger Series level. She's been on it for 2 years already, and it had to happen in her home nation of Brazil too. An incredible story right there. Going back to the heat though, Amuro Suzuki gets a 6.1 on her opening ride. She's up again, and the Japanese surfer with a great base, excellent bottom turns, and even better technique. And here's the Ecuadorian, Genesis Borja, first time competing in a Challenger Series event for Genesis. Been seeing her a long time, both on the Latin Tour and at ISA competition before, competing for Ecuador. But this is a huge step up in competition, Maida, and she has a lot to prove right here.
Yeah, she has, and in this last maneuver, she seems like a little nervous. Maybe she lost her rail there, and yeah. So let's see what she has for us in her first heat of a Challenger Series.
22 minutes on the clock. Rosas with priority has a 6.0 already in her scoreline. Freya Prum with just a couple of throwaway scores, the Australian surfer who has a great style, a lot of power, knows how to use her rail very well, but hasn't had the kind of success that you would like to so far. I remember seeing her, a couple of times in events closer to North America in our region. She did well in Los Cabos a few years, Supergirl Pro in Oceanside, California, but never has had that result that has catapulted her up into the finals day, up into a finals performance either. So she's looking for that here at Saquarema. And I mean, the same could be said for Amuro Suzuki. Despite her being relevant many, many different times, Maida, she really hasn't had one win that you can really set apart from everything else either.
Yeah, it must be hard when you have a good performance, but then at the end you cannot finish as you want, as you desire. Yeah,
that's true. And we were talking about the amount of pressure that a lot of people, especially competitors, put on themselves, and that could be the case for Amuro Suzuki. There might be a reason that she hasn't been able to have that kind of success or those victories as of yet. Here goes Rosas, who has had a lot of victories here in Brazil so far. Was able to win the event last week in Saquarema here, the Saquarema Surf Pro. And, speaking of consistency, she is just one of those people that barely falls on a lot of her waves. As Freya Prum on the board right there, was able to finish that wave off. So it should be her best wave with just over 20 minutes to go. And Maida, as a journalist yourself, you've been covering events, you see the impressive performances by somebody like Daniela Rosas. Has it ever crossed your mind that you see her win all of these events and do super well in both her regional events and internationally, but she still hasn't qualified for the CT?
Yeah, this is so weird sometimes. Maybe sometimes the surfers, they can do well in the region, but they cannot how can I say furar a bolha, go from I don't know how to say this. I will find a word, but but she's doing fine. She's surfing pretty well. I think she's building her confidence.
She hasn't broken the bubble.
Yeah, broken the bubble. Yeah, that's the word.
No, you're right, though, as we saw Genesis right there on her best wave so far. Won't be a big score either way, but you're right, and sometimes it's hard to put that pressure on Daniela too, and those expectations. She's only 22.
She's pretty.
She's very young, has a lot of talent, has a great future ahead of her. She was Pan American champion in 2019, qualified for the Olympics with that win, and I think as Latin Americans, we're probably just expecting to see the next Sofia Milanovic. That's why we already saw a very successful Peruvian surfer on the women's side. There was the men's surfer that qualified for the championship tour. That was Luca Messinas.
Yeah, and we are seeing the Peruvian surfing getting pretty well, with Luca, with also Sol Aguirre, now the girl, and they're getting better and better. I think it's just a matter of time we see many Peruvians in the city.
I agree. I think we're going to see a few of them pretty soon. Miguel Tudela just basically earned his spot onto the Challenger Series for next season for South America. You see Luca very close to requalifying. Alonso Correa has always been there. I don't know if you remember this one kid by the name of Cristobal de Col. another great surfer too from Peru, but second generation professional surfer, one of the best representatives that Peru has ever had. And, you know, he kind of fell off the radar, became more of a free surfer, went through some personal issues, but there's always been talent there. And now I see it more and more where it's just going to come to a point where there's always going to be 2 or 3 people either on the challengers and maybe even on the CT from this nation.
Yeah, for sure. Peru, it's a very nice country. A lot of good waves down there. So they have everything to build a lot of good talents there.
Absolutely. 17 minutes to go. Daniela Rosas betters her situation with a 4.67. Amoro Suzuki down to second place. To recover first, she needs a 4.57. Freya Prum gets her personal best, a 4.47. And Genesis Borja, to move up to second place, would need a decent score, 7.27. That would be one of the highest waves we have seen all day long. And, you know, for somebody like Genesis, who's competed on the Latin American Tour for many years, other smaller events within Latin America too, not only is this a huge step up in competition, but for a country that maybe hasn't been represented by a lot of surfers besides Dominique Barona, it's great representation to have Ecuador here in this Challenger Series event.
Yes, for sure. And I mean, she was here last week as well, and so Brazilians, everybody is trying to get to know her, and I think it's good. It's good to have all these people from many countries here in Brazil. It's good to watch it, and there is a very nice dynamic, yeah.
Suzuki having a look here. She's going to paddle and use her priority. Looking to get a 4.57 for the lead, but already has a 6.1 in her scoreline. Good little setup turn right there, and then straight up into the lip afterwards. She's going to kick out of that wave, and one of the most consistent surfers on the Challenger Series when it comes to finishing her waves off. And she was able to do that right there. We have 15:30 on the clock, Maida, and it seems like Suzuki could potentially take the lead here with this last wave.
Yeah, I think she can. She has a 2.1 to throw away, so for sure she's gonna throw away this score. Yeah, as you said.
It was just enough too. She needed a 4.57, and she got exactly that. Great little finish right there for Suzuki. Has only caught 3 waves so far. 15 minutes to go on the clock. That moves Daniela Rosas down to second. They are tied, but since Suzuki has the best wave out of the 2, she is in first. Priority now with the surfer in third place, Freya Prum. She needs a 6.2, and Genesis Borja needing something close to perfection, a 9.74 to move up into second place. 14:35 on the clock, and I think it's a good chance to really explain, you know, how many seasons we've had in one single day of competition. We saw the rain a while ago, we saw sunshine for a little bit, it was cold earlier this morning, and now it really is seemingly a spring afternoon, Maida.
Yeah, looks nice right now. We saw that storm. I thought it would be like pouring rain for the rest of the day, but look, now it's not raining anymore. And I just realized that Amuro, she's the only one I think I saw this today, like surfing with
a full suit.
A full suit, yeah.
She normally does that.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, she likes to wear a full suit most of the time, even when it's warm. It all comes down to personal comfort, but that's a good eye. You know, there have been people that have worn the short sleeve wetsuits, short arms, long legs, but in terms of full suits, very few people out here.
Yeah, because the water here normally, it's a bit cold.
Right.
But today I saw like many of them surfing just on bikinis and board shorts. So, but she's cold. Actually, it was raining and probably was more cold than before.
Well, here's Freya Prum. Needs a 6.2, just going to be a quick one there for the Aussie. She's going to kick out real quick, 13 minutes to go. And yeah, I mean, it's surprising to me that the water gets this cold here, based off of where we are in Brazil. We're much further up than a lot of other places in the south.
Yeah, but here we have a phenomenon called resurgência.
Resurgência.
Yeah, so I can talk a little about this later.
Well, we're going to take a quick commercial break. 12:35 on the clock. Suzuki from Japan leading the heat and Rosas in second. Don't go anywhere. It's the last heat of the day from the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil.
Visit Saquarema and fall in love with the city, which is naturally beautiful. Saquarema City Hall, hard work and respect.
Welcome back to the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco do Brasil. We're in the last heat of day number 2 of competition. Round of 64 of the women out there. Heat number 10, Amuro Suzuki leading. Daniela Rosas in second place. Freya Prom in third. She needs a 6.2 at the moment. And Hennessy's Borja Garcia, the lone Ecuadorian out there in the women's draw. She's needing something close to a 10-point ride. It is a 9.74 to move up into second place. My name is Mitchell Salazar. To my left, Maíra Papst, journalist extraordinaire from the beautiful country of Brazil. And not only are we in your home nation, Maíra, we're in one of the places that you love most out of your home country as well. That is Saquarema.
Yeah, it is Saquarema for sure. Here is so nice. All the vibes here, people and everything. And also we are, here we call Maracanã do Surf.
Yep.
Because this landscape looks like a stadium for surfing. So it's so nice.
I guess we could call this the South American Open of surfing almost. Like, we have the U.S. Open of surfing in the U.S. obviously, and you know, it gets big there. I want to say the most people I've seen on beach probably 20,000 people, you know, a lot, but I haven't experienced Saquarema to its fullest yet. And I think I'm expecting a lot of people to be here this weekend, especially knowing that there's a potential for us to finish, maybe not on Saturday or Sunday, but going into Monday, I think we're going to have a lot of people on both Saturday and Sunday here at Maíra.
Yeah, I think so. Like, Saquarema always brings a lot of people here to watch. Everybody here in this region is very passionate about surfing. So, yeah, if it's sunny, for sure it's going to be packed.
I hope it is sunny.
I hope it is. I think tomorrow is the last day of a little bit rainy day.
We have more. I thought the sun was supposed to come out tomorrow already.
Yeah, tomorrow maybe we have 30% of chances of raining.
Oh,
so
that's okay.
That's okay.
I'll take that.
Yeah, but during the weekend, I think it's going to be nice
Okay.
weather.
I'm excited for that. 8 minutes to go on the clock. Amuro Suzuki still in the lead. Daniela Rosas in second place. She has priority, but in second comfortably. And here's Hennessy's Borja. I've been riding deep bottom turn here for the Ecuadorian surfer. Good snap right there in the pocket. Little setup turn, and that's going to be all she wrote for the surfer from Ecuador. And she's needing, you know, a high excellent score. It's a tough one to come by right now, and, you know, she's in a mini combo, so she's at least going to get her best score so far, Maida, but, you know, coming from Ecuador, it's not necessarily a surfing country. Besides Dominique Barona, nobody has really had the international kind of success that she has had. An Olympian herself, Dominique, and Genesis, one of the people that she has inspired over the last few years.
Yeah, you know what, Mitch? I don't think her board is looking good in these conditions, you know? Last week, the waves were a little smaller, and she was surfing pretty well here. She went through some heats, but I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem that she's getting enough
Drive.
yeah.
Yeah, it does look a bit small. I concur right there. 7 minutes to go, and, you know, we talk about the importance of good equipment to have at a beach break especially. Saquarema is no joke. Kaipo and I were talking about how big it gets here, and even Pato Teixeira was saying, hey, like, this is a spot that if you do need an extra 3 or 4 inches, you're definitely taking it out.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see first this wave of Moto.
Well, here's Suzuki
turn.
now.
Just one turn, one movement in this wave.
Still has the lead, though. And she's only looking to better a 4.57. And with 6 minutes to go, Suzuki, I would have to say as of right now, she is the closest Japanese surfer to qualify for the championship tour at the moment. You know, you have Kono Igarashi over there on the men's side. Reo Waida just qualified for Indonesia too. So Asia on the men's side definitely has representation, but not on the women's side so far. We haven't had anybody qualify from that part of the world for the women's CT. Here's Daniela Rosas. Great carve back up into the pocket. You can definitely see why she was able to win the event last week, the QS 5000. And it's been a long time since we've seen another Peruvian on tour for the women's side. The last one was 2004 world champion, Sofia Mulanovic. And from different parts of the country they are. Sofia from Punta Hermosa and Daniela more from another part of Lima, excuse me. This was a decent ride though, Maida.
I really like this maneuver there. Very stylish. And then she got a little hooked up in the lip, but it was a good wave for her.
Not bad. She's looking to improve on a 4.67 herself. 5 minutes to go. Prum with priority. And Borja gets a 2.2. So she breaks the mini combo, needs an 8.47. And let's look at how we got here in the heat. The heat recap for what has happened in heat number 10 so far. Daniela Rosas opened up real quick in the first minute with a 6-point ride, Maida.
Yeah, two good, really good turns there. And then another small cutback one, and another one right on the sand. And now it's Amuro Suzuki.
And she has had the best wave of the heat so far, 6.1. I loved that first carve that she did right there. And she's coming off a decent result over there in Ericeira, but she's needing 2 now, both here in Saquarema and another one at Haleiwa to qualify for the CT.
Yeah, we hope she can do it.
Would be nice.
Would be nice to put Japan there.
Full time, that is for sure. She's had a couple of wild cards to events before. The event at Rottnest Island, and then the Surf Ranch last year too in 2021. But, you know, being a member of the CT is much more different than being a wild card for each and every event. And you can ask Liam O'Brien about that. He has the curse of being neither nor.
Yeah, it was very sad to see him.
He'll be back though.
Yeah, he will.
He's number 4. I think he's going to requalify easily. Might even do it here in Brazil. Just under 4 minutes to go. We see Rosas paddling back out, but this lady on screen needs a 6.2 or better for second place. Freya Prum with a couple of decent cutbacks right there. Needed that wave to really stand up on the inside though, and doesn't seem like it's going to be the good score that she is currently needing to move up into second place. 3 minutes to go, and you know, priority now with Suzuki. Prom, just unfortunately for her, this wave never really stood up Maida.
Yeah, she was looking for some wall there, but then, look, the wave just vanished.
Just
Yeah,
dissipated,
disappeared completely.
died out, and eventually she had to kick out because of that. And here's the Ecuadorian Borja. Needs an 8.47. And the sole representative of the Latin American country where South America really begins is Ecuador, Colombia, and then Peru. But really where South America begins is right there on the equator. And she's a great surfer, but she just hasn't been able to find the right waves in this heat, Maida.
Yeah, and also I think her board is not working pretty well here in Saquarema with these conditions.
Well, definitely comes from, you know, very humble beginnings. Maybe doesn't have access to the right equipment most of the time either. And there have been some great surfers from Ecuador. Jonathan Zambrano Chila, a.k.a. El Gato. Dominique Barona, the Olympian, been close to maybe not necessarily qualifying, but she did qualify for the Challenger Series last year. And her older brother, Israel, also a great surfer. And Borja now has the privilege of competing on the Challenger Series for Ecuador at this event here in Saquarema. We're down to 1:20. Freya Prom had a look right there. Was not able to get into the wave. And it seems like Hennessy's just going to come in. She's going to call it quits, and that's going to be all she wrote. You know, it's hard to get a great performance when you get the late wild card. You get the call up maybe a week before. Luckily, she was here for the Saquarema Surf Pro, but could you imagine traveling halfway around the world? Hey, we got a spot a day or two before. You want to surf or not? I could give it to somebody else. Most people are probably going to say yes. And luckily for Hennessy, at least she was here already in Brazil. She extended her trip, and, you know, despite the poor performance here, her name's out there.
Her name is out there. She's getting used to competing in big stages, so I think it's just earned, you know. Of course, she lost now, but she's getting, like, experience and everything.
Knowledge. Whichever way you want to look at it, these are all positive things for somebody who hadn't competed at this level before. And Amuro Suzuki, she definitely has. And for good reason, she's attempting maneuvers like that on the forehand. And so is Daniela Rosas, last week's winner of the Saquarema Surf Pro, moving through alongside the Japanese in the red jersey, Amuro Suzuki. It's going to be the two experienced surfers out there in red and blue moving through. We lose Freya Prom and we lose Hennessy's Borja. But the experienced competitors out there making sure that they did enough to move through into the round of 32, which we might be seeing either tomorrow, potentially Saturday. We don't know yet. We're going to be here 7 a.m. for the call. But guess what? The post show coming up. Corona post show going to be Kaipo and myself. Amuro Suzuki, Daniela Rosas, moving through into the round of 32. Don't go anywhere. Corona post show coming up, and we'll give you an update on what to expect for tomorrow morning.
left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go higher. Try to put me out and I go wilder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
Welcome to the Corona Post Show here at the Corona Saquarema Pro, presented by Banco Do Brasil. Another big day of competition. I'm Caipo Guerrero. This is my good friend Michel Salazar. And Mitch, it's a great day of competition, but some big surprises today.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the one that really stands out the most is the loss of Molly Picklum. She had an excellent score, and unfortunately still ended up losing with a priority interference typo. She was number 2 in the rankings. She's gonna have to wait until Haleiwa to see if she qualifies for the 2023 CT.
Well, yeah, we're gonna get back to that and a lot more big moments. We saw some new names, some rising stars, and another day here at Itaúna where, you know, the surf showed up. The conditions are improving, and we're marching our way through the draw. We got all the way through men's round of 96, and we got 10 heats into the women's opening round, the women's round of 64. Ending the day, I want to say an omerito gozaimasu, a congratulations to Amuro Suzuki. She took a hit win. She's going to be into the round of 32, and she is with Bruno. Bruno, take it away.
Thanks, Caipo. I'm here with the Olympian surfer Amuro Suzuki. We were talking about each hit she advances is a step into destiny. Am I right, Amuro?
Yes, I wanna hope keep going, and I just wanna do my surfing. Yeah.
And how was to manage those situations with a lot of current, a lot of water moving?
I was just try to catch a lot of waves, and then yeah. Also there are super strong current, but I try hard. Yeah.
You are using your normal board or a step up?
This is 5.7, and this is little bit step up. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, congratulations, huh? Good luck in the rest of the event. Back to you guys. Good post show. See you soon.
Thank you, Bruno. Congratulations, Amuro. And we saw some of the women from Japan perform today. Shino Matsuda was another one that comes to mind that put in some great surfing out here.
Yeah, and also the surfer in blue, Nonaka, who had a great wave. And I think there's a couple of surfers out there from Japan that I potentially want to see on the championship tour. I think Shina Matsuda has everything it takes. I think the experience that Amuro Suzuki presents, though, Kaipo is probably the best out of those three that we mentioned, though. And Minami, even though she's a great surfer, I think every now and then she lacks consistency of those bigger results out here at the challenger level.
Yeah, well, consistency, importance in everything that's happening. One thing that was a surprise to us, you talked about at the beginning of the show, Molly Picklum coming in here at number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings. There's a 3-surfer heat out there, and an unfortunate circumstance for Molly Picklum in that heat. Let's take a look at what went down in heat number 8 of the round of 64 with Molly Picklum, Pickles, top seed here at the Corona Saquarema Pro. She was against 2 French surfers in the way of Tessa Thyssen and Pauline Ado. Mitchell.
Yeah, and she was still in the heat up until the last second, Kaipo, because both Tessa here and Pauline, despite them having excellent scores in terms of their heat totals, Molly Picklum had an 8 on just 1 wave.
Well, let's look at that. That was the big moment that we just saw. Molly Picklum getting that priority interference. Then she fought back viciously with this, the highest single wave score for the women today, an 8-point ride for Molly Picklum to crawl back. Now remember, that priority interference leaves Molly Picklum with just 1 wave in her scoreline, and she was in the lead after that 8, but then Paulina Doe fought back, did what she needed to do to eclipse that 8-point single wave total in 2 waves.
Yeah, and it was a valiant effort by both Tessa and Pauline to do that. But, you know, I think that Molly just kind of maybe thought that she had priority in that moment and didn't let go of that wave when it seemed like the other person had higher priority. But in those kind of cases, we talked about ego earlier, Kaipo. Just let those waves go by. There's more out there, especially when it's just a 3-person heat, too.
It surprised Molly, because on the replay, we got Pauline surfing right now. On the replay, Molly looked towards the beach as soon as Tessa dropped in with her. Something didn't calculate in her head, and she realized when she looked to the judges' tower, saw the priority squares, that she had made a huge mistake. And so now she's going to leave it all up to Holly Eva. We'll take a look at the numbers from that heat. It was a 3-surfer heat, and unfortunately, we have Molly Picklum out of the competition. Paulina Do and Tessa Thyssen advanced on into the round of 32.
And, I mean, they barely squeaked by, too, just considering the 8-point ride that Molly had. If anything, you know, she needed only just a 3 based on two-wave heat total in order to make it through, Kaipo.
Pickles would have had north of a 13.2 wave total if she had not gotten the interference. Yep. Molly Picklum would have easily got through that heat. But now, let's fast forward. Round of 32, Heat 3, Tessa Thyssen, Vahine Fierro, Annie and Dos Santos, and Rachel Presley. That is a stacked heat and a big opportunity for the Tahitian.
Well, for the Tahitian and also for Rachel Presley, who's number 19 in the rankings right now, the lone German in the draw besides Camila Kemp. So huge chance for Ray to move up in the rankings and potentially bring that even closer to qualification heading into Haleiwa too, Kaipo.
Yeah, it's going to come down to Haleiwa. Speaking of Haleiwa, we had a heat with the Queen of Haleiwa out here at Itauna, but the Queen of Haleiwa, who would have been the favorite in that heat, advanced through, okay, but it was a brilliant moment for Sofia Medina, who came through that heat with a win, you know, showing some signs of a future great and a big, big movement for Brazilian women surfing in the way of Sofia Medina. Let's take a look at it.
And I was able to call this heat with Maida, and just another 3-person heat, Kaipo, as we were saying, the same thing with Molly Picklum. And from the get-go, she just looked like the person that was in control of the heat. I love that combination right there with just the 2 turns, a couple of claims for Sofia. But, you know, I think the amount of pressure that she had moving into this event, or going into this event, excuse me, was uncharacteristic and unheard of, really. But this claim right here really did come from the heart, and it's surprising to me that this is the first heat she's ever made at the Challenger Series level, too. But, you know, the Queen Haleiwa, she knows how to compete. She knew that she just needed to make it through, and ended up getting a decent scores in order to make it through to the round of 32, Kaipo.
Yeah, I mean, reliable is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and did the work that she needed to do, but the confidence that this is going to give the young Sofia Medina is unmatched. She gets congratulations from Dad on the beach, and rightfully so, because I think that confidence is going to pour over into the next round and the future rounds here at the Corona Saquarema Pro for Medina.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, and especially when it comes to consistency of good waves out there too. You were in sync in the first heat that you served, in contact and in rhythm with the ocean. Nothing better than getting a heat win, especially when you had one of the best surfers in the world up against you as well, Kaipo.
Yeah, that was impressive. I like learning new names, right? And I like seeing, not that Medina's a new name, that's an established name, but seeing new performances, new surfers come up.
Yeah, me too, and I think it's good for the sport as well.
You know what? I learned a new name today, and I was impressed by the surfing of a young Brazilian. His name was Ryan Kainalo.
Yeah, this kid's gnarly. I mean, he definitely has everything it takes to qualify for the championship tour. Only 15 years of age, too. And the patience that he showed in that heat, Kaipo, very, very impressive for not only his age group, but also here at the Challenger Series level, competing for the first time.
Yeah, Ryan coming off a great result at the QS right here at Itauna, and he's continued that energy and that performance into his challenge. And who did he have a challenge against? A high seed coming into this event, Jacob Wilcox. Let's take a look at that heat with Ryan Kainalu, Jacob Wilcox, and Brody Sale. It was an exciting heat along with Thiago Camarao. Here's the young Ryan Kainalu. Thiago Camarao was in the heat. Brody Sale looked composed.
Well, and he got the heat win too, Kaipo, and coming from Kailua Kona on the Big Island of Hawaii, huge win for this kid. When I think Hawaii, besides a couple of key surfers like Ian Gentile and Imai Kalani-Devalt, has been quite underrepresented on the Challenger Series this year with big results. And Brody was able to just shut me up with this kind of performance right here. But how about the loss of Jacob Wilcox to Ryan Kainalo? That was a top seed going down.
Yeah, that was a big moment because of this 15-year-old here. The pace, the commitment, recognizing sections right off the back. Ryan Kainalo, with a lot of momentum and a crowd behind him here at Itauna, did the job. And it was a painful loss for Jacob Wilcox, who came, here's all the numbers. Jacob Wilcox eliminated from competition along with Thiago Camarao. Jacob Wilcox coming here, number 11, right below that qualification line on the Challenger Series. And that is an unfortunate happening for the surfer from Western Australia.
Yeah, he's got to go into Haleiwa thinking that he's going to need at least a 4th place finish over there in that final at the House of the Eva board. And you know, you're talking about one of the best surfers to come out of Australia in recent years too. He's still got a lot of development to go to, 25 years of age. But this was really a missed opportunity, and it goes to show you cannot underestimate any surfer despite them being a wild card at this kind of level, Kaipo.
No, you can't. And that starts in the round of 96 here.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what makes this series so exciting, because you have just a big cast of characters in all the surfers, and every single heat's been competitive.
Yeah, and everybody has to start from the same round too. It's so much more different than it was a couple of years ago when we actually had the Prime Series and people were seeded into the round of 64. Now it's clean slate. Everybody has to either start from the round of 64 on the women's side or the round of 96 on the men's side. It makes things a lot more different.
Yeah, it sure does. And, well, that's some of the highlighted heats for today. Now, Mitch, my favorite part. What is that?
The countdown?
Time for the top 5. Let's get to the top 5 today on the Corona Post Show. And we're going to start the top 5 with a shocking moment. Not a shocking moment, an inspirational moment. I'm sorry. With the Panda.
Still looking to get one of these shirts, Kaipo. And the teamwork really did pay off for William Cardoso. As I told you before, look at those things. They're awesome. They're going to be valuable in the next few years, but had a couple of great waves in this heat, a 6 and a 5 in a scoreline.
Yeah, the story behind this number 5 moment is that William Cardoso, the Panda, if he was to lose in the Challenger Series, he's been noted that that is going to be the end of his professional career. He's going into retirement, but we're not ready to say goodbye to the Panda yet, because he made it through his heat today at Itauna with some powerful surfing on the lefts.
It made it much more impressive that both of his waves were really just the one turn on the outside too. Was able to get a heat win that way, and very effective in the amount of waves that he caught too, Kaipo.
You gotta be happy for the Panda. The big guy is gonna be in the next round, the round of 48, when we return to competition. This is the shocking moment, number 4. Molly Picklum gets eliminated, and here's the moment. Picklum thinks she has priority. She takes off. Tessa Thyssen drops in knowing that she has priority. Picklum looks to the beach. Uh-oh, I just got an interference.
Yeah, and to be honest, this could have happened to anybody. Ends up getting an 8-point ride after the interference, though. She was close to making it, though, Kaipo. But at the end was needing something in the 9-point rides, and still gets the highest score on one single wave out of the women's competition on day number 2. Unfortunately for Molly, she won't qualify here, but she can still do it at Haleiwa, though.
Number 3, Vahine Fierro put on a show on the backhand.
Yeah, really impressive performance. Good heat total, 12.17. And you can see there, the conditions a lot more challenging than how they were this afternoon. A lot glassier this afternoon, Kaipo. And Vahine was able to select both a right and a left that catapulted her up into first place in this heat.
Yeah, Vahine on a hunt right now. This is a big event for her if she's looking towards qualification for the championship tour. And she's right in the conversation. She's below the cut line, but if she keeps on advancing out of heats, she's going to have a good chance at Haleiwa. Number 2, Bronte Macaulay with brilliant surfing, connectivity, and power.
Yeah, well, same thing as Vahine. Vahine was number 9 in the rankings. Bronte coming into this event number 8. Opened up with a 7.83 in that heat immediately. And then Sarah Wakita with a good answer back. I believe the score came in as a 6-3-3, Kaipo. And it was a good heat, a nice little battle between both of them. But it was Bronte that was able to get 13 points and the heat win eventually.
Yeah, Macaulay backing it up. And again, the stalled out bottom turn, the top turns, hooking Bronte Macaulay, looking money, and she is on to the next round. Really important for her in her journey to requalification. Number 1, Sammy Pupo. He had success here in the CT, and he came out throwing an 8.5 high wave total for Sammy Pupo.
Yeah, the highest of the event and the highest single wave score out of the event too, the 8.5. And this was a comeback win too. I don't know if you remember, Kaipo, he was in 4th place for most of the heat as well and got both of these waves back to back in around 6 minutes.
That's right.
So a huge victory and a come from behind win for this guy and a massive finish right there. Finalist during the Oi Rio Puro, the CT. He's looking for another victory here on the CS in Saquarema.
Yeah, and he's, I have a feeling he's just going to be gobbling up Challenger Series points as a CTer already, but he's going to be marching through rounds with surfing like that.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun event moving forward the next few days. Obviously, I think he established himself as the favorite right there. But remember, you have a couple of other big dogs in the competition. His brother, Miggy, Gay Magina, and a couple of people that are really needing a victory here in order to qualify, such as Ian Gentile and the guy that I want to see back on tour, Liam O'Brien.
Yeah, we'll see if Lob's able to make it. He's right there. Needs to make a few more heats over here. We'll see how it goes. Hey, Mitch, you want to do this again tomorrow?
Yes, sir. Let's
you ready?
do it.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for watching the Corona Post Show. I hope you enjoyed it. We are going to leave you with the day highlights. Likely, we're going to get started again tomorrow here in Itaúna for the Corona Saquarema Pro presented by Banco Do Brasil. With that, I just want to say aloha, everyone. Check in worldsurfleague.com. We're likely to go tomorrow again.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.